La flamme et les amigos en volume down, mais j'suis allé haut. Même les yeux fermés, j'vois les jaloux. Les poches bien remplies, le monde est à nous. C'est notre tour, laisse tourner la roue. Oublions les coups et les sanglots. On fait ce qu'il faut pour que le vent tourne. Numéro uno, Rams et Vando.
J'irai cueillir ma fleur dans le jardin d'Éden. À qui la chance de ton jamais les veines. Puis dans les terrains, faut plus payer peine. J'te sens la haine qui me coule dans les veines. J'irai cueillir la fleur dans le jardin d'Éden. J'ai le cul en rose et c'est la plus belle. J'fais mon un dessin. On fait ce qu'il faut pour que le vent tourne. Les yeux rivés sur le grand jour. Y'a numéro un, Rams et Vando, yeah.
Get blinded by your headlights. Tunnel vision, losing feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down? And telling me to stay low-key and we'll be sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting in your backseat. I don't know, but I'm fine being here for now. I know we'll be fine, yeah. You stay here in my mind, yeah. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I found in your sights again. Don't know if I want this to end. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I found myself in side-eye burning at me like a sun ray. Funny how it's only now that you're
insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You don't know me like that, you come around with all that. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm thumbing through the stacks like that. You know I get like that. You know I pull up like that. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm thumbing through the stacks like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane. I might be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane,
said stay out of this shit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
As I mentioned before, we have a lot of things planned right here at Masters Toronto, and now we have an opportunity to meet the one and only Mixwell. Mixwell, how are you doing, my friend? I haven't seen you in forever.
I'm really glad to be here, to be honest. I love Canada. I actually lived here for 6 months, and it's good to be back.
Have you had a chance to eat poutine again?
Not yet, not yet. I've been very busy, but I'm enjoying it.
Speaking of busy, it's been busy right here on the floor in Masters Toronto. What's the vibes been like for you?
I think people are really hyped for the event. Everyone is cheering for their teams like I've never seen before, and everything is sold out, so it's really nice to see.
Okay, so you talked about fans cheering. Who are you cheering for to win all of Masters Toronto?
You know what? At the start of the tournament, I said that if Wolves win the event, I'm going to go bold because I didn't trust in them. So now I'm cheering for Paper X because I want to save my my hair.
You want to show your hair now?
Okay.
It's quite sexy hair. Oscar, thank you so much for your time, brother. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, Vansili. Bye.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Four squads from 4 different regions. You got yourself Cinderella teams, hardened veterans, and global legends all taking the stage today. And the question on everyone's mind is who has what it takes to make it to Sunday's grand finals. And look at that sea of humanity as they're making their way into the venue. Welcome everyone to day 11 of Masters Toronto. Coming at you live from the Enercare Center with 2 gigabangers. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Kukuka as well as Mimi. And joining us for a very special part of the show, you got Sasi. Of course, it's a pleasure to have you, man.
Thank you.
You know, and listen, it's always good to have just more representation for us on the desk.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, you are my brother for another month, bro.
You already got it, baby girl. You already got it. That's
Don't
what's
worry,
up. That's what's. You guys are gonna have to deal with this. All
yeah. It's still balled in the desk right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
happy to the same page.
Yeah, or you guys could join us and be balled too.
Come to the club.
Apparently, Mixwell is going to join you pretty soon.
Oh, yeah. Mixo is coming.
Mixwell, baby, hold on to that hair as long as you can. Okay, trust me. Once you cut it, it ain't coming back. Now, in any case, though, we got a packed house in the crowd here, and Vansili is doing what he does best and hold court with the masses. So let's see what he's up to today.
We are into our finals weekend of Masters Toronto here, and make sure that if you have your tickets, you have to come in early because you have an opportunity to meet one of your favorites, Tens himself. The line's already full. I'm going to try to step in right now. Tens, I'm so sorry to bother you after this signature. I know you're a busy man, so I'm going to have a quick question for you. Now that Sentinels is gone, who do you have winning to Masters Toronto?
Paper X.
Paper X it is. Tens, thanks so much. See you guys.
Oh boy.
They're just going to let him skip the queue like that?
I know, right? That's kind of messed up. Vansili gotta wait in line like everyone else. Can you imagine the rest of like our camera crew like stuck in the line just waiting to go talk to Tens? Hey, what do you guys think? Tens going for Paper X. What do you think,
Bro,
Sasi?
he's what about Americas, bro?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, You know what? Paper Rex deserves a title. That's a fact.
I do agree.
Yeah, but I mean, we still have one team left in America, so we should cheer for them, no?
Exactly, right, Mimi?
Let Paper X have another finals. Will they win it? History would point to no, so I'm probably also rooting for G2 a little bit.
Well, I think he's onto something.
Oh.
He knows.
Okay,
he knows.
okay.
He knows, and soon we will know too.
See this one right here, Kukuka. She's a knower. She's a knower. Now, let's talk about the matches that we've seen here, because we saw a wild comeback from G2 to take down Gen G. And Kukuka, just want to start with you real fast here, because what an incredible comeback that was to solidify our top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Many people did not expect it. You might have thought that Gen G had that in the bag, but round after round in this Icebox, G2 proved that they have exactly what it takes to get this further into the competition.
Stassi, a lot of stuff has been surprising this tournament thus far. I want to ask, what is the run or the team that has just like impressed you and surprised you the most from watching at home thus far?
Man, I gotta say, whoa.
Wolves.
Yeah.
Wolves is
Yes.
that team, you know? Like when you watch like Chinese teams playing, you think like, oh, they are so aggressive. They like play a crazy Valorant. Like most Asian teams do that, but China is like a little bit different on that.
Yeah.
And they managed to get like to the upper final playing good Valorant. Like they should like mix the aggressive and the defensiveness of the game. It was like amazing to watch.
I love that you say that, because also the only match that they lost was against Sentinels, and then they wanted to literally win every single map. They haven't even dropped a map ever since. It's crazy that they could make it today into that grand final without dropping a map.
Yeah.
Did you think we'd see a lower bracket though? It's now Fnatic and G2 down there. The only 2 1 seeds left in the tournament.
Bro, I gotta say, like, this match is the craziest one that I have ever seen in the Valorant scenario. Like, who could imagine that it was like G2 and Fnatic on lower? And then we have like Paper X and Wolves at a C3 from China on upper
Go
final.
C3,
like, what?
yes.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna say right away, I gotta go for G2 here, okay?
Yeah.
Just saying.
I like where his head's at. I like where his
bad.
head's at. But you know, guys, today's upper final is, of course, the subject of our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team will be the first to qualify for Sunday's grand final. So make sure you scan that QR code. It's about to pop on the screen right there. Get your voice heard, and make sure you use those hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT so we can go ahead and feature your good stuff on the broadcast. And remember, only send us the good stuff. You send us the bad stuff, we send it back. Now, let's go ahead, though, and check in on our MVP race, because one player in our Final 4 is going to be taking home, the MVP bracelet. Beautiful, pristine, gorgeous, chef's kiss. Now, of course, we spent a lot of time talking about the aimers across all these different teams. I think now let's go ahead and talk about the brains, the captains, the minds, the IGLs, and let's start things off first, Stassi, with Sufat and Forsaken. What do you make of these 2 guys so far?
Okay, I gotta say, Forsaken, I don't know if it's the gym buff or something else, but you are on your prime, bro. I feel like this is the prime Forsaken right now.
And not only is he playing great individually, but he stepped up into even more of a leadership role than he had in the past on Paper X. He's definitely been instrumental to their run. But Sufat Baby, Bea, is a completely new player to the global stage. He's now in this conversation.
We've been singing the praises of Spring, of Juicy, the individuals, but I do not think this Wolves teams could have made it this far without this man leading them. Well, not this one, obviously, but Sufat, the presence that he's had on stage, every single press that he's given us, teaching us how he's leading this team to where they are right now.
So impressive what they've both been able to accomplish here, right, Mimi? And now you look on the other side, though, you got Valen, who's playing some incredible Valorant right now. And Boaster, we talked to earlier, was saying, hey, I'm making great calls. The play calls are nice, and that's what I'm all about.
For sure. And 2 of the guys here, Stassi, both Boaster and Sufat Baby, we've seen the antics on stage, getting up, dancing, bringing the energy. Last time you were playing, when you won a trophy, it was with Zelsis on your team. What's having a player like that as a teammate, and how does it help the team stay in these matches?
Yeah, I gotta say, like, when Jordan came in on Sentinels, Zelsis was like the biggest change on Sentinels, you know? Like, he came on the Brian spot, like Bokada, and he changed the whole atmosphere, you know? Like, he remembered, like, what it is to play Valorant. Like, it's important to have fun at the same time with seriousness on the matches. So, yeah, I feel like Sufat BB is, like, the guy I gotta say, Brazil loves this guy. Like, he got everyone's heart. I don't know how it
Yes.
happened, but like, he's
That's
the guy.
amazing.
Yeah, this master, I feel like he's the man, you know? He got the aura on him.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah. So like, still Fnatic BB is like, he's making those kind of changes on his team, you know, hyping up, and he's bringing the energy, and now they're on the upper final. We'll explain that.
Look, all I'm saying is he gets a pop-off on stage. I just want him to flex those 15-inch pythons and let people see what's really going out there with them arms. You know what I'm saying, Bea?
Yeah, exactly. But thinking about the match that we have later, and going back to Valin and Boaster that I think we brushed over just because... no, just because CFAT, I think, deserves all the praise that we've been giving him. The same speeches and the same words that he's been having, we also saw coming in from Valin, right? I think that their run that they're having, them being able to come back in the situation that they were against Gen G speaks volumes of his capabilities. Same goes for Boaster. I think that he's been around. I don't think that there's a lot of introduction that we have to do about Boaster and how he carries this team, but he definitely gives his 1000% for every single one of the players on that stage.
Look, my guy did the Fortnite L dance, so already kind of an
and
MVP
he can
in my
twerk.
book.
In my opinion, if you can't twerk, you should not get MVP.
Is that important for the MVP, bro?
It is.
I think the twerkometer is quite important. You know, you got to make sure you're hitting it at the right spot. All right, now let's go ahead and take a moment to get a little bit more, to know a little bit more, about our #1 seed from Americas and play a game that you've played before if you watched our broadcast, G2 Truce and a Lie. Now, we reached out to the players for this one, and they gave us some personal facts, okay, 2 per player. All right, and there's going to be 1 lie, and we have to spot it. So, I believe we have like a choice thing that's going to pop up here. So we'll allow our guest, Sassy, to make the first call. Who do you want to go for, Valin, Jogmo, or Jonah P?
I'll go for Valin.
All right, Valin up first. Yeah. Let's see what these are. Oh, this is so fancy, the graphics. Well done, guys, well done. All right, #1, I'm a middle child, older brother, younger sister.
Does he look like a middle child?
Yeah, exactly.
Very specific, right?
Yeah.
Sage was my first main in Valorant. Actually, it was my first main in Valorant, so interesting. All right, #2, I was studying to become an accountant.
An accountant.
It's so vanilla, like an accountant, you know?
Bro.
What are you? I'm in accounting.
Okay.
I think I want to go. What do you guys think it is? 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2. Someone said 3. 3? Okay, we got a lot of 3s.
Bro, I think it's 3 as well.
Yeah, I don't know. The one lore I know is that I'm pretty sure he was a quarterback and like played a ton of football when he was in high school.
Yeah.
Which
I'm gonna go
doesn't
for
align with accounting. I'm gonna go 3.
3. All right, let's see if Valin wanted to be an accountant. No, he did not.
We're so good at this, guys.
No one wants that career. Not even accountants.
If it would have been any other profession, like something, I don't know, like a dentist or something like that, I'd be
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
You know, Shadows was going to become a dentist.
I think I'd make a great accountant.
Oh, you would nail it. Yeah.
I would like that job.
Which is exactly up your alley, Mimi. Now, of course, here's our next one. Which one do you want to go for here?
Okay, let's go for Jonah P.
Okay, Jonah P.
Yeah.
Canada's very own. Let's see. #1, when I was 5, I tossed my brother's first Pokemon cards in the sewer. Damn, that's cold.
How dare
What?
you?
Oh my! All right, 2, in 6th grade, I went on a ski trip with my class and went full speed, fell 100 feet down the mountain.
How much is 100 feet in Europe?
Like 33 meters? 35 meters, maybe?
Either way, you get a scuffed up knee somewhere. #3, I have a massive dragon tattoo on my back because I was born in the year 2000, which was the year of the dragon.
A massive dragon.
I want to believe that #3 is real.
Yeah,
So
I want to
say
I hope it's
that
real.
the first one, please let it be a lie. Like, I know that this is the kind of anecdote that probably will turn out to be true.
I'm going with 1.
I'm
going
going to vote 3. I cannot imagine that he would have a dragon
If he has a dragon tattoo on his back, I want to see it. That's
I will go for 1 too, I think. Yeah, I'll
You
go for 1.
Do you know any something that we do not know, Sassy?
All right, let's see what it is. Of course. Damn it.
Bro, I'm so disappointed, really.
It's the word massive, you know? It's not specific enough.
That's
Like,
true.
what do you consider massive? Because for a tattoo, even this size, I would consider massive, you know?
That's true.
Depends on where it is.
But I was thinking like Jonah P is like a chill
Something
guy,
this
you know?
size on your face is massive. So, yeah.
He's
Anyway.
a chill guy with a giant dragon tattoo, imagine. All right, here we go. Next one is Jogamo. What do we have here? #1, I hate Mango and love Penelope.
He's 2 cats.
That's, oof. That's a.
Mango is the cat that's on his mouse pad, so
I
that's
am
got to be a lie.
The youngest child in my family. And #3, I love apples. What do you think it is, Toronto? You think it's 1, 2, or 3? 2? I heard a 2. I see a lot of 1s. I see a lot of 1s.
Yeah, I see a lot of ones too.
I'll go for the 1.
Okay, shout out to the tribal chief. All right, what do we have here? I'm going #1.
Number one.
One's up. and it is no because he loves his cats
Yeah,
equally.
Of course. It's on his mouse pad, bro.
He could have done better. He could have done better. I know more interesting facts about him than these that people would have been like, oh really?
Bea basically saying, we need our players to be better at lying so they can make up
No,
things
because
about
I assume that
themselves.
we make up the lie or like twist it, but I think like for fun facts about
Sure.
Joe, he could have given so
I
many
am
more.
going to say though, Jonah Pease was very specific.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
shout out to him.
He made it harder.
We need to
Exactly.
ask about that time that he went skiing and what happened. Now
Yeah,
I want to
we
know.
definitely- that's a story for another day.
Yeah.
Now, Sasi, unfortunately, my friend, we have to say goodbye to you because you got to go do your co-stream.
it's fine.
Thank you so much for
Guys,
coming as always.
really, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. You know, like,
course, man.
But man, being at the desk is a privilege for me. So yeah, I will keep
Dude,
watching you guys on
always
on
a
Watch
pleasure.
Party. Thank you,
Much
thank you.
appreciated.
Thanks
See
so
you.
much
Thank
to
you.
have you.
Yeah, of course. Guys, give it up for Sasi, the legend.
Thank you.
The
guys.
legend. You can check him out on his co-stream. He's going to be heading over there in just a little bit. But for now, though, let's get into today's upper final matchup between Wolves and Paper Rex and check in with something because he spoke with Yinsu, earlier on today.
It's a big day for the paper pals out there. I'm now joined by something. Every single tournament you guys go to, you end up playing EDGs, kind of a meme right now. But you've never played Wolves before, although you do have experiences against the CN region. What's different about Wolves?
I mean, the biggest difference, I think, because they play like a bit different from the Chinese teams. What I mean is they play more aggressive than other Chinese teams. Meanwhile, Wolves play more like structure, game style. And yeah, that's it. There is nothing much to say.
I can't wait to see this matchup. Thank you very much.
And without a doubt, the Wolves have been the breakout team here in Toronto. In fact, wait a minute. Toronto, can we get a little ooh? Can you do that for me? 3. Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. God, I love crowd work. So
was
fun.
okay.
Yeah, you go. We'll try it again. We'll do it a couple more times. I'm
you're
assuming
pretty
we're
good
going to
at
have a few more of these. As
Once we get between matches, everyone fills in, we'll get a good one. We'll
yeah,
get a good one.
or we get the chant going, one way or another. Now, let's talk about this Wolves lineup here, of course, being led by Sufat Baby, and, well, just some incredible plays from this team. But something had said in that interview was that, you know, there's a team that plays a little bit more structure, and that's the thing that we have definitely caught note of as well, right? They don't fit the typical VCT China kind of a framework.
Like, what does it mean when someone from Paper X tells you that you're maybe too aggressive? You know, like
Yeah,
what's
I don't know
that
what that
coming from?
means.
But yeah, what we've seen from Wolves throughout this tournament, crazy enough that they already made it to this top 3. They've run completely over some of the tournament favorites here in Toronto. They've done it without dropping a single map after that first opening matchup that they had against Sentinels where they lost 0-2. The comeback that we saw the other day, for example, of G2 against Genji, they did it first.
Absolutely, and it's a historic run for VCT CN. Up to this point, only EDG made it even into the top 6 of a tournament. Of course, their championship win back in Seoul is still the greatest placement for the region, but this Wolves squad, it was their first ever global, and they've already done better than any other CN team except for last year's champion.
Which is incredible when you think about it in that context, what this team has been able to accomplish.
But I still think they have a lot to prove, right? They played a good opponent in Genji, but it was a Genji that crumbled in both of the second halves of those maps. They beat up on RRQ and BLG, who both had rough tournaments. This team is good, but I think this is going to be another level of challenge today, playing against Paper X.
Well, of course, Juicy did have some ups and downs throughout his run, and Sufat Baby actually spoke about how he kept him in the game in this post-game press conference. We got a chance to get some words from him.
就好像朱喜，他上半场可能大家会看到他状态不在啊，但是我跟大家说，你们可以给朱喜说一句加油吗？每个人。然后我跟朱喜说 I trust you, I love you, bro。然后他回应我 I love you, bro。因为，然后我就跟他说，我们就0比0开，0杀，全部 KDA 就是0。来，我们重新来过。我觉得这不是什么伟大，就是他们对于我的信任才是真的最伟大，因为他没有必要去相信我，没有必要去听我的，但是我很庆幸他们相信我。那这种性格其实，我看到他们开心，他们打得好，我就开心，我就一直都是这样子的。他们不开心，我也不会开心的。只要他们开心，我就会很开心。所以，我爱他们。
Honestly, a great mind for that one, right? Really just taking it one kill at a time, which is very healthy.
Yeah, they've got Fat Baby, and I just don't think people understand how good and how much this guy is adding to the team. Not just shooting in there, but also being a leader for this roster, both emotionally and in the server. And on top of that, bringing the energy. When we talk about these historic miracle runs, it is all about momentum. It is all about going through the tournament and just keeping the energy high, keeping that underdog mentality in every match. And I think he's the guy who has brought that for Wolves.
And it's outstanding to me as well how humble he is, you know, like he speaks like this is no kind of greatness, but it really seems like for each and every one of these situations, he has the right thing to say. And that is so important because so many, or I would say most or all of the situations that they're going to be facing, they face already and they have to face for the rest of the tournament they haven't experienced before.
My humble king.
Yeah,
That's
he's a humble king.
That's who he is. Now, the thing is, that, you know, look, when you look at the rest of the team here, right, you have plenty of other storylines to talk about. One of those individuals is Juicy, who is in his first year here, but has that experience, has been here before, played in Ascension. You start to see this guy rise to the occasion, Kukuka, and he has been incredible for Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in so many rounds, you can see the impact that Juicy has as a duelist, playing and going up against the names that he's been going up against, trusting in the process, listening to his IGL, playing a variety of different duelists.
Yeah, and I think that Juicy was a guy who had some questions around him coming into the tournament. He underperformed in some of their early matches. It was a lot more reliant on incredible games out of Spring to start this run, but towards the later part of the playoffs, Juicy has really started to show up, and it feels so good to see him here, knowing that he won Ascension with Bleed, wasn't able to compete with them in Pacific. After going all the way through Challengers, he had to go back down, play another year with DSG, but now finally on a Tier 1 team at the highest level, and he's already in the top 3.
Fighting for a championship potentially here, but you had mentioned one individual at the start of this tournament that was popping off and has been consistent throughout, and it's Spring, who really has become a star here in Toronto, guys. And Mimi, I mean, I guess you were talking about what Spring brought to the table and how he was really a defining role for this team, in the Swiss stages.
Every other team left. I think you look to their reason for being in it, and for someone like Paper X, right, you're going to look to the duelist players, you're going to look to Jing, but for Wolves, you have to look at this controller player, Spring. He's been incredibly impactful on his lurks. He has been winning clutches in the late rounds, and he has done it in literally every one of the matches they have played. He is having one of the best tournaments of anyone here at Masters Toronto.
When tension is at its highest, I feel like it's when Spring performs the best, and especially for today's matchup, going up against Paper X, I think that he could be the one, if not the one, that is going to take most advantage of the mistakes that we are going to see from Paper X that we have already seen throughout the tournament. I think that he's going to be the #1, being like, oh, I know exactly what to do now.
Paper X is a team about aggression and setting up their duelists and going crazy and running all the way down the tracks. But Wolves are a team about playing slow, good Valorant and putting Spring in positions where he gets key lurks, where he gets those kills on the attack side, and he's so successful in those positions.
Yeah, but you know what is really interesting, though, about this matchup is that this is a very unique one because we have not seen these two teams play against each other in an official before. But fun fact, they actually scrim each other quite a bit. And here's actually Divide with some thoughts on that one. Check it out.
Wolves has now taken down both of your Pacific counterparts in RRQ and Gen G. What do you think of their playstyle and their current form? What has given them the edge in those matches?
Oh, I think for us it's not going to be easy. I mean, they used to be our scrim partner. Like back in Pacific, we scrim them a lot. And so I'm pretty sure they know how we play, and we also kind of know how they play. I think it's just whoever make less mistakes on Friday will win. So yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to play them. Like, they are a very good team and a lot of talented players. So yeah, we're just gonna try our best and keep the dream going.
Now, Divide makes a very good point there, right? He talks about these two teams. They are familiar with one another. But what's interesting about this, and he also said, whoever makes the least mistakes. But let's actually look at how these rounds play out, because I do feel like sometimes as you play this out, right, in the longer the rounds go, you could potentially make a mistake. The shorter the round is, you could potentially make a mistake. So what do you make of this whole readout of the time it takes for these guys to get the spike down?
Well, I'm happy to see that Fnatic is being a little bit faster because it was definitely a concern. And when you see the same number on Wolves, you might think that is also a concern. But this is the average time that it takes for teams to plant the spike down. And I think that that is a difference in the side that we see Wolves, because I think that they are more proactive in maybe finding those duels and actually looking for reactions that we are going to see, I believe, coming in from PaperX today. So actually, those seconds of difference that we see that PaperX is a team that is going to send it, surprise to nobody, I think that Wolves is going to be one of the teams better prepared for it.
And when you're talking about averages across the entire tournament, a delta of 17 seconds in how quick they're normally getting the spike down really speaks volumes in the difference of playstyle. PaperX is the fastest team left, Wolves tied for the slowest. So they'll have very different priorities when they're on the attack side. And that's why I think this match is so interesting, because despite the fact that there's been narratives in the past about Chinese teams being fast or crazy or whatever, this is one of our most reserved, macro-focused attack side teams against far and away our craziest team at the tournament.
Yeah, that's what makes this so compelling, and why I do feel like with Devi, he is right. It's about who makes those mistakes and when those mistakes come through. And as you see those rounds kind of lay out, it leaves a lot of room for error there. So we're going to have to see how these teams thrive in the moment. But for now, though, let's actually dive a little bit more into today's duelist matchup and hear from Yuriko, who showed us his raise earlier on in their last match.
I'm now joined by YU from Wolves and Vera to do some translation here now. It was a very pleasant surprise to see your duelist come back. We've seen it in the past on the global stage. I wanted to ask you, how did you feel to be able to flex your duelist again? But also, if you play Raze today, Jing is your opposite number. What do you think about your Raze compared to Jing's?
在之前的国际赛事中，其实看到你是去操刀了非常多的决斗者的。那最近再次能够玩到决斗是什么样的感受？以及玩到雷兹的话，今天你的对手是静，你觉得你的雷兹和他相比是什么样的？
我觉得能在国际赛场上再拿瑞兹，其实很开心吧。就以前没有证明的事情，现在证明了吧。然后我觉得静他的雷兹确实一直都很厉害吧，所以我觉得我没有办法跟他比。 所以他一直都是最好的。
Very excited to play on Raze again on the international stage. Actually, I think I'm proving something I didn't finish like in the past. But speaking of the Raze combat with Jing, I say Jing plays better since he's such a big-time Raze player, highly skilled.
Oh, very humble answer. Thank you very much and good luck today.
Now, we all know that the slogan for this PaperX team has been track by track. And it's been a long road for this team to get to this point. Quite the journey. And actually, we have a good visual representation of this. And I got a little train horn here. So why don't we go ahead? Where do we start things off?
Yeah, exactly. At the beginning of the year, we saw a PaperX that missed on that first event of the year because kickoff was not the best for them. And of course, we saw an event without them, even though Pacific got the win.
But then stage one, it also started really rough. Down 0-2 at this station, and then they pull through and make a change on the fly, switch up the rolling stock, and they pull in Pat Men, this new player coming into the roster, controversially kind of breaking up the bans, but then they have a massive turnaround, do well in playoffs, qualify to Toronto. That whistle is very loud, GP. And now, the last station they've made it to is the top 3, rolling all the way through here, expressing their way towards what could be their last station. Can they pull into Union Station here in Toronto with a victory at this tournament? That's the question now that remains for PaperX.
So the train has arrived? Have they arrived at the station? Because I saw the train there, but is that the PaperX train?
I mean, assuming so. Although it's interesting because I'm using this train whistle for it, but that clearly looked like one of those high-speed trains where you don't need the
Tell us, maybe. Well, it didn't look like a steam train, which is all that would have a whistle like that. Thank you. Yes. But I mean, okay. Analogy. I think they've arrived in Toronto. They've pulled into Exhibition Go. They're one stop away from Union, from making it all the way, winning Toronto. 3 people will have liked that. Let's move on.
Hey, but you know what? For those 3 people, that content's for you. This train content's for you. And if anything, PaperX, they're in on it too, right? They've been feeling it. They've really been hitting these shots, Kukuga. It has been incredible to see this team not just play with their patented W gaming aggression, but to also see some more nuance nuance and layers to the squad, which is exactly what we were hoping to see from this squad.
And it's another team that so far has had a flawless playoffs run, going up against the likes of G2 and Sentinels. And as we're saying, even though sometimes they make those mistakes, they will have a very big advantage and they will throw it. It doesn't matter. We heard it from the Vide the other day. They just take it round by round. If they make a big mistake, they just throw it under the rug and just move on to the next one. And apparently that takes you to top 3, so keep doing it.
Nice.
It is very classic PaperX, I think, the way they've won their last couple of games, because what they're doing is, especially on their attack side, just the way that they fight in the post fronts, the way that they're playing up against these retake heavy teams like G2 absolutely cooks them, because most teams have preset util to fight deeper into these sites when they're really into playing that retake. But PaperX is on every different off angle, swinging off each other, shooting amazing, and they're just winning all of these games in part because of that, in part because of the momentum of this train. And now another step away from making it to a final.
Yeah, which is incredible. And of course, look, I mean, the gains aren't just happening on the stage. They're happening in the gym as well for Forsaken, as you can see in those biceps there. But he's been hyping this team up. He has been keeping them in the game. And we always, Kukuka, attribute Forsaken for being just one of the most versatile players, so talented. But it's great to see him step into that leadership role here for PRX.
It doesn't matter what role he's playing. I agree, the leadership is very important. To me, it's also very important that he shows up the best once the score is tighter and tighter. That is when he starts giving you the clutches, the insane rounds, or for example, that defuse that allows them to not go into OT and win the last map.
He's been known as a flexible player throughout his career, but now he's narrowed the agent pool a little here at Toronto, playing almost exclusively the smokes, just showing us one map on his Sova, and I've loved the way he's been playing on those agents. I think he's improved a lot in terms of his utility. From hearing the team talk about him and their run as a whole, he's also improved a lot as a leader and as a teammate for PaperX.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Now in the post-match interview, Forsaken had an opportunity to speak about IGLing and what's important on that stage. Let's take a listen.
It seems like now you're one of the leaders of your team. Do you enjoy being a leader of this PaperX train?
Enjoy, of course, because I mean, of course, it's gonna be hard for me to IGL and like get frag maybe at the same time, but I'll always trust my teams, you know? So even though I don't need frag, I just have to be a good leader, you know?
Well, there you heard from the man himself, and whoa, there's a lot of trust there in the fans as well, because here's the results of the MasterCard fan poll. We asked you guys which team you think is going to be the first to qualify, and a resounding 76.4% believe PaperX are on their road to glory.
I think the PaperX has been leading most of our polls, if not all of them, but
Probably.
can you blame them? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I have to agree with the fans. Here are the predictions on screen.
Whoa.
Every single one of
No
us
one even
went
gets
for
the win
PRX
for
in this match. That is a shocker, but they are
That's
definitely a
shambolic,
favorite.
bro.
I
That's
will change my prediction then. I want to go with Wolves.
Oh man, that is nuts. Okay. Well, it's not necessarily a Platjack guarantee, but you know, we avoided the fire.
There was one of those too.
We avoided the fire. All right, everyone. We're now in to the final weekend of competition here, and we got 4 teams that are going to be taking that stage, and they have an opportunity to walk away with a trophy. It's anyone's game, because day 11 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
It's been a while since we've been top 4, the last one being champions, LA. PaperX were in the final and they end up losing to EG.
PaperX, obviously heartbreaking for them, heart-wrenching.
It's a similar situation happening here. PaperX are one step away from the final. We've got G2 here who have recently lost the final. I just think if we were able to get there, we know how to win the final. So I think G2 should step aside and let us handle things.
Fnatic. It's been a couple years since Tokyo. That's the last time I played them.
Chronicles round Jorgamo. Fnatic's dynasty starts today.
We're excited to see what the new roster's about.
Valen is an IGL I respect a lot. He's young, but he's able to come up with great strategy, and he's able to command his teammates and take the lead at times.
Sit on the stage right now and have maximum belief in each other and in yourself that we're gonna win today.
When I was coming up as a player, I would watch a lot of Boaster, but as I kind of grew into this role, going to all the international events, I kind of found my own sauce. But right now, I'm just trying to be Valen. I don't really want to be other IGL.
Valen can shoot, maybe, a little bit better than me, but I don't need him. I got my boys behind me. I don't want this to be an easy series. I want it to be a match to be remembered.
We're gonna make sure our game is gonna be the last one they play.
我觉得刚开始的话，可能我们赢下出现瑞士人，可能大家会觉得我们是黑马。但我觉得到现在目前为止，我们该证明的也证明了，所以我相信他应该对我们看起来是一支强队。
They've certainly made a believer of me now, Lauren.
对于我而言，我肯定相信我们自己的队伍，狼队一定是很厉害的队伍吧。但我觉得每个人想法不一样，我觉得你也可以继续保持你的想法，但我会证明给你看。
I think it's gonna be a banger match. Wolves, I hope we can yell at each other later on stage, and I hope we can make the match more entertaining.
首先，我觉得 PaperX 跟我们蛮相近的嘛，都挺激进的，也能稳，所以我觉得这场对局肯定很精彩，对，我也很激动。
No one can copy PaperX playstyle. I think we're gonna be scarier. You like to play crazy? I will show you how to be crazy.
狼队很渴望拿这个冠军。
It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told on a global stage versus the uncrowned kings of Valorant. It's time for the upper bracket final and to decide who is one step closer to a Masters trophy.
PaperX and Wolves have both gone on incredible runs, but it's a question of what a wolf is to a train. It feels like this is the opportunity for PRX. They came up from nothing really at the beginning of stage one, missing out on Bangkok to make their third global final and maybe finally have a chance to lift a trophy.
And Wolves from going to taking down fan favorites to becoming one of them. And let's take a look at the Omen map select now, because PaperX is going to be banned in Haven and Wolves banned Icebox. So information that is not displayed here. Wolves won the coin toss and decided to put PaperX in the situation of ban in Haven, since both of the teams do not want to ban it. So do you think that gives them a little bit of an advantage, Mimi?
I think it does. They get maps that they're going to be pretty happy with. I think especially ending on the decider of Split. Don't get me wrong, PaperX have been good there. They've been explosive, but I love what Wolves have been showing on the attack side of that map. I think their defensive protocols are also really strong. If we go all the way, that's a great chance for them.
And it's the map that both of the teams have picked the most. I think that it will be a very, very fair decider, but it all starts with Lotus and what these two teams can bring onto the table. We saw Wolves having a shaky start against Gen G. Is it going to be the same against the PaperX that will probably be super hungry for that final?
And you can hear the crowd. And the moment certainly does not escape that young man right there, who's looking to make history, not just for himself, but for VCT China to be another team to punch their ticket to a grand finals that is not EDG. So for Sufat Baby and the rest of the squad, this is a massive moment and a massive achievement for this squad. But across that stage, they know exactly what meets them. It's a freight train that's showing no sign of stopping. And Mimi, they could very well plow through their opponent if they're not careful.
I imagine most of the fans here cheering the names of the Wolves players, rooting on that team. A lot of them probably didn't even know who these guys were coming into the tournament. They are a squad of relatively unknown players that have stepped up in Toronto, have made themselves known against a Paper X who has always been the sweetheart of this community, have always been a fan favorite, the team that everyone wants to see make it to a final.
Very weird territory that we're in. Typically when Paper X is on that stage, no matter what, they are the fan favorite. And granted, a lot of people still going for them, Kukuka.
Yeah.
But there is that energy in the arena where people are thinking
Alex
themselves.
is smiling. It's one of those, that's because Lotus still has not started. But yeah, it's going to be definitely one of the most important matches for Paper X to the date. Yes, we've seen it in finals before, but after Pacific got their first winner, after it was not them, it's been a we are waiting for you to be back.
But Paper X has been here before. They've made international finals before. They're comfortable on these kinds of stages under this kind of pressure. This is the first chance to make a final for Wolves. Here's your agent select, and it doesn't look like we're getting any surprises. Paper X going back to this double duelist comp has been so successful for them.
Yeah, they struggle a lot against Team Liquid during the Swiss stage on their second half, on their attacking half. The retakes and the way that they've controlled the map from this defense has been very, very good for them. If they can replicate what they did in that matchup, it should be a win for them. But the score has been extremely tight for Paper X to find a convincing win here on Lotus.
Absolutely. This whole series, I'm looking at how Paper X deal with Spring. He's arguably the most important player in the server on their attacking sides, with how he's prioritizing getting into lurk positions, affecting the team's macro in these late rounds. I want to see Paper X being proactive at re-clearing space, flushing out these lurks, not letting Spring get away with the shenanigans he's been up to all tournament.
Yeah, and at the same time, you have to think of what Wolves have to care about. Something, if he gets on with that operator easily, they're going to have a very good chance of snowballing this defense.
That's the scary part, right? If he's able to get that op online, you need to shut him down. Otherwise, he will run roughshod all over you there.
He absolutely will. So much pressure for these Wolves players. The style that they play, that slow, structured Valorant, I think it befits staying calm in these situations, but GB, this is going to be a big one for them.
Oh yeah, Toronto! Are you ready for the upper bracket final? And let's go ahead and send it over to two of the greatest of all time on the mic. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. Yeah, Mike, I think we have to kind of touch on what the desk was talking about there. This stylistic head-to-head is something to be excited for.
And it is, yeah, it's almost, I mean, talking in the lead up to this, talking about similar play style, but actually Paper X almost have the recipe to break apart what Wolves have kind of made the cornerstone of their playbook, right? This slow creeping default, looking for a gap somewhere. Paper X are the team that time and time again are able to come up with ideas on the fly to really disrupt that sort of gameplay.
And again, for Paper X, I feel like everyone's looking like they're the underdogs in this. Oh,
which is crazy, right?
Hey, do you not remember them in Champs Finals? Yeah, they lost it. I mean, the perennial second place team, sure, but they are a grand finals quality team. They have to prove it once again today, up against probably the biggest Cinderella story run we've had in a long time.
I mean, poetic, right? Almost matching EG's run.
Very much so.
Could be the ones to gatekeep once more. Bit of presence shown outside C initially. Devi actually taking a ton of damage there. He's got to back away and respect this now. 22 HP. Not sure if it was confirmed on the side of Wolves, but certainly something to consider as the round progresses. He's actually relinquished all control here.
I mean, if it carries on in this fashion, Wolves have got a lovely beginning. And obviously for Paper X, it looks like they want to try and clear some of those question marks. Work behind this. It's taken a lot of utility, though. See, the Paranoia went through, the Haunt went through. A lot of their kit got invested to clear that.
Big retake tools off the table here. Wolves rightfully so. Must have known that they found a point of weakness here, but why you tucked into a lurk? Does it get dug out? Oh, taken. Lazy clearance on the first hit. Jing, next one up.
Yeah, look. One was fine, the second's ridiculous. And now they've got a comfortable post plant. Remember all that utility the Paper X put to clear out towards rubble. Now, not gonna have it. Gonna have to go back in, guns in hand. Nice from something, needs some more. A lot of bodies to clear just on the site. Wants to just cycle back up. See if that baby has got to. Oh, it's lovely from Wolves. A dreamy beginning. He's out of his chair. And a real statement of intent from Wolves here.
Convincing start to kick off Lotus. And these sort of set plays towards Rubble are exactly what I'm talking about. When PaperX try and find the timing. It's a massive investment. It looks a little clunky, sure, because they don't find anything, but has to dig out players like Spring, potentially Lysor, somebody trying to backfill that space. Actually, even this scenario, YU.
Yes.
They did try and dig him out, but instead a lazy clearance from Forsaken, and Jing just couldn't stand up to the task.
And I do want to kind of highlight something that was discussed earlier in the day, the fact that these at one point have been scrim partners too. Some real awareness between these two sides. So I'd love to see if we continue to see this, these gaps being found, these moments to potentially find ways to pressure each other. So looking at this purchase, plenty coming out for Wolves and a very light reinvestment here from PaperX, so just that Sheriff for Divide. Otherwise, all classics. And so far, you're going to be looking at Wolves going through the protocol list. Mike Wright, try and keep this clean. They can afford to lose Spring, but they probably wouldn't want to.
Sure. I mean, the riskiest rounds versus PaperX are these anti-ecos. Spring, not good for the first here. Forsaken redeeming himself from round one. Only a Sheriff recovered, though, so almost a calculated loss on the side of Wolves.
And again, it's huge information. You've seen maybe two, perhaps a couple more players over there. You're going to read that as a stack. And they've already got pretty much the green light and a very aggressive post-plant hold. They want to stake their claim in some area of this. Make it harder work for PaperX. Make them invest a little bit more. I don't mind that at all. As long as they play together, it can get risky. Oh, you got to lock in on that one. Easy now. As we're in a 2v2 and Juicy's down low. This is the danger of PaperX. You're never quite out of the woods. It's Forsaken going to get a nice little upgrade here too. Juicy's done really well to fight Jing, but Forsaken needs 4 to do this again. Look at the oh! Unreal, unreal already. This sort of explosive play in the second round.
Like I said, there's always a threat in these anti-ecos for PaperX. We play up against some smiles on the stage. A sigh of relief. Fat BB, ever the hero so far in Toronto.
Player standing.
Able to bail him out versus Forsaken.
Oh,
I mean,
you're a lucky boy there.
Very, very lucky. Come back into this now with a broken purchase. Actually, what? Opportunity here for Spring to do some work with the scope. Outside of that, YU and Lysor just down on pistols. And expect Wolves to maybe try and pick up a kill here on the back of some PaperX aggression.
And I quite like the conditioning early on as well, Mike. It's been this kind of constant lead through towards C, a little bit of a default straight through middle, but they haven't really tested this A side. So again, if you're PaperX, you're maybe starting to get a bit of a read into that as well, something you're going to start reacting to. Again, you look at the spread here so far, depending on just that Omen cycling those smokes. So a lot of pressure, but already re-clear comes in, doesn't quite catch YU towards middle, and Patman wants that information.
Alarm bot though from YU posted up pretty deep. I think on the back of dealing with that, they're reading PaperX rotating away, so there might just be a committed B hit here. So Patman will be called upon. Forced away by the utility, actually, Juicy up close and personal. He's looking, he found a tag through the smoke there.
Oh, but Forsaken gets involved. Nice damage on the first, but a quick trade. The pressure now starting him out. The spike left loose. The PaperX clearing out the B side. Sufat BB a little too late to the party here with 25 seconds. There's a firing squad around that corner. There's his Haunt in 10, but look at the timer. Very difficult situation. And there it is, comfortable in the end, but PaperX handled that well.
Sufat BB positioned as the late round piece here. Was played out of this because, I'm sure, was it Juicy? It was caught on the reload here.
Down B.
Really rough timing for him. Yeah, I mean, it's just nobody to, well, comfortably that can swing onto that angle to bail him out. Even there, I mean, Sufat BB, another consolation potentially to find. But just didn't find it. Juicy already on the showstopper here, so going to see him ride a stinger into round 4.
I'll find you.
Expect too much of a pace shift here, but I mean, on the talking about early round protocols here, PaperX dealing with the turret nice and early here. That's a set piece out. Juicy's been shut down.
Oh, what a lovely little play to bring out the back of contact. It's stunning, and it's rewarded them 2 kills. This is that evolution to PaperX we love now getting to watch, right? It's not just that mechanical talent, that aggression. They have these little set pieces they like to run every now and then, and it wasn't overly complex. And that was a mistake! What's that? Catching them asleep at the wheel there, Mike. That's going to haunt them. And an overstep, unnecessary. This feels like a fumble, Mike. Now, it looks like Pac-Man might be the saving grace to this, though.
Lysol's read it.
Lysol has read it. Oh, and he's down with him! This is a fumble for PaperX and a gutting one because it was a brilliant start.
2 players caught sleeping, and the spike is there as well. All they needed to do was reinforce that hold. But Wolves able to dissect that setup just outside C.
30 seconds left.
Actually find themselves a plant here. Why are you down at 15 HP? You get the lockdown off this as well, you're right.
Okay, a little bit of util as well for YU, but it's Devi wading back through towards the site. Problem is there's utility in the way. Gonna find it tricky. Position now given away, and you can see Lysol should be the checkmate. There's that layer of util from YU. Isolated and alone. And a devastating mistake there from PaperX. Credit to Wolves for re-engaging, but they cannot be dropping the ball like that.
Was it the timing on the smoke? I mean, this is exactly the sort of thing I talked about before this map started. PaperX being aggressive, picking apart this slow default and look for control, but here, I mean, both players, smoke drops, yeah. I mean, that's just...
But both, yeah.
That is outrageous to see somebody caught off guard like that. On top of the box.
And do you know what? Insult to injury as well. They're up out their seats.
Yeah.
They're giving it. 'Cause you know that's the ones that are going to tilt you. But back in, PaperX have a very strong mental. They're not going to break off that. Alex might, but they won't. So PaperX needs to kind of reignite a little bit of that focus here. You can't get lazy in this. You've got to stay lethal. Something. Tries to do a little bit of early work, but can be warded away. And we've seen these slower defaults coming out from Wolves, doing the diligent work, right? They've been doing what is necessary.
I mean, even here, damage trade-off have come out on top. Weakens something. See, the purge is not there for PaperX. And Prowler will force something even deeper here. Oh, how do I send through? Juicy's potentially going to be... Oh, actually, the TP comes across from Lysol, so I'll still have somebody to back him up initially. And actually, Lockdown invested here, fully respecting this anti-eco once again. They're aware of the threat of that previous round, yeah.
You've got to. I mean, PaperX, you said it right. Those are the sort of rounds that sometimes they look the scariest in almost. But for now, Wolves finding stability here in the post plant. They've still got to keep it in mind that there is danger. Plenty through Waterfall. 4-1 split on the retake now. Juicy turns attention. Smokes great from them. Laban on the spray.
Pac-Man's got 2.
Pac-Man has got 2. Maybe a chance. It feels like it's dwindling. These opportunities passing by for them, as it looks like 4-1 will be on the board. And I'm waiting to see a timeout soon enough here, as something's on 1. Got to get locked in, as this has passed them by here. Silver lining, the best they can hope for as Wolves off to the ideal start, Mike. Look, I know all of us have been enjoying this Wolves run. I think most of us thought this is where it probably ends. But you could argue someone said that about Gen G too, but
yeah.
At 4-1, I'm paying attention.
I mean, I remember coming into that Gen G series thinking, if they could pull this off.
That's the one.
Because they still effectively had a lifeline in terms of dropping.
Yes.
There's no elimination on the line. And even here now, it would be such a big sigh of relief to escape that once more.
Now use them.
4-1 to kick off Lotus here. PaperX, I mean, you don't ever really humble PaperX. They will continue pressuring like this. Odin investment here from Forsaken, though, may lead you to believe it's a slower round. TP's actually stuck here, Lysol. Bold in approach.
And that was pinged so quickly as well. It looked like so aware of this. And whatever the set plan was, feels like PaperX read that
Well, I think it's on the back of seeing 2 or 3 bodies swing out from B there that maybe they feel like the extremity is going to be the weaker side of the hold, but Forsaken shuts that down.
Certainly not, but a 3v5, I want to see discipline from PaperX here. I don't want to see fumbles. I don't want to see mistakes.
Great isolation.
It certainly was. Now, Forsaken is going to do some good chip damage as well. Look at CUFAT Baby down on only 26. Spring's position given away. Look where the spot. Oh! What is that? Ridiculous. And a 2v3 is not impossible. So they are just gunning it, right? They are running their little legs off straight towards C. They're going to leave one behind. YU.
Actually, the tap of the spikes. Drawn out the ultimate from Divide.
I mean...
Nightfall here from the plant as well.
Oh, the par thing. This is now getting really dangerous, but YU set up the motion. No, Divide very diligent and nice from PaperX. They pulled it together there. You're starting to see a little bit of that synergy shining.
And the composure as well. Don't overinvest in this early round aggression. Able to peel away really quickly, and credit to Forsaken. I think potentially something up towards Evan. There was a couple of people charging out, like you said, instantly pinged. Again, you can't really fault the approach here, but bold to stick a TP into the back lines.
And it got close, but I like seeing those fundamentals come together for PaperX though, right? Doubling up, even in that chaos of potential plant on towards that B side. No, they pop the ult, they still stay very close. And credit to Divide. I know it's only one kill, but him catching YU basically keeps them safe. Otherwise, it's this kill right here from Divide. I find that to be the most imperative of them all. Very heads-up work. Maybe feeling they'd have tried to have left a player behind in search of the player. Still not fussed though, apparently. Still chilling.
I mean, you got to be happy leading 4-2 here.
Yeah.
On the attacking side as well. Back to the drawing board though here. Well, that's close to a full purchase here. It's Lysol down on the Guardian. The Wolves, Forsaken actually tagged up there. I'm not sure if he's actually confirmed any damage on the side of Wolves. Activity once more as well, and active clearance out past Mound.
This could be nasty. Actually sees, and the pain shell is perfect! Jane gets out two.
It's a 2 for 2.
How the hell did they get 2 back?
Could say almost favouring PaperX in that regard, but something going to be played in here.
Oh, angles like that, this man hits those shots. Mechanically sharp as ever. He's trying to read what they wanted. Similar scenes to before though, CUFAT BB and YU. Trying to work the map here, 2v3. Okay, testing.
30 seconds left.
Okay, that's...
Enemy remaining.
I mean, they're playing such high risk,
Spike
Mike.
down,
It scares the life out of me sometimes. 20 seconds and a 1v2. Divide and Forsaken. Where are we off to now? 14 seconds. His options are so limited.
10 seconds left.
They're both here. Surely not. Yeah, he's got to go for it. No chance. Well handled by PaperX, closing in on the scoreline.
So you've got to look for that composure again, building up a little bit of a cushion in terms of the finances. That's where you look towards some of these more sloppy kills towards the end of the round. Again, Jing
30 seconds
finding
left.
2 here to open.
One
Beautiful
enemy
little trap piece outside B. Wolves actually going to be the ones to pump the brakes a little bit. I'm at round 8 again. Decent sample size, I guess, already in the first half here. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment towards the latter rounds. See, no purchase going to be available here for Wolves, so ideally looking towards round 9 here in terms of any game plan adjustment. And I guess actually in that regard, the first time PaperX have really been able to catch their breath.
It has been kind of in their face. Credit to PaperX for being able to learn on the fly. Again, this kind of like 6th and 7th round, obviously, have been the ones to give them the stability here. But I do want to see what the reaction is from Wolves. Again, it does feel like that almost no-go zone once you've got that Odin spam coming down. It's not as lethal as it could be. I mean, if you throw in a Viper with it, right? We've seen what that can do. But still, as it stands, it's kind of cut off those options towards A, it feels like, kind of pressuring back towards B, those C hits. But it's the re-aggresses from PaperX. Very little fear, even in those high-risk scenarios. We're a bit more used to it, I guess, at this point, and so will they be now. At 3 to 4, just Sheriffs. And a couple of classics.
I mean,
Plenty of ults.
bigger picture-wise, both of these teams have so many reps this year on Lotus. I think it's 14 for PaperX and 11 or 12 for Wolves.
Yeah.
So even here on the attacking half, I mean, if you come out with a lead, doesn't matter what it is, you've got to feel really good about yourself. So we'll have to ride this out on a handful of sheriffs. Something going to tuck himself in between these smokes.
Oh, it's nasty. And Devi drawing all eyes on him. It is only pistols, but it's... Ah! Devi's like, no, sorry, something. You don't even get to play. Easily done. Happy with that. Confidence builders there.
A little bit of a reset here in between ahead of this buy round, and actually, we'll have the pit. See, Fat BB has his ultimate. Juicy, just one away as well. Didn't even need the second piece of this setup.
One enemy remaining.
Building some confidence here. Bit of a Cobra round for Devi, who's actually leading the border 10-4, an early 3K, I believe, in one of the rounds.
Ooh, look at this stack. They're in the right place here, Mike. How far do PaperX go in this? Deep flash it up. Look at this outrageous approach. Oh, it's been absolutely red. Jing gets backhanded there, and they couldn't close down on any of the kills.
I mean, 2 pings on the reveal. Not sure how much that box just sponged, but no damage.
Face your fear!
Coming through, it's only really Fat BB who's taking a hit here down to 35 HP. Nightfall might actually be a bit of a red herring.
How much can Patman be expected to do here? That's a huge ult as well, right?
Has to basically hit the
and
panic
Forsaken,
button.
wait, Forsaken! Oh, they read it so smart. As soon as that Nightfall caught how many? 4 players? Instantly went for it. Now, not to beat, Wolves 2 heads up for that. And the dust hasn't even settled, really. But the rotations are here. Devi's back over. And he was solid before this nice high-low setup. Be very difficult to break. Horn not there, Paranoia ready, there it is, forces them off. Spring, they seem so prepared for these holds. They've seen Batman as well. Position now given, and look at YU.
He's got so much space to play
God,
into.
his lurk is so nasty. And at this point, they want to pivot, they want to go back towards B. It does put in towards something's hand. Spring. Oh! It's gorgeous from Spring. Lurks on lurks, but something still stands. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go? Back towards C. Safety on that C site. You don't fancy walking into something like this. So the plant's in, and he's left in a 1v4.
Make an honest go of this here. You can see on the X-ray, YU already wrapping him. He's got a turret here to play contact off as well. Might even just be able to pop something in the back of the head. No. We'll get the sound cue regardless. I think now relaying that information. Yeah, that comes through.
God, his positioning.
Yeah, this is just, again, probably sitting back and watching this, Alex not going to be happy about this spray into the smoke with the audience. It's begging somebody to walk on it.
Yep.
And Spring just comes alive.
And it feels like this was a whole book in one round, right? Chapter by chapter, at this beginning, the box apparently being on Wolves' side, and then you had the TP coming in, you had the Nightfall coming out. This all happened. All of this was in the same round. And again, that Paranoia being just tilted up, it felt like they were so aware. There's the walk on the
Patman's on a reload. So Forsaken fully committed towards that. They're both spamming into this. I mean, there's an opportunity to potentially bait into that. One person sprays, but something off rip here, round 10.
Poison's off.
The timeout seeming to work well, at least for these early couple of exchanges, right? Something's want of space, him wanting to play towards bound is fine, but you've started to see how Wolves are approaching this.
You never see PaperX really relent in that regard.
No.
It will continue, and that's where they catch teams off guard, where it's like, yeah, your aggression hasn't worked 4 rounds in a row. No, we're coming again, don't worry.
That 5th time, it'll work. And now we're seeing a bit of a tempo switch up from Wolves too. Very, very slow, holding here, waiting for that re-aggress, which is coming. And again, they're so prepared, Mike. They've got the PRX playbook and they understand it well. Still got to handle the players on the other side. Great shot from Batman, but it's traded. And the numbers simply so advantageous. A quick rotate off the back of, once again, YU space.
It's always the one to backfill these sort of plays.
Ooh, tricky. Still not easy on this though, is it?
No.
It's... Whoa! A shot! Oh, come on! How is that fair? But look at, once again, if you don't see him on the site, you know where to be looking. Slow and steady, he herds them closer. They need a plant though, 17 seconds, and YU on his walkabout. Divide, dead! And now the plant on the line though, Forsaken could speed up here. Punish the plant, but no, can't quite catch him! Spring again, Wolves! Beautiful mid-rounding here, Mike. This is stunning.
Blow for blow, this exchange is beautiful to just watch from the minimap. YU threading the needle once more. Oh. That's how he gets found. But again, it's a similar thing. Paper X, they lose one, they stack up 3 to actively re-clear that space. And ultimately, again, it feels like it's their demise in this round because of YU. Now sitting at 11 and 5, leading the board for Wolves. Almost the executioner getting plenty of shots to the back of the head.
Oh yeah. And it was impressive. Again, this kind of, it feels like it came out of that timeout as well. They've clearly got a game plan in mind of how they wanted to approach this. And it's
yeah, I mean, because they're reading it perfectly. Again, this scenario, First Blood comes through. They know Paper X are going to re-clear. So there's going to be 1, potentially 2 other lanes on the map that are totally open for YU to walk into.
It's very impressive to watch because Paper X are a really hard to handle team. You only have to look at the names they've taken down to get to this point, right? It makes perfect sense. Liquid, Sen, G2. I mean, they're a dangerous team. You know, if you want to talk about, all these kind of, intelligent teams, they play that, good quote-unquote Valorant. They've fallen for this, but Wolves have come in very prepared. Maybe just, very, very ready for what Paper X like, understand the tendencies.
Prepared, yes, but actually refining some of the things that we've seen them adapt here in Toronto, which is actually what's so refreshing to see, again, on a dream run like this, an underdog dark horse, but actually improving game by game. Upsets along the way, sure, but actually showing they've got their heads screwed on.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Now for Paper X, so once again, you kind of go into the archives, right? As much as everyone likes to look at these guys as underdogs, they've had to rebuild. That is true. Bringing in Patman was fantastic. It worked. We've all seen the difference in their playstyle as of late. They're starting to look much, much better overall. But these guys have sat in finals. These guys have been in Champions finals. They know what this sort of pressure's like. They are never going to be the underdogs in my mind. They're too talented for it. So as it stands, they need to adapt here.
Just look what's happened here as well. Paper X have already drawn a player across. I mean, Divine now reconsidering, but Spring looking to pressure up towards Tree. Divine again, counter 3, almost caught one here. YU now, again, shows presence on the other side. So ice towards the minimap, look what happens. Immediately Paper X looking to isolate the weaker side of this default, but they pick up the pace towards A.
I like the intention, actually, I really do. But the problem is the stall out's fantastic from Paper X. Denying that space being taken freely. They're here quickly, pop up the ult from something. Information galore in 25 seconds. We are now at pressure stations. Forsaken down on 30, has to respect the paint shell. A spray through the smoke here doesn't land, but something's does. They're dwindling in numbers. Sufet, BD, and Spring, the last 2 standing, and they are cornered here. This adjustment from Paper X, Divine! Stunning from them, they worked it so well.
Now that is a beautiful recovery, considering what happened elsewhere. It was paranoia, showstopper, so much thrown towards YU. And in that situation, Wolves just kind of need to go, 1 for 2 in terms of approaching A site. They do that, Paper X still come back.
One enemy.
This is really nice for Paper X. Again, even seeing a disciplined start to an extent, right? That dose of discipline at the beginning, the second contact's made.
A sprinkle of discipline.
That's as much as we're going to get. That's as much as we're going to get. But honestly, I like that though. And again, those quick rotations, starting to read what Wolves are doing, identifying YU where he was. And yeah, the trap was there, but even those rotations coming in so quick. Back into the mix of things, a buy for both sides, still lacking for some areas on Paper X's side. You're going to see that Guardian still in the hands of Divide. And a stack up from Wolves. And on the other side, Forsaken, not too far, a clear towards Mound, and a wanted punish. You can see they're starting to read this, maybe Mound pressure, trying to maybe toy with those expectations off of that Fade utility.
They kind of know Forsaken's the key stakeholder in terms of those set pieces outside C. Try to shut him down here. Again, beautiful read or assessment, I guess, of the previous situation.
And some people may look at these two teams and see them as just those mechanical monsters, but this is a really cerebral game so far.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Seeing these rotations on rotations, these adjustments Spring almost. And now a moment of quiet here.
That could slow
Juicy.
things down potentially.
Yeah, they're not able to kind of pre-take, I guess. And the plant's going to come in. Now this should encourage movement here. Just going to kind of eat the Prowler, still close range, still able to use the shorty just fine. Weapon's not right and the knife's not ready. So a 3v3 in the post. Look at the position from YU. That is, excuse me, coming in from CFAT BB. He's still on the way, but they've still got to slow things down. YU does well. Lysor still has to hold ground here, and now the silence becomes deafening. The position becomes questioned. They don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a guess. CFAT BB does well on one. Draws to fire off the defuse. Just needs to keep his cool here.
Bring them down.
This would be everything for him, trying to play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock, and play him like a fit. Oh, CFAT BB! Beautiful for the Red Bull clutch!
This guy, time and time again, looks so composed in the clutch. It closes out a 7-5 half here, Lauren. Fantastic stuff from Wolves.
This has been an exceptional game so far. Just brilliant from both sides. And again, on surface, you may have thought, it's not going to be this, really cerebral matchup. But this has been a wondrous affair.
Enemy.
Really has. That's any sort of taster here towards the second half. Don't go anywhere, we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, we will, because we do have a bit of a treat as well coming up. We do have the one and only Mixwell standing by for us. So that'll be where we're going to in just a second. So I can't wait to hear from him. He's been in these scenarios. Let's see how that feels from the other side.
Well, one of the perks of being here live during finals weekend is being able to run into legends such as Mixwell, who's co-streaming here from the venue now. Welcome back to Canada. You've been here before. What do you think about the crowd so far?
I think the crowd is one of the loudest I've ever seen, to be honest. I traveled to a lot of tournaments in VCT, so they are doing a great job.
Yeah, it's very exciting to be among them now. You have a little bet when it comes to Wolves. Can you explain it to everybody what happens if Wolves win this event?
I wasn't familiar with their game. At the start of the tournament, I said that if Wolves wins the event, I'm gonna go bold. So now I'm afraid I need PRX to win today, please.
Toronto, what are the chances do you think of him going bold? Come on, are Wolves gonna win this event? Oh, it's not looking good for you, Mixwell. It's not looking good. Now, some of the players on stage, we've really seen their personalities. Sufat, BB, Forsaken, they're on their feet. They're hyping up the crowd. As a former player who also enjoys that atmosphere, how important is it to have that hype man on your team?
I think it's really important, especially when they are down. Some games, Wolves were down and Sufat brought Juicy back, for example. And I think it's crucial. I think that you have to play with the crowd, you have to enjoy the moment, you have to be in the moment. And Wolves, especially, they are enjoying it a lot. And a lot of people want to cheer for them as well because of that energy. And now I like them. Even though I might go bold, I like them.
All right, we shall see. I hope you do go bold at the end of this event. Thank you very much, Mixwell, for joining me. And let's see if PaperX can maybe save him in the second half.
The one thing I will absolutely agree with is this crowd has been amazing. For both teams as well.
But the second thing I will say is actually referencing back something we were talking about in the cast the other day. We do see the econ report here from Coinbase. Again, very evenly contested first half here. YU the ones to really pull ahead here for Wolves, but also Divide on the other side of things.
Yep.
But just to come back to that same point, again, the resilience. Juicy the other day, an absolute stinker of a first half.
Yeah, really struggled.
But again, the vibes never changed on stage. You could see maybe hints of frustration coming through, but that's where players like Sufat BB really pay dividends in terms of a team's mental.
I mean, we talk about the sixth man, right? Being that crowd behind you to get you back going.
You almost need a conductor actually from the stage to be able to actually channel that back into getting a team back online, and Wolves certainly have tapped into that here in Toronto.
All right, PaperX now on the attack, 5-7. Whoa! Divide, headliner, a big player in big games too. Don't forget what this man can do. 3 pivotal kills, and a stark reminder of who PaperX can be.
We dictate the pace now. You can't sit back in the default. We'll bring the fight to you. Now, YU in Spring, well, just YU left now in a 1v5. An ace needed. The Jin gonna shut down any hope of recovery. Kicking off the second half with a flawless round victory.
And you're right, I think what you said, controlling that tempo, making their fights their own. Hard to handle on all occasions.
PaperX are going to dial into that. And actually, really, I guess we've asked this before of Wolves to kind of stabilize a little bit in the second half and really get to grips with what their opponent's going to try and achieve here. As again, no secrets on the way in from PaperX. Stack misplaced here, so your second successful approach towards A. Hopefully.
Yep. and I getting looked towards Devi here, 2 away from his ult so early on. I mean, that could be there for the bonus, right? Huge.
What is that? Yeah, his third 3K or something.
One off
map
now.
So far.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Massive the attack inside. That could be lovely for them to have in the back pocket. Something that Wolves will have to deal with.
Coming to your first buy round, to have that ultimate available is brutal. Wow.
Guys.
A response found.
Easy, Tiger. We shouldn't get more dangerous than this. Stop it. Stop it. Jing and Forsaken keep this in control. Stop it! What has gone on? Forsaken left in a 1v2. Come on, Forsaken. Surely you keep this safe. Backpedaling away, trying to play the time now. This should never have been this close. See the baby forced to move. But that got way closer.
Come down to a Red Bull clutch here. Just one rifle retained. Now you're almost relying on Devi's ult to be the turning point here. But PaperX are able to get the purchase together. Jing down on Judge, but I saw finding so much value here. Jing. Yeah.
Okay.
Blood pressure check required for Alex.
We'll get the heart rate monitors out next time. Now, again, keep in mind they do have Devi's ult here. So this is something you've got to see them build around, be aware of. Quick little pain shot to try and maybe delay.
I mean, Wolves are just perfectly for this. There's actually nobody here. Yes. Entry found, but it's a full 5v5 in the post.
Sketchy timing on this. And it looks like something wants to try and hold this back. They're willing to try and brawl on the site. They're not sitting deep at all here. Something wants to draw blood. PRX still standing by. Oh, it's messy. And now there's an opportunity. PRX, though, banking on Jing. And you know he'll give you a couple here. Beautiful from him. Now down in the 1v2. Incredibly difficult for CFAT BB again. Not going to happen. Jing's got that one all day long.
The tempo shift here on the half certainly suiting PaperX. Now one to the good, 8-7 the scoreline. Get this Judge up close and personal.
Okay, who's got
Jing 4 on the round for him. Good progress towards the showstopper as well. Gonna potentially, well, should. All right, let's have that for the next buy round here. Wolves jump. Down on a bit of a Shiko. No ultimates to their name. I mean, Fat BB the closest, and well, actually, Lysort one away from the TP, but not necessarily too impactful.
Okay. Okay. And that's a recoverable weapon. No one else is here, so the game should be given away to an extent. Obviously now, the hit being noted by YU, trying to buy time, but it's hard to hold this back, right? It's a flood of players, full kit.
Nobody was watching, don't worry. We didn't see it.
Yeah,
we didn't see it.
All good, all good. PaperX, though, got to steady the ship here. Can still get a little bit scary. And now Juicy does have that Vandal, right? Can they play him in? The post plant is purely on the site itself, Mike. There isn't anyone sitting deep.
Well, I mean, he's got 4 sheriffs, basically, to rally behind here and try and make this rifle work. Found the first. Patman's fallen.
Okay, Devi now. Gonna have to do work here. See if BB does well. Devi, I told you before, this man is a big player in big games, and he just had a hell of a lot of impact.
blink and you miss it. One of the quickest aces I think we've probably ever seen.
Look at this. And they needed him. They needed this. It was all going wrong. Whoa.
That is just
magic.
Beautiful to watch back. He's going through it.
But they're getting close, Wolves, right? They're getting close on these rounds, getting a little bit scary. But the scoreline looking good for PaperX. 9-7, a bye back in hand for Wolves, though. They have to stop the rot fast.
This could be the round to find that response. But I can see you, Fat BB's ultimate. This time around, obviously retrieve the orb outside C. There is a bit of a gap here with Forsaken, the solo anchor towards A. Obviously, possibility here. Patman and second player actually to come across fairly quickly, but
well, here comes the test. Patman, I don't know if that's going to reach. It does, so Lysol will be noted. Draws the paranoia. Okay, counter on counter. They can't hear a thing here. Divide, though, unaffected, unfazed. 35 seconds getting close now. The paranoia burnt early, and Lysol needs to be ready. This is a lot of pressure coming his way. You're going to hear the ults coming out to secure the plant, but Lysol still does the damage. Can't do the dance, though, with Forsaken. And that's a beautiful catch from CFAT BB, punishing Jing on the push-up. And now the plant gets hindered. Problems now mounting. Spring at the door, and now it's just on Defy. Position noted earlier, they should be aware. But this man's dangerous, but not today. Spring's got his number, and Wolves back within touching distance.
we said we needed them to find a response here. They finally stopped that string of rounds. Getting costly here on both sides. And showstopper shut down here from Jing, desperate to try and convert.
It's broken the money from PaperX too.
Yeah, it has.
See
Yeah,
how
I mean,
close these rounds have been.
It's not necessarily been a walk in the park for that string of rounds, but Jing looking to put this rifle to work. Start of round 18.
He's had a feel-good round not too long ago.
Oh, look at that anti-TP sets up!
Oh, it's so sick! You think Wolves are just another team? They're certainly not very ready for what PaperX wanted to bring. Forsaken picking up what feels like the cursed rifle at this point. Just dropping hand to hand. Divided well last time in a scenario not too dissimilar to this, but not be able to get it this time. Yeah, handled. Wolves fully ready.
Something just walking into a blender. Was it both nanos actually into that corner? The alarm bot was there as well.
Yeah.
Obviously the vulnerable taking effect.
Second time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the second is here.
No escape really. God.
And actually, yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, Jing's forced into the line of sight as well. So
One enemy.
great little setup here from Wolves. Will actually get them a second round. Force a timeout as well from PaperX. So we'll be required to stand on their own 2 feet now for the remainder. 9-9 the scoreline.
I just keep thinking, oh, okay, PaperX back to that 4 in the row. You start to have Jing popping off. You've had Divide do it, you know, acing out. It looked good. But then these last two, Wolves never feel like they look like they're under pressure. It's always possible with them. That nice little setup, the last 2 rounds, very considered.
Find themselves in a really good position actually here in terms of defensive ultimates. They got 1 away from the lockdown. Springs 1 off the pit.
Oh, true, yeah.
2 more for Juicy to find the showstopper. I mean, yes, options on the side of PaperX, but in terms of this defensive ult cycle, got to feel really, really good about themselves. Again, even with that string of rounds now, look at what's in the bank for PaperX. What's behind this purchase? I even hear a broken purchase if you look at some of the shields.
This feels tense though, because this was the one from the timeout, right? This is the one with the plan in mind for PaperX. Last check-in with the coaching staff unless we get OT.
Wolves getting a little active here as well,
Hey,
actually.
off the back of a timeout, why not? A traditional reaction. Is PaperX aware? Something. There's 3 players in that smoke. He may think there's 1, but will he expect all 3? Quick enough to find 1. Great paranoia from Forsaken as well. Do they try and go on the hunt from this? Oh, the TP's lovely. Big investment on that, but I like the idea behind it, taking a lot of space. But look at towards the site. It's, yeah, Juicy still standing here, pops the ult, plays it well. Oh, catching Jing midair! You can't get away from him. Brought back to life before from CUBB, and now he's standing on his own 2 feet. Devi left. All on his own. Surrounded, and he doesn't even know it. You thought that TP might have cut right through him, it didn't. The Wolves still standing together, fighting together. Devi does what he can, putting up the stand, the Wolves taking the lead.
Executed to perfection here. You get a crucial trade from Juicy, but then to find the second the showstopper comes through, that splash damage. I can't believe that even catches on Jing. Outrageous scenes here.
Are you starting to believe now? The way this half started, I thought it was going to go kind of par for course, right? What you'd expect. But the Wolves, once again, proving they are lethal about their business. So we go again. Money, not looking good for PaperX. It's Stingers, it's a Sheriff, it's a Bulldog. Brought together from the bargain bin, basically, here. Can they make something with it? Ooh, a little bit of chip on the way. Position now noted. Super BB on the site here. Still got C's and his Prowlers, but they are fast to this Lights on court sleeping. Not expecting the pace. Juicy, a wild play through the smoke. Gonna find 2, but Spring's now here. It gets a bit messy, but it's working out, at least for now, in Wolves' side.
Not great here for Pac-Man, though.
Oh, do you really go for that? No.
He certainly doesn't feel safe to just stick the plant out, so they're waiting for something. Does have the ultimate here, but again, that 2v3 doesn't feel good.
And that chip on Pac-Man 2, they're starting to feel it. Something's going to have to go nuclear. Try and save the day, but none of these fights, these engagements are fair for him. YU does well, leaving Pac-Man with 21 HP, and not a prayer to be had. Wolves again now, round by round, taking this away from PaperX.
They hit 11 here. This is getting into some really awkward territory now. You can see this is effectively a force up here. Ultimates are plenty. Talking about some of those defensive ultimates here for Wolves. See how it lies here for PaperX. This is going to take up the lion's share. Obviously, the round loss bonus is going to be a consideration, but could potentially face Wolves here on map point on a broken buy.
On PaperX's map choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
It all starts to compound here, but they're not there yet. 4 in a row, unanswered. Ult starting to build, money looking solid. We're gonna need a PaperX round.
Who's next?
Gonna need someone to step up, and it looks like something wants to try and trailblaze his way forward. Good info. 2 spotted, and the rest now filling behind that.
So whether or not they were trying to set up for potentially a paranoia there.
Oh, the paranoia was fine on 1, but it doesn't quite Juicy. Still standing, still breathing. Forsaken gonna find the trade out towards Lights on. Nice from PaperX. Unwilling to relent on the site now. Spring and what? Oh my God, what a shot. Couldn't get the second. Forsaken wants this. YU, a 1v3. This would be something special. But a lifeline for PaperX. Jump spot towards street, that's from Divide. Time's been bought, couldn't get the punish fast enough. And now they know the position. The cross should be the death of YU. I say should. Yeah, they're not giving him an inch here. Very well handled by PaperX in the end. They had to keep their cool there.
Almost a lifeline here in terms of the bigger picture. Brings it within 1. Not allowing Wolves to really sit back on their laurels and rely on these ultimates. Getting so sloppy on that first kill. The paranoia almost setting things in motion, but Forsaken just...
Heroics there.
Yeah, just absolutely bulldozing his way onto site.
Those were your last words.
Wolves at late timeout in the half in the map, round 22. Comfortable financially, so he's still got those ultimates actually building back towards Juicy and Fat BBs. Almost a stacked deck here in terms of this cycle.
Yeah, it starts looking a bit scary, and that Jing's 2 away from his. Forsaken 1 off and 2 away from Patman's, but as I said, this feels like we're getting really...
Well, again, you think about it as well, if you don't invest these ultimates early on, you never really get a clean 5v5 retake versus PaperX, because they'll find a plant, but they'll also, more often than not, push towards spawn, try and find a kill, weaken that setup. So if Wolves do have any kind of set pieces around these ultimates, you're really looking towards Spring and YU to mitigate that risk and sit deep enough where you're not really going to be able to rely on it too much. But said PaperX, they're a team that reads into that sort of thing so well.
Well, I'm probably going to see a paint shell. I imagine maybe a C's perhaps, who knows, but you're seeing the way that PaperX want to pass.
Well, first time actually the stars align for a fight towards Rubble here.
God, this could be right off the rip. Here we go. Already paint shell comes in, C's not going to find it, but the reveal is fantastic. Juicy going to go down, Forsaken doubling in. This is lovely from them. See if their baby does answer back in kind, but PaperX aren't stopping. They want the site. And yeah, beautifully done by something. Yeah, that's stunning. Almost singular in approach, just banking on themselves.
I mean, what plant coming through with 120 left on the clock, it's a haymaker thrown from PaperX and it lands once more. Similar to those early rounds we did see in the second half.
This shouldn't be possible, a 1v3. It shouldn't be possible, and it isn't. Something in the end to add the full stop to that sentence. But it is 11-11, Mike. PaperX have found what they needed. But it's getting close here. The money's still in place for Wolves. And you're looking at those ults, they become such a heavy factor, but this reveal was everything.
Lysor, unfortunately, still in the committed position. Fat BB, unfortunately, I guess, just caught off guard by the flash. Tried to turn it, but even so, you connect that first shot, you've got 2-3 more members of PaperX staring you down. So PaperX maybe feel as if they found the recipe here. Slower approach this time around. No resistance shown early on, at least, from Wolves. Exploration elsewhere. This is both YU and Spring, though. Spring's going to continue pushing forwards. Might even catch Divine Spawn.
Yeah, trying to almost sell this fake, but Divine completely unawares. They hadn't seen this sort of look before, but if anything, it encourages his approach towards A now.
Jing does have the showstopper as well, though.
Yeah, this is going to get tense. Both players stuck on the back of the side now. Ready for the swing, but not ready for the shot. Lights or handles Forsaken, waiting for the pop of the ult, and Jing's landed it. 3v3 now. Tension rising. Something holding the push through the door on the other side now. Rewarded. Nice from him. Man advantage and plant next on the cards.
See the lockdown invested here. It's a 2v3. The response comes through from Patman, but PaperX going to get to fight this. YU's found one.
Yeah, beautiful from him. They've got to react to it now. Something, it wasn't clean enough. And Jing, what do you do?
He's caught.
What do you do?
They can just stick it.
Yeah. I can't believe it. YU just has to hold guard. And for Jing, he just has to stand back and watch as the 12th gets taken away in the final hour of regulation. Wolves take the lead.
See here, the purchase going to be rough for Wolves, but they find that response, finally finding the opportunity to invest the lockdown. I mean, it's another situation where you just see Forsaken again, just digging so deep. Jing hitting the drive-by as well. That killed Rob with the follow-up here onto something. This is one ultimately that can bail Jing out in that situation. They're coming into this though. Wolves still have a pit, still have a showstopper. big tools to work with here in round 24. The moment of silence will drop. Paper X poised now.
Cover going out.
Once again, it's like actually a big info there. Catch him drifting away here, not necessarily looking committed. It being Jing, obviously, the tip of the spear on some of these set pieces, but Paper X are actually going to contact up.
It all feels like the calm before the storm.
Wolves almost scratching their heads here. They invest the pit over, expecting maybe that with that information, Paper X are rotating towards C.
There's the info, but are you ready for the hit? How do you play it for Lysor? Oh my god, he's going for the heroics. Oh! He went for the heroics and it worked out for one. Not going to get a second. Paper X now finds stability on the site. Into the post plant. Something playing a little further ahead. He wants a one and done and back away. No one's given him that yet though. And the time ticking for Paper X here. This is good for them. Still ults in play though. Juicy has his. You've heard that invested. Flies on the site, but something does well. Gets one back. The showstopper does one. Wait, something got lost. And a trade for Spring. It's into a 2v2. It ain't over yet. You're looking at the post plant for Devi and Jing here. Can they hold on to this? Pain Shell posted by some seconds. They needed to stay alive. Devi digging deep. And they're not dead yet. They're not done yet. You should have killed them when you had a chance. Paper X bringing it back to 12 apiece.
Of course we see overtime here on the first map of this series. An insane exchange here throughout the second half. And Paper X just showing a brazen approach.
No fear.
Almost their trademark game plan here. But Wolves, I gotta say it, seemingly up to the challenge. Everything gets reset now for round 25. Those ultimates will be reset as well. I mean, Wolves in a perfect position to close out now, but back onto the attacking side.
The timing's going to be critical on this. They've read it. They've read it really well here.
Same piece we've seen previously.
And it worked out well for a 2-for-2 trade in the end, but this time, Jing, something in unison. They're not going to let him even have a chance into this. Denied from the very word go. And Wolves want back in. They're taking the fight. And he can't do that. Paper X locked in on this. A 4v2. They should find stability, Mike. But Wolves look unwilling to back away. They don't want to go elsewhere.
They're expecting Paper X to rotate away from this and give up the space, but Paper X reading this perfectly. Still got both extremities controlled as well, so.
It's so difficult. They need a freebie. They need something, and it ain't happening. Paper X looking sharp here. Right read, right place, right shots.
Draw first blood this set piece once more. At the back of the C's nade. This time around, no casualties, no trade found.
Enemy spike down.
Able to stick the landing. Wolves had to call a timeout here. Ahead of the second round in overtime.
So impressed by Paper X's mental here though, because they've been put through the ringer on this. Again, it's pressure on them more than anything, right? If you're Wolves, you've already done more than expected.
Getting fine form today. But yeah, again, usually with Wolves, you'd be talking about, you know, this unknown quantity and, you know, hard to read and stuff like that. The fact that we're talking about actually there is some familiarity between these two teams, it makes it a little bit more interesting because we've seen kind of counters to both approaches.
Yeah.
Paper X showing they're able to dismantle those defaults, and Wolves also looking as if they're very adept at dealing with early round aggression. And I'm with you on that one.
Again, you look at Paper X, they are a legacy team here, right? And they have that one destination in mind, that final stop. The Wolves standing in their way of that grand final. And it's down to the wire between these two. So we go again. Similar scenes, it looks like, right? It almost looks like rinse and repeat, but Jing this time is fast. Oh, and he does get it!
Sure.
Lysor has gone down. It looked a little laboured, but YU swings in. Oh, he gets a second! Hold on, Paper X, held back here now.
Spike just behind the wall as well. Not necessarily a comfortable push out here.
That's
for
both
Wolves
players.
to control. Yeah, Divine and Forsaken.
I have the spike.
Will be given an opportunity to reset a little bit here, but find themselves in a 2v3.
Oh, I thought they were leaving Devi there. God.
Shadows traveling.
So no paranoia. Going to be a little gap on a follow-up smoke here. Plant comes through. Juicy still got satchels. Spring still with a snake bite, so a couple of tools here at Wolves' disposal.
Oh, it's so tense now. You're going to need someone to over-deliver, and they do! Paper X take it deep, and Spring can't stand! Paper X, it took so long to get there, but that legacy team holding strong on map 1.
Hey, this standing pistol round, huh?
Why you never stand up?
Nice!
Nice!
Dude, he's legit NPC full, they should take it.
And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready for map 2. Make sure you get your snacks, drinks, and bio breaks in. Or, if you're like me, send in your Yoru clones instead to do the job. Let's get ready. Where are you going, Yoru? What do you see? We're going straight to the left. Oh, okay. Good form here, good form. Don't shoot the clone. Are you running into a wall? He's got the pistol out too on top of that.
my mind? Oh, did I just lose my keys? Oh, did I lose my mind? Lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind.
What an exciting way to start Masters Toronto here today. I'm now joined by PaperX's coach Alex. Now, everybody credits Wolves as a team that has a lot of structure. How did you and your boys manage to find those gaps on Lotus?
I think it was a very close affair. I honestly didn't think they gave many gaps. We knew what they were doing, but I think we could have done it better. We did a lot of research. I mean, they have a lot of research on Lotus, so it helped a lot.
Nice counter-strike there, coach. Good luck on map 2.
Oh boy, choo-choo, because the train ain't stopping. As PaperX managed to pick up the win, 14-12 going into the OT there, and one has to wonder, does Wolves have what it takes to be able to force that map 3? Now, for that though, let's actually take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. We got to give this one to YU because there were some great plays in this one, but Mimi, this one in particular shined through.
Yeah, and this is more about the round as a whole, because I think this starts so well for PaperX. Something they did great on their defense was these active trap plays. In this one, they get 2 picks, but then in classic PaperX fashion, I think end up overstaying their welcome just a little bit. They lose 2 players there, and then Wolves, after getting this nice double from YU, flicking up to the player on the off angle, Wolves goes on to win this round. And it was rounds like this, the ones that started strong for PaperX, that Wolves bounced back, that made it look like Wolves was gonna take this game away in that first half pair.
I love the balance also of having Spring being more the one that is going to push from the defense and YU being the one that was in the lurks in this first half of Lotus. But in the end, somehow, even with them losing these advantages and whatnot, PaperX manages to get back on the board and secure the map.
It's funny because they got theirs back. They gave away some advantages in the first half, but they were the ones winning a lot of clutches. They were the ones bringing it back in the second to push us all the way to OT. That's what you know this PaperX team for.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there are so many good things to talk about with this PaperX team. One individual in particular, got to give it to the man himself, Divide. We saw some wild plays. This one in particular was nuts, because my guy just walked out there, not a care in the world, Cuckoo, and was like, you know what, hold this L with the Sheriff. Pop, got 2 out of the break.
So many 3Ks, so many very high impact kills that he had. He even got an ace, even though Alex's reaction was not showing that he got an ace, but it was this is one of the disadvantages that they won, and one of the reasons that PaperX was able to secure this map in so many occasions was thanks to Divide's performance.
After PaperX's failures earlier in this year, missing out on Bangkok, having the rough start to stage 1, a lot of fans were calling for Divide's head when they were asking for roster changes. They were saying that he should get dropped, they should find someone new, but I think he's really proved himself in this tournament now, stepping up in some of these later games, showing us the Divide that we've known has been so strong since all the way back at tournaments like Masters Copenhagen, where this team has made finals before.
Yeah, well, of course, a lot of pressure, though, on the other side of the stage for the Wolves as they're facing a potential trip to the lower bracket if they lose this next map. Let's actually go ahead and check in with Coach Fade to hear what he has to think as we get ready for that one.
I'm now joined by Coach Fade from Wolves. Now, this is the first map you've lost this tournament since that Sentinel series. What was the focal point in your team talk before map 2? And is there any concern around stamina if this series goes the distance?
I think we kind of show like nerfs once again towards the end of first map. And I think stamina shouldn't be an issue because we had a 3 days break previously. So I think we will be fine.
I hope so. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and there you see the results that you heard as well. Like, they feel good about their stamina for the Wolves, but a 14-12, that has to sting for them as they get ready for map 2, Mimi.
For sure, especially, like you were mentioning, this is a team that has not lost a map since the series they dropped to open Toronto against Sentinels. They have been on a non-stop roll up to this point, but now having to go all the way to 3 if they want to make it into the final here.
Oh, but there's such good maps for the side of Wolves. And now we're about to jump into Ascent, and we're going to see something for everybody that enjoys the map that we don't usually see. Is one team on one hand, we expect them to be playing with the Viper, right? Double controller, and on the other side, a double Sentinel with the Deadlock. That is, of course, if we do not see any changes in the agent select. And I think that we were highlighting how well Wolves was doing from their attack with those executes, how good the utility from Lysor is in that agent.
I really like their deadlock, in particular on the attacking side. It's another map where they play super slow, just like you were watching on Lotus. But what they do well here is putting down their Sentinel utility on space they take, then resetting as a team and clearing elsewhere. So they're kind of putting down these little checkpoints to save parts of the map they have, and then being able to call back into that really late. I think a lot of teams miss out on those little details with juggling the Sentinel utility. They're great there. It's the same on defense. To me, this feels like a really strong map for Wolves to bounce back.
Yeah. I like the way they chop up the map, right? And really give themselves, like you said, a lot of these openings. The thing is, though, is that we have seen now a couple times PaperX kind of feed the beast one too many times here. And I think with Deadlock and the way that this team can play this one, Mimi, this could be quite problematic for them if they're not careful and checking their P's and Q's.
For sure, yeah. They have to be on point with taking calculated risks, but it definitely paid off in the first game here. Let's take a look at the comps, and PaperX locking in that Jet for something now.
Oh, they're going back to something, you know, more standard in this case. They've moved away from the Gecko and the Raze. I had a feeling that was going to happen, but I love, Mimi, the fact that they're sticking with this double controller and the Viper.
I really like the Viper comps on this map. I think they've always been strong on defense, especially Devi has looked great, but this is much more sensible in terms of the rest of the utility. You're going to put a lot into something. I'm looking at what he can do with the AWP, starting on this defensive side, and what protocols Wolves have to deal with that.
Another player that we have to look at is Patman. Very quiet performance in the first map, something that is very, very different from what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament from him.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of responsibility here, because I think like you're going to want that KO maybe to try and like clash a bit with the Deadlock there to prevent that utility from being a bit of a problem, try and sniff those things out. He's going to have a tall task ahead of him without a doubt here. Curious to see how this one plays out, because really it feels like both teams are doing their homework coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I think that we also need to look at Forsaken. I think that one of the things that PaperX have to take great care of, number one is YU, because he's going to be most likely the one that is playing outside of the pack, and that could bring some, break some of the timings of Wolves that like to wait so much, and that is why I'm looking at these players to focus on.
Oh boy, all right, well, it's time now to get ready for map number 2. Toronto, you want to see a map 3? I said you want to see a map 3, Toronto! Let's send it back over to your casters who very much want a map 3. Here's Pansy and Hypoc.
And you really can't blame us after map 1. 14-12, it tipped the way of PaperX in OT. But what a wild ride it was to get there. Now on Ascent though, Mike, has this changed any of your expectations?
I mean, you look at this, really, the upset would have come from Lotus for me. If Wolves could close out here, PaperX struggled domestically here on Ascent. They obviously have the loss to Genji previously here, sorry. So this is the opportunity now for Wolves to get back in control of this series and force a third, because Split should be an absolute barn burner if we get there.
Please, look.
Always delivers, man. A Split decider, always.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's see if they can get there first. For PaperX, though, in their minds, there's always been one goal, and it's the grand finals, right? This team put together, went back to the drawing board to rebuild.
There was a great line from Devi, I think, in one of the interviews, talking about every time he sees the Champs LA finisher in-game, it haunts him. A couple of them actually, I saw them brought up on map 1.
So again, you've got to have been starving to truly understand hunger, and for PaperX, they've never really got that first place. Not when it mattered, so for them, probably the best chance they've had in a minute's time, but still, it will be Wolves on the attack, PaperX on the defending side. Something tries to stake his claim towards middle, but will be warded away.
Back on the Sheriff actually here, Juicy with a flash. Close and personal, sure, actually Forsaken caught on the retreat back.
Yeah, maybe not thinking to want to fill that space yet, but there is still 2 players on this side of the map for PaperX, so Patman's still here. Jing's still on this side too. Slow and steady again for Wolves. And it looks like PaperX wants this back, but it's just going to end up being a brawl, isn't it? They're ahead of the smoke, but what's the util on the corner? There isn't any. So Jing and Patman do really well. Eventually they trade it effectively, though.
30
Wolves
seconds
keep
left.
the man to the good, and they get the site for themselves.
That's the good, something down to 34 HP as well. But 2 Sheriffs on the side of PaperX here. Good pack-a-punch here of the retake. For a spam, actually, the exchange back and forth. Still got a drone in play here for CUFAT BB.
That is lovely. Gonna have to keep themselves tucked in on this. I think both potentially spotted yet, and that was huge for this. Something can't get the shot. CUFAT BB off to a great beginning. But again, for Wolves, you got to make it work on these attacking sides.
Absolutely do. Talked about that being the main objective on Lotus. He did deliver.
One enemy remaining.
To repeat it here once more. Something. If he can get that economy building, as Mimi mentioned, what he can get done with the operator potentially on the defensive side, always a factor on Ascent.
Right here.
Wolves have the tools to really prevent that from happening. Fairly invested here on round 2 as well. Respect being shown to Paper X. It's only Spring on a Sheriff, Bulldogs across the board. Actually, with that round 1, CUFAT BB already halfway to the Hunter's Fury as well, so looking for further progress potentially.
But again, a reminder of that last map too. These rounds aren't free. When it comes to that second round, even if it's just a Sheriff, even if it's just classics, Paper X will make something out of it. For now, though, again, it's a considered approach from Wolves, taking their time around the map, doing their due diligence, and CUFAT BB will be working towards, as said, that, or I imagine probably getting priority on that here. Caution needs to be shown. That deep horn over towards B, you should have seen on the mini-map. Pretty indicative of the no one's there, and the connection of the knife. So they should be pretty locked in for what's happening.
I have the spike.
Considering set piece here around the cage from Lysor, but
Are they cancelling on this?
30 seconds left. They need to find progress somewhere.
Dangerous.
Especially with players like Jing tucked up in a very deep position. Laboured, but Wyu comes out on top.
Yeah, the paranoia goes into sight, so they should be able to kind of springboard through this. Unless someone wants to smoke, now you can't. Now you're held back. It feels like the anti-Paper X, doesn't it? But they still find a way through. Divide up and over the top, but at this point the plant's going to be in. So very difficult to find much surprise, even ahead of maybe that deadlock util. You've got to be cautious. Again, you can afford losing one player, that being Spring. The rest you don't want to lose, and Wyu took a risk, but he should be fine here. Yes, stability looking good. CUFAT BB going to be building very close to that. Oh, and a lovely round in the end from Wolves there, Mike.
Initially, CUFAT BB did have the spike, but Plant coming through elsewhere. Still, fantastic progress made.
I got scared here, though.
Very, very worried, yeah. And the Bulldogs sometimes can be a little hard to tame. CUFAT BB not having that issue in that regard. Sticking the spray. Now, that purchase, especially with Spring upgrading as well.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
Makes this round 3 doable here for Wolves. Actually, 2 light shields on the side of Paper X as well for Something and Forsaken.
They're fighting on every front, though, Paper X here. Pressure down B main, pressure down Cap, pressure on towards A main. It's a really risky ploy. I guess it does burn some of that early util for Wolves, though, so there is that, and they're really committing the paranoia on that, too.
Cover going out.
Spring on the opposite side here.
If Spring even comes out positive in any of this, it would be incredible for him. Because in the meantime, look at where the spike's going, Mike.
I think if he can show presence, or something actually. Forsaken's walked all the way up as well.
They don't know about Forsaken. Oh, it's a quick beheading. Couldn't get the follow-up on Lysor, and it might be the green light to go towards B. Still a player to hold his Divider down low, but still standing and still breathing on 35. He takes Wyu out of the equation. Now starting to flounder a bit. You can see it with Wolves. This was only their bonus, but still struggling to find the landing on this up against the 4 remaining for Paper X. That's going to be dealt with. You look at that mid alert coming into effect too, but that's not going to find the value they want. And yeah, Something clean with it. Lysor still making something of this. Spring still got his paranoia. If he can get through here, oh my god, it's risky off the back, but still. And now the smoke dissipates on, oh! The smoke going down on CT, opens up chance here. Divide tries to find that second before the paranoia lands, but 8 seconds now. Stop it, Wolves! One by one, they are taking down Paper X, and Jing seems unaware of the possibility of Spring being so close. Smokes of his own and a couple of TPs. How do you divide and conquer this? I do not know. But all eyes drawn to that potential in the smoke. Jing steps forward, smoke goes down, and Spring finds him. Mike, I can't believe what I just saw.
Conversion on the bonus here. Talked about the threat with all those Bulldogs. It looks like Paper X initially come out with a win to catch this kill, but not just that, the information that Wolves are descending upon B site. But some key pieces of utility, key damage towards Divide in that initial exchange.
You can finally
Pays off massively for Wolves. Get themselves the upper hand here to kick off map 2.
And I'm waiting with bated breath, right? Because that's a huge start for them. Because I feel like once you get Paper X on the attack, they come into their own, right? Able to control the tempo, kind of do what they please. But if you can stake a good claim for yourselves, the opportunity's yours. Why you? Quick reminder, the Paper X are lethal no matter the weaponry. And that is going to be an upgrade for something. Might pass that over depending on the shield situation, but still, good stall here.
Oh,
and
yeah, drone cancelled.
Massive. Patman. Is he going to get to live here? There's a lot of targets that all could be sent towards, and yeah, grabbed. But Divine in the meantime, going to take down Juicy. Hold on, this is not completely secure by any means. They're in a 3v3, sure, but look at the HP of Lysor. See if BB does have his ult, but I don't think he can get away from that default plant spot. So Spring waiting. Now sees that. Forsaken, are you aware? Going to be held up back towards Heaven. The two players on site can focus towards short. Nice from Spring, but he goes down. And now Something and Divine need to come together in this. Somehow figure it out. The deeper off angle from Lysor was lovely. Leaving Divine. What a shot! You got one more of those. You've done it before. You had the ace before. The man is a monster, but he's got to prove it now. And see if that BB has been ice cold in these. He knows the time, he knows the tempo. Oh, what is that from Divine though? And Bull takes shots, and once again, doing the unimaginable.
The Red Bull clutch here from Divide. Continuing to deliver here today in this series.
One enemy
God
remaining.
damn, just give the man a sheriff.
Another 3-piece for him to add to the list. It's rough as well, the reset. Again, default plant spot safe initially, but that position from CFAT BB to gamble. You can get a cheeky half defuse in, or you can go ahead and stick it. It forces the hand, especially with the recon bolt being used so early on.
Now they start pressuring the point. Look at that deep line already adopted by Something in that operator. Sit towards that. Prowler going to be clearing. No one nearby now.
My ult is ready.
And the ult gathered too, so a nice early step, but a fast mid-take coming out from the Wolves.
Potential to backstab this. I think they're reading into maybe some deep presence. Yeah, we'll catch the backside of Something for sure. And the second player.
Ooh, that is bravery. Why are you swinging that Forsaken doubling down? It's a mistake and a punish is why you will lap that up. And now that B-side looks so vulnerable.
Flash. We'll guarantee the cross. Juicy's going to find Divide as well. And actually, yeah, that might just be
Spike planted.
the white flag put up from Paper X here to hold on to these weapons. No point feeding into this potentially with Juicy. Getting close to that ultimate. Spring's actually already on the hunt.
Shadows
He wants to prevent any semblance of safety here for the remaining Paper X players. He's going to pick up a deep position in spawn though. There's still maybe a question mark if they're in towards market or in towards spawn. Not they will progress any further, but yeah, I usually talk about discipline, and that was a lack of respect to Something.
Yep.
Yeah, did he even get a shot off? Why he was just so quick to that?
Yeah, they seem really aware. Again, this kind of, it's not necessarily that regional matchup at all, but, you know, scrim partners and the information on this ahead of that swing, it was really well dismantled.
Yeah.
Again, Forsaken's fault as well, just felt it was too late to be going for that. There's no trade to be there. Desperation.
I think, yeah, again, once you notice the drone that's come forward, you're not just swinging onto YU there. Again, it's almost an expected response here from Paper X. They deal with the trip. They want to post something on a much deeper sight line. Again, the Prowler's sent through as well, so it's actually Wolves that have the upper hand in terms of the information game. It's a question mark for PaperX, actually, who's behind that. And the punish, unfortunately, there for them. Will leave them at a 4-1 deficit now. Timeout called. There's a purchase, considering the rifles behind this. Maybe want to make a play for an orb here for something to offset that slightly. Is Forsaken going to be riding their stinger coming into this, but already a fantastic start for Wolves. Looking composed.
Yep.
As well, just hearing from Faye talking about how much actually those days off have paid off, because they've had, I would say, with the comeback in Gen G, the resilience shown, that takes a lot from a team, even if they're all smiles and on their feet on the stage and stuff. Behind closed doors, no doubt, no doubt that reset absolutely necessary to continue here in Toronto.
Yeah, spot on. So for them, it is now just how long can you keep this up? How clean can you keep this game? PaperX so far with that one round, but of course did have that timeout. You can hear the ults coming through as well for something. YU's kind of have their number on this B side, but it feels like they're getting the right read here. But are you going to go through the pit on this? No, brave enough to go for the ult orb, but that's about all she wrote. But that mid-cross is dangerous now.
I think I did just hear something pop the knives. It's not necessarily looking like as bad a situation here for PaperX.
I must wait a
They
moment.
try and navigate their way round the pit.
Looks like it, right?
TP back here from Juicy to potentially collapse on B side very quickly with YU Spring.
To do that to something, can we just like highlight the fact you're doing that to something twice now? He's been outswung. If you don't think these Wolves are gunners, you are absolutely wrong. But now they've manipulated the map well. Now they want to maybe hit that cross back in again, and this is where those stingers are going to start suffering. You're not in the right place for him, but Jing's still going to hold his ground. Paranoia primed and sent down through. Tries to escape, and he gets out, at least for now. Patman's found Mike, Story's got support. Spring, see that BB, they're just sliding it towards him. Patman going nuclear! How's he just gone 4 there?
Puts himself in a deadly position and delivers here for PaperX.
I need to watch that one back.
It just jumps down, able to get behind this so quickly.
Spike down mid.
Beautiful stuff from him.
The heavy machinery.
No semblance of comfort back in the coach booth whatsoever. Operator back in hand now for something. All stacked up in mid now. The smoke will obscure for the time being.
Who's next?
So Juicy going to try and pave the way. Actually, Red's it round the corner there.
And something seems unafraid at all, and he gets out of danger. Trying to combine it with a Hunter's Fury, but it finds no value, really. And now Forsaken just stands his ground. This feels like it's fallen flat here for Wolves. PaperX getting a good read and a good idea. It's going to need a hero to stand tall. Spring's done well towards Batman. Doesn't expect Devi, so close. Great trade for Devi there. And now just 2 remaining. Juicy and Sufat Baby in a 2v4, Mike. I mean, it would be a tilter.
I mean, they should find a straight 2v2 on either side here, but the issue being something is posted up. The operator. You get not many tools left to... Actually, no, I haven't said that. Recon and Juicy with a full belt almost.
I'm trying to send it for the fake, I guess.
30 seconds left.
A nice idea. But it's not going to dissuade these players. They don't need to move.
PaperX can sit in this formation now, and I think actually Wolves... Because they don't get a bite.
Yeah, it looks like a cancel.
I mean, YU 450, Spring 1350, and
10
Lysol
seconds left.
struggling to scrape together any funds here. So PaperX will find their third. Keep things honest in the start of Ascent. Let's just see how the ultimates play here. It's only a TP. for Spring, and as you can see on Paper X now, absolutely nothing and a million miles away from anything, to be honest with you. So a slight advantage in that regard, but it's not much. I mean, Lysol going to be potentially the next key ultimate for the Wolves.
I've got to say as well, for me, good start seeing Patman find a bit of impact too. He's been a really good player for them.
Yeah, a quiet map one as well, so seeing him come online, certainly a positive.
Oh, Forsaken, got the timing so right. He's so blind, so a good bit of spacing and trading from Juicy just to swing that. But the next layer to this is still something. There's no pressure towards middle, but he's very paranoid about it. They want in on this. Still not noting him. The stall's there. If they try and disrespect it, it's going to be brutal, and it is. Yet way too difficult on the way in. Juicy, what is that? You're 1 HP, you're not meant to be doing this sort of stuff. And now Spring left in a 1v2 as well. So unwilling to deny that that scale up towards B was their right idea.
They're wrapping the spike as well. Both Jing and something.
This guy's paranoia, smoke, TPs. He's got a bit of kit here to play with though, Mike.
He's left guessing.
They're fast
Potentially,
for this.
yeah, going to get himself a clean plant.
Shadows traveling.
With the smoke towards CT kind of implies he's not expecting this wrap.
Certainly does. TP should be noted too, that paranoia. What do you do with it?
Know.
Yeah, a little interested on that, but the corner, slow peaks ain't gonna get you past something. And he's gonna take a stand on that one. But it felt like Wolves were so headstrong in wanting to hit towards that B site, but the scaling up just didn't feel right there.
Initially, that first kill was a Forsaken. Yeah, Forsaken gets caught here with the flash.
Revealing area.
Again, you look at the minimap at that moment, and there is a huge gap in the Paper X defense. So happens. I mean, Juicy picks up a little momentum, but that kill there, he was down to 1 HP, and the shorty connects from here. Just as the door is about to close. Potentially sealing that post plant for Wolves, to be honest with you.
Yeah, felt like it. And now Wolves starting to run dry, it looks like. Again, when we're talking about these sort of big stage games, it is that level of comfort on here when you're under the gun, because yes, they did lose out to, what was it, Sen early on, but beyond that, they've not really dropped a map for Wolves. They've been on that kind of momentum run. So now they're starting to hit that brick wall, right? You kind of expect it in towards these sort of games. The caliber just keeps increasing. I want to see how well they do in this. Obviously, they did great against Gen G. That, to me, was the tick in the box of authenticity.
Yeah, almost a turning point.
Yeah. Like everything else, I'd be like, okay, maybe people underestimated them. Maybe they...
Yeah, because you have that step up again for playoffs where it's like, obviously, the stakes get raised. And we're not talking about elimination for Wolves, but certainly the caliber increases, the pressure definitely correlates with that. And then you step into a series versus Paper X. Talk about Gen G being an international titan, but
Paper X, I mean, God, I said it
need no introduction when it comes to the international stage.
Truly not. And again, I think that because of their lack of, you know, let's say international trophy, that there has been that worry about them, how well they do, their expectations, but they are still a grand finalist team, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's just something that doesn't even need to be said half the time. But at this point, they've course corrected well. They've got everything back to where they like it. And for something, he's going hunting. He knows where the man is.
Yeah, Cam dealt with quickly. You can see on the minimap as well, situation developing outside A site. Then the knife is going to have given that info across. Really juicy with a rifle here, and all of that if you may.
This feels very classically Paper X as well, but a dangerous position for Forsaken. He could get outswung here, and he is on his own because you saw the rotation route coming out from something, so times it well to back away, and that C's obviously giving it a couple of seconds and actually plays back in something. You don't often see fights this deep on the map, but welcome to Paper X, I guess.
Yeah, Paper X just don't want Wolves to sit back and set up here, preventing any rotation back towards the B side of the map. Patman still commanding this space, and actually Knife will reveal everything if he threw it.
I mean,
probably still knowing exactly what's going on.
Yeah, look at this. 30
seconds left. Snakebite and the fragment.
Oh, this is an awful sight to have to try and approach. Basically dry at this point. Yeah, Juicy still going to get Jing down, but we're... Okay, guys, you were primed for this. And Divine looks like he's trying to do everything himself. What on earth is going on here? something. That's unfair. That's a bit of bullying, but I like it. 5-4 now, tipping the scales on their side. And I've got to say, Wolves looking a little bit shaken by this.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't want to say lost for answers, but unable to really troubleshoot with some of these approaches that PaperX are displaying here on the Sen. Juicy, again, good for 2 on the way in here.
Yeah, surprise.
A moment where Dubai can't ping down Spring.
PaperX watch party loving that one, but 5-4 we go back through. Buyback in play. And it looks simplistic in approach, it looks direct, and something looks to turn this operator
I got the spike.
into a shotgun. I mean, he's feeling himself here. It's a really risky play. It's now been... Oh! Great target selection! Catching Sufat Baby just in towards the Owl drone. And he's still standing. He looks like he wants to absolutely pop off here. And he is. 1 by 1 they come! And 1 by 1 they fall. Can he find that final man as well? YU looking to try and take towards the site. But something's been dominant about this so far. The double swing. Position noted. Something's going hunting. Hungry for his 4-3 already in the round. There's not much to be done for YU here, Mike.
Especially not now. Already a solid idea of where he's at. PaperX just want to decisively close out round 10 here.
No escape. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Something gets his 4th, and he is just getting scarier and scarier as the game goes on.
Like they're channeling into that 6th gear. Putting up now 5 rounds unanswered for PaperX. Oh, did start a 4-1 scoreline here. The tides certainly have turned. We'll actually draw out a 2nd timeout here for Wolves. And the opening stretch of Ascent. Desperate, I guess, from Fade to try and recover things here. Hope for a 6-6. Actually see Fat BB who wants to really lead this dialogue.
Yeah, it's not Fade. This is the captain checking in with the boys. See that pressure starting to mount.
Because I guess this is the uncharted territory for this team, right? Is being on international stage and, you know, coming up against opponents that you just can't crack through that first sort of line of defense. Again, this is where these guys really earn their money, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming up with the goods here.
It's all good and well to have those Cinderella runs, right? And it's why we love them. They're such fun to witness. But the reality is normally that fairy tale falls short. There's been very few occasions where it's gone the whole distance. You could argue EG at Champs was probably one of the only ones that ever made it.
The outlier, yeah.
That is it. PaperX have been that fairy tale run in the past, but they never quite made it themselves. For Wolves, they have to face that reality now. How bad do you want it? Do you have really what it takes to push someone like PaperX away from something they are singularly focused on? That grand final is what they want. Jing gonna draw blood. It's beautiful and Juicy not getting what he needs there.
And a tag or two, but Forsaken happy with that. Something will follow up here. YU will fall. Now actually, reaggress here, but PaperX will correct.
Yeah,
just see Fat BB now.
They're making it hurt, Mike.
Now this is when it's rough to play against PaperX. They know when to keep on pressuring. Don't allow you any say in the round. When you say in the half as well. That's 6 now. With no response.
Beautiful.
Didn't even look like that was going to land as well.
Simply lovely from PaperX. And as said, the pressure starts weighing on the chest for Wolves. It's still a manageable scoreline.
Absolutely,
still smiles. But we can see these rounds, and they're feeling these rounds, and there's aggression again. Something wants that deeper line, and he's got it for starters.
This is why it's so rough to play against PaperX, though, when they get themselves ahead. They know to not let up. Wolves can potentially find a 7-5 here. It will be.
Yeah.
Big tick in the box.
Oh, bang on. But that wherewithal, that discipline, that capability in the high-pressure games now is the biggest test for them. Looking a little fraught here so far. Last couple of rounds just not quite been in the wheelhouse. And again, the timing on these knives, rather good.
Fragment to prevent anybody slipping the smoke, even though Devi on watchful guard here, tucked into logs, because I mean, PaperX can sit in this formation.
Oh God. I mean, Devi is just, he does get caught playing ahead there. That is one thing that's worked in their favor. He tried to lean a little forward, gets punished. But Forsaken, the Guardian in this one, keeping them at bay. And look at who slipped towards the site in the meantime. Jing still here, doing the dance, does it well, takes down another. Forsaken popping up with 20 seconds. The leader for the Wolves side has to stand and he can't. Falls to Forsaken at 8-4. Such a commanding scoreline.
Really is. Wolves' resilience will be tested once more to try and come back here. I said 7-5, doable 8-4. I mean, it's a pistol round 2 potentially that makes this such a huge deficit to come up against.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out now for Wolves. This is a tough scenario. PaperX singular in their goal, eyeing up that grand final, but they're not there yet. One more half stands in their way. So they need to prepare themselves. And it seems like we're about to send it over to Vansili with Sid City standing by.
Thank you so much, Pansy and Hypog. We have a hell of a game so far, but I'm joined on the floor right now by Sid City. Toronto, give it up to Sid City. Sid City, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. The energy in the stadium is insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last time we had a chance to speak with each other, it was during an Americas matchup in LA. What's the vibes like here in Toronto in a sold-out Masters Toronto?
Yeah, I think it's insane because the East Coast and Canada hasn't had an event like this in a long time, and Los Angeles always has events like this. So the crowd, I feel like you guys are like super excited to finally be here in person and watching the games. Like, you guys are insane.
Toronto, are you excited? Hell yeah. And now you have some experience playing in Game Changers before, so you have an eye for skill. In this matchup so far between PaperX and Wolves, who do you have your eye on so far?
Okay, honestly, at first I wasn't gonna say this, but after that ace with the deagle on that diffuse round, Devi.
So does that mean Devi and PaperX are taking a series?
Yeah, I mean, I got PRX Rocket on my sleeve right now, so I think they're gonna scare us a little, make it a close match, but I think PRX is gonna like close it out. I'm sorry, Wolves. I'm sorry. You've been great though.
Well, Wolves, you know what to do. It's time to Thank you so much one more time, Sid City. Let's bring it back to the game.
Vansili sending it on that. He's such a bold man. You know
I think
what I mean?
he's actually been rehearsing that for the last few days.
That's what I've been hearing in the hotel.
A few howls, yeah.
Yeah, fair play. And they're going to need a couple because 4 rounds isn't many, right? PaperX sat on 8. You can see on the Coinbase Econ report kind of just the lay of the land, really. And it has been a bit of the something show in my mind. He has elevated. I was worried after that first round with the Operator. It didn't seem to phase him. He was right back into business.
Yeah, and I think the issue being now coming into the second half, you see the string of rounds. It's been collected by PaperX. Wolves haven't had much of a say in some of these losses. Yes, coming down to maybe a 1v1 here and there, but all the crucial kills feel as if they went PaperX's way. Like I said, we started at a 4-1 scoreline. Now, it being 8-4, a pistol and a round 2 can often seal the fate of a team.
Juicy on the line here. First contact made, that's 2 players, and a third now noted. That's a lot of info. See if that BD is being bold about this, but he's been revealed, he's been just about everything, but they've weathered the storm.
Yeah, I think initially there, the further investment of utility implied that PaperX were going to follow through, but maybe the Prowler catching on CUFAB BB made them think there's potentially a little bit of a stack.
The timing on this. Vital. Lovely timing on that, but something is free. A little bit of a Dinko going to do some serious work, but Spring's already down low, now even lower. Cleared, Forsaken, Divide, trailblazing their way forward. The A site is their goal, and the plant's going to be in.
YU and CUFAT BB, a 2v4. A couple of members of PaperX tagged up, but certainly doesn't swing this in Wolves' favour. Have to overcome the odds here. PaperX just poised for anybody to step out. That's it. Finds a second.
Okay, it's not over yet, but YU's going to come into this as well. Jing's quieted him down, but CUFAT BB's going to see both players, basically. He's got to know where they are, but he can't do enough. A desperate attempt to get them back here. But PaperX take another step in the right direction.
On the brink of double digits. Again, as soon as they find, I guess, what they perceive as a point of weakness, they follow through. Wolves not able to even backtrack. Well invested here for round 2 as well. Don't want to leave anything up to chance. Rifles except for Patman and Forsaken. Actually, Wolves set up in a little bit of a stack here. Flash in's only going to slow down the inevitable, it feels. Maybe toying with the idea of contesting that orb, but doesn't happen. I think PaperX probably smell something.
There's a trap around that corner, guys, I'm pretty sure. Feels weird over there. And something looking to farm. If he falls, it would be a prize possession garnered.
I was curious there if Forsaken was going to show some utility on the other side of the map, because it's just Lysor, but Devi actually is calling a cancel on that.
That's one. There's more, and it's cleared systematically, one by one. The flash through the smoke is nice. CUFAT BB is already noted as well. Can't really fall away from the stairs, and Jing already takes the angle. PaperX looking locked in here, Mike. They are pulling no punches.
No, they're not. Again, showing diligence this time around.
30 seconds left.
And that's when it really flips the switch. Wolves the ones to left, kind of to sweat in this scenario. Almost a second guess themselves, but Jing, a third found and a 10th on the board for PaperX. This buy round,
that's it,
is huge for Wolves. And this bonus even bigger for PaperX if they can find it. Only the one casualty.
That you're gonna cry, bro.
So they come into round 3. Flushed out in terms of the inventory. And Patman actually just going to ride a Sheriff through here. It's Forsaken and Jing closest in terms of this ult cycle.
Cover going up.
Nothing of note for Wolves, but potentially a pace change. Just initially, Forsaken going to retrieve one orb. Trying to retrieve one orb.
Yeah, a couple times of asking. All good.
But don't have control over towards A main, so...
A little bit cagey as a start, isn't it? You can see the...
I mean, it's a huge ultimate to have in the bonus, so you know they're going to want to come for this orb.
Well, here it is. They've taken the taunt.
And actually, Lysor and Spring do peel away.
Now they've cleared B main. If you're looking at Wolves' side, they cleared B main. So they might leave YU here, but you can already see that rotation coming in from Juicy. He's going to try and pop himself over towards A.
PaperX aren't dead set just yet. I think maybe going to prioritize towards short here to catch somebody out. They don't want to walk into this choke point.
No, and that's going to encourage the play forward, but denied. Forsaken with the first blow, and it could be a lethal one at that. Juicy, it's labored, but job done, and Lysor does well. Tucked into hell, he drags down another with him. The Wolves aren't done yet, but Forsaken captured and held in place. The spike now left loose. With 20 seconds, he's got to make a miracle out of this. 3 players, Forsaken.
I have this fight.
Not gonna get it. A lifeline for Wolves.
3 left standing as well, just an armor or shield to repurchase here for Juicy. Again, That was the bonus, so PaperX is going to come back in, and because Pac-Man only brought a Sheriff to the party,
Spike down A. Spike down
it's almost rinse and repeat here. Not out of the woods just yet.
Welcome back.
Cannot
Welcome back.
get the ball rolling in terms of the comeback.
But again, though, this was something that was said about that BB was building up his players, right? Keeping them confident, trying to keep them in the game. He's going to have to keep doing that because PaperX don't stop. Even in their losses, they will still play confident games. And something taking space. Solo, Endeavor, 2 players on the other side. CUFAT, BB, and Lysor playing top mid off the back of that trip placed in as well. So they've got a lot to play off of here. A very difficult scenario. Pac-Man on that deeper line in case someone does swing. And it's got to be those early protocols being cleared.
I mean, it is a duelist's nightmare to play into this composition. But Lysor dancing with death here.
Still have that trip, so they can still have confidence behind that. But they've read it wrong to an extent, right? They're kind of falling for this fade pressure on towards B main, but we know where it's heading. PaperX are once again eyeing up this A site. This is brutal. You got Juicy still here, you got Spring still here, but PaperX are right at the door now. And away they go. Something looks the wrong way and gets punished. Spring does well. Great paranoia too. Tries to slow the roll here, buy time for these rotations. Pressure from main held back by the smoke, but Divide gonna lean forward. Lurch closer. Juicy play in the corner, gets denied. Looks for the follow-up, no. Spring barely alive on 2, but he's still breathing until then. Down to a 3v2. Man to the good for PaperX, and now Plant on their side.
We're going to be coming from heaven here. CUFAT BB a little ahead of YU. Nobody from PaperX overstepping. They're tucked in right now.
Got to see discipline.
Oh.
That's a shoulder shown. Some damage made. So they could know 2 players off of this. That
Forsaken on
third
the X-ray, though.
is a problem. That third being Forsaken, but they're losing out on the site. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. And PaperX striding closer now. 11 rounds to their name.
A tough loss here for Wolves. Like I said, with the bonus being as well invested as it was.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, now seems daunting to approach this round 17.
God, you get that sinking feeling in your stomach,
Yes,
don't
for
you?
sure, yeah.
Your money's rotten. You haven't really found a way to handle PaperX. Maybe your chances existed and died on that first map, but they're not out yet. At 11-5 though, you can start hearing that music play, can't you? That 12th round looking likely. But in its way, good couple of Sheriffs, Ghost, and a team with a whole lot of hopes here. But for PaperX, they've got their own plan in mind. And that's a big investment and a big shot. Lysor lands it, so Jing's gone down. That's a weapon recoverable if they want it.
Yeah, and PaperX actually aren't in a position to capitalize elsewhere. They're spread so thin. Spike not committed anywhere just yet. So that man advantage will stand for the time being. No weapon recovered though for Wolves.
Oh. Nice from Pac-Man, big kill there on towards Juicy. And that knife should reveal at least one more, so do they need to turn away from this? Or do they just keep stepping forward? It feels a little headstrong for my taste, but it's PaperX, you kind of know what you're in for here. Lysor was the one to do the damage. It looks like they're trying to trail up towards heaven. Something bulldozes forward. YU, great shot. 25 seconds, and Lysor still standing. Has to go above and beyond here. One down. He's doing the dance. Oh, it's so elusive and evasive to try and land those shots. CUFAT BB was so far away.
Spike planted.
Batman is low. Forsaken is not. I know. Oh, Hail Mary! Oh, for a second, I thought it was possible. But 12 found, and the final stand has to be now for Wolves.
This time PaperX able to wait out, navigate their way into this defense. Get everything they need. It comes down to a fine margin once again. The PaperX undeterred in terms of the finances here. A couple of ultimates starting to rear their heads. On the side of Wolves, actually, a few members just one away from some of these key ultimates, but Whether or not we'll even get a chance to see them. Juicy, Fat BB. No command here from Pac-Man.
Okay. Anti-setup though, which is nice. So they're still going to get a bit of a reward from this, right? It starts feeling very, very likely. Layers of ults though. Lysor could be in trouble here. Fat Baby trying to get on site, but Juicy goes unattended, unchecked, and he's rewarded. Great kills on 2. Finding more would be mythical at this point, but for Paper X, they are left in tatters. Mike, I don't know if they could do it, just these 2 players. Desperation play from Batman. Has got his map, but Wolves stave off what feels like the inevitable with 3 still alive.
Clinging to life here, the neural theft being the catalyst for Paper X. They know they have to fight for sight then. I think Pac-Man down to just a lick of HP.
Yeah.
No chance for them to sit back and try and defend that, but yeah, Juicy really the one to stop this from spiraling out of control.
One enemy remaining.
Second ping paying off there.
Breaks the money.
Yeah, it does.
Still got ults though. I say ult. And it's a scary one with something. He's had a really good map here. Can they deny him now? Can they stop it now? Spring forced away, looking a little shaky, but something's fallen.
He's caught on the trip, nobody broke it for him.
Which is a little bit worrying. That could be a tilter for him there, because that was meant to be their kind of, I guess, main part of the piece.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a nightmare for a duelist to play into this composition, but you really need that second or third man in line. Deal with that sort of thing here. Juicy deals with Jing handily.
A bit worried there that he'd found like the dream gap to try and punish, but not to be. So Paper X try and do what they can, and Wolves aren't allowing it. Patman does well towards sight.
Enemy remaining.
Fat BB still on the back lines. Doesn't need to overextend himself. Waits for the swing. Wolves control this well, Mike.
Double digits. That's where I'll start
That's
believing.
when we start. Yeah. It takes 1 round. Paper X up to 12 here. And that is a frustrating one for something.
Yeah, again, just looking at the minimap, there's 2 members here down in Arch. The time that happened, and again, I'm not saying dealing with a trip and something goes wild there, but Bladestorm invested in that sort of round in particular. You never want to see a Jet having to invest a knife to deal with a trip, especially with 2 people in close proximity.
Find you.
But necessarily a big deal, all things considered.
Back to work though.
Looking for revenge up here.
Yeah, this time he wants in. See if that BB playing top mid. Looking at the rest of the team split throughout. A bit of a default coming out from Paper X. Maybe trying to catch some of the aggression. Jing's got to be cautious as well. Going to spell out Lysor. And this is a creep towards A though. Look at the pressure. Spring's in potential trouble. Does have his paranoia if he needs it. Investment of the ult going to come down on the other side of the map though. Juicy's going to clear and give away that there's no one here, but they don't know about Jing. He's been able to slip ahead early. They don't know about Jing, and now you do. Like a knife to the heart, but Spring answers back. Trying to... What? Oh, Spring! You are a madman!
Spike down.
Goes absolutely beyond all expectation, but it is a 2v2. Don't think it's over yet. Spike is there. It's picked up. Sent back away, Plant's coming in.
Look at the pit as well.
Oh my god, this is going to be down to the wire, isn't it? Divide disconnected towards A main. You'll have Jing tucked towards sight. Spring.
Wait, just missed him.
God. The timing, unbelievable. Spring trying to play the game, and Jing now going to be doing the around the world here, but they've given up position. This could be a mistake here, but they don't know about it. Obviously, they don't know about it. The pit's going to fall. And now you're looking at Jing. Devi strikes first. What are you? Holds on again. Can he take down Devi? He absolutely can! Out of nowhere! Wolves digging deeper!
Spring tees it up. YU closes out with a Red Bull clutch here to keep Wolves alive.
I can't believe that. Look at this round. This from Spring. You know it's a mad play when even Paper X don't expect it. You know that's a mad one.
Don't interrupt.
3 bullets left for YU.
That's the killer instinct I want to see, though. To be able to do that against 12?
Oof. And I gotta say, frustration, rightfully so. They give up the pit. They play themselves out of line of sight of the spike. Yes, it needs a miracle, But it's Wolves you're talking about here.
It's still only 8 rounds. We said we start paying attention at 10. They've broken the bye, but it's still Paper X. They can do it with classics. But something seems so unwilling to let go of this mid-pressure. He wants it so badly, so Juicy's got to be careful. There is a world where he could get timed on this one. Those stingers, very, very deadly. We're going to go down. Camera here. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome. Could do with some support on CT, though. They do have an open path straight across. Divide going to deny that. No one's going to be able to help out YU here. Does get to at least evade the C's, but they are right knocking at the door. Paper X have a way forward.
No damage done just yet towards the side. But actually now, YU going to have his hands full.
Oh, outdone! Paper X making something out of nothing, and maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Plan's looking like it's coming in. You're looking at that late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good. Paper X hold the advantage here. Divide could be timed in this, though. It's all going a little topsy-turvy. And of course, this is the round to do it. Lysor asked so much of. 3 to find, and he falls round by round, kill by kill, and track by track. That final stop fight, that final destination is now locked in for Paper X.
Further elevation on the side of Paper X today, overcoming. It's quickly become a fan favorite here in Toronto. Still, got to come away from this series with their heads held high for your Wolves.
Yes, absolutely.
But Paper X deliver an absolute banger here. And a 2-0 victory over Wolves.
Yeah, spot on. Again, a lot of credit to Wolves, and they're certainly not done yet, but again, call them the uncrowned princes, call them what you want. Paper X have another shot at this now. It was never about just getting to a grand final, though. It was always about that final step. The first to lock it in here in Toronto. Who will they be standing up against is the big question, but a great performance here. 2-0, Mike. They've got to be happy with this one.
Absolutely, and for me, Patman and Divide being two key stakeholders here for Paper X.
Divide for me was absolutely on the money. How many
even
times?
said this is a guy that's been under so much flack.
Yeah.
Because again, it typically doesn't slip into that same sort of ethos and the visual check, I guess. It's tough to really see his role within this roster and I guess the playstyle, but man, today, shining bright.
Yeah, I said making those big plays is his value alone in some of these maps. It's exceptional.
I mean, how do you look flashy alongside some of these teammates along the way? So, yeah, beautiful stuff.
Really, really good stuff, and I just want to see how far this goes for them. As I said, as soon as it's ready, we will head down to that Verizon post-match interview. I'm sure we'll be jumping down there in a moment. Yeah, it does seem as though we are ready. So let's hear from the players themselves. Down with Yinsu.
It's been 2 years in the making, but Paper X are finally back in another grand final. I know, Jing, you're a man of few words, but I gotta get your reaction on this because, JJ, this is your 3rd grand final on the global stage. How does this compare to LA and Copenhagen?
I think now we have like more experience, so hopefully the time's the charm, hopefully.
And speaking of that experience, you know, your very good friend Forsaken and you've been through a lot. What's Jason like as a leader these days on stage?
I think he's doing a really great job as being a leader. He's like keeping the whole team hype and keeping all our energy good, and I think he makes everyone really excited as well and really hyped. So yeah, I think mood is really great now, and hopefully we carry on the momentum to grand finals.
Okay, I have one very important question. The crop top. We have been promised the crop top in Pacific. We haven't seen it. Now you're in a grand final. Are we bringing out the crop top finally?
I mean, like I said in the press con, if we win grand finals and my team wears the crop top with me, I'll do it.
All right, okay, we need to get Paper X behind this crop top. I know one person that might be down for this, of course. I'm gonna get told off if I don't get David here on your thoughts. First of all, Divide, your first ace on the global stage. Was that fun?
To be fair, I just want to win the round. But now I got an ace. I mean, thanks to you guys, and very happy.
Anyone you want to dedicate that ace to? You know, it's your first one. It's a special one.
I mean, I got to dedicate to my bro Pujan. I think he's here now, right?
I I'm glad you mentioned him because I think, of course, you have a lot of fans. You know, they're all here very keen to get your pictures and signatures. But I do think you can probably flex a little bit about just your fan base because it's not just these guys out here. It's FNS. I saw Tens and Kaide wearing a Paper X jersey as well. So how grateful are you that all these people in the community want you to win?
Yeah, I mean, we are very thankful that we have so many fans across the world. And even yesterday, Tens and Kaide and Mel came to our place. So it's nice meeting them. Probably it's Tens buff, you know. So yeah, hopefully we do well in grand final and hopefully not second place again.
Oh, I hope so for you as well. Everyone in Toronto, as I let him sign a few more things one more time for your first grand finalist, Paper X.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Undercover, they don't know. double up, undercover, they don't know.
Welcome back to Masters Toronto and our lower bracket semi-final. We already locked one team in the grand final. Shout out to PaperX, but now we set our eyes on G2 versus Fnatic. NA and EMEA are fighting to stay alive in this competition, but only one region will make it to tomorrow's best of 5 lower final. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside Mimi and Kukuka as we look to break everything down. And Kukuka, for both of us, this is a stressful moment here, right? Your boys in Fnatic,
Yes.
my boys in G2. Oh my word, what's gonna happen?
I mean, it definitely is a very exciting one. I think that both of these first seeds have a very good chance of winning today. I think that they both have shown the growth that was expected from them coming into this tournament.
And it's especially interesting given the history. This is going to be an opportunity for revenge if you're the boys in orange and black. They lost to G2 at Champions, got eliminated in the lower rounds there, went out way earlier than they would have wanted to. That was still back last year before they lost out on Dirk, before they had to make all their
Sorry, it was
roster
the other way around.
changes that-
Fnatic kicked G2 out of the tournament.
Ooh. bold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right.
So how about I think you need to go over your history a little bit more, because I understand that this is Mimi, that this is EMEA versus Americas, but I will
I'm
not
just
give you that
rewriting
win.
a fan fiction in my head, and it's lived out there. No, but you are right. I misspoke there.
But there you can see the journeys that both of these teams have taken. Back when this core was the guard, you have this Fnatic squad. That core is stuck together for quite some time as well here. I mean, no matter how you slice it though, Bea, you're looking at an incredible matchup between two masterclass teams.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the new names, the new additions that we're seeing. It's not like Jaw is going to be especially a stranger to Fnatic. I think that the question is more on Kayak and on the other side. But again, to me, is how G2 has adapted to the Tejo meta not being there, but also still implementing him with some changes that we've saw them make the other day, and Fnatic is finally finding their pathing.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here. Now, ahead of this elimination matchup, Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with Trent for a quick word.
If you ever had questions about what Trent think of Tejo, I think it's pretty clear now. Speaking of the Tejo, your coach spoke about the importance of taking risks. How big or small of a risk is it to reincorporate Tejo? And what are your thoughts on changing comps mid-tournament?
We've changed comps before, so we don't think it's too big of a risk. And we were very confident in it. We like the idea. And yeah, I mean, I just like Tejo a lot, so it kind of fits.
How much do you love Tejo? You know, I know you're wearing the t-shirt, but how much?
I mean, I like him so much, I got a t-shirt.
Based. Thank you very much for your time.
Where do I get that t-shirt? I want the t-shirt.
You love Tejo too?
Yeah, I have my I Heart Emmy shirt, you know, but now I want my I Heart Tejo shirt.
Gonna build it up. It is funny to see him wearing that, because they did go back and show us the Tejo in one map here, which was a bit of a surprise, because G2 in Americas, in Bangkok as well, was pretty much the most Tejo pilled you could be. They were playing that agent almost every map, and they've had to really give him up going into this tournament versus a Fnatic that was never as into the agent. so didn't have to make as big of changes. But despite all those switches, G2 still had this unbelievable comeback in the Gen G game to stay alive here.
Absolutely crazy on this icebox that we're seeing right now. At some point, Gen G gets to 11 rounds, and 11, folks, is all they get. G2 starts getting round after round, going back into the matchup, and we could see it in the energy, in the celebrations as it was getting closer and closer, and they ended up removing Gen G from the competition.
And Gen G is that team who came out of Swiss stage. Everyone was talking about them as the strongest team from Swiss, one of the favorites to win the tournament, but they go out in that comeback fashion, and look at them all with their I Heart Teo
Yo, they have a lot.
together.
I bet they have one for you, Alex. I'm gonna try and get you one for the second.
You know what? I gotta hit my boys up. I gotta get them my shirt.
It's crazy because I think that Trent beat the Teo one-trick allegations this tournament, and they're just reinventing the narrative. They're bringing it back.
It's just nice to see, though, how this G2 team, despite the changes, they're still finding ways to innovate, but more importantly, and I like using this term for them, Kukuka, because this squad is the definition of resilience after what we saw in that Icebox game to come back and win it.
Yeah, and many times we speak about the form in which teams get into a match, and I think the G2 right now, with them changing them back, because I assume that when you're seed 1 and you're seeing all of these teams playing without the deco, even if you had the idea of, I think it's still viable, I think we can still use it, you still have to go back to the drawing board when nobody picks it. But I like the fact that they went back on their tracks and thought, hey, I think that the way we use it, we might still make it work.
Yeah, there's ways to innovate. That's the beautiful thing about Valorant. Even when you have an agent that might get quote-unquote nerfed, there's plenty of ways for you to integrate these agents into your compositions. G2 is a prime example of that. But it goes further than that as well. And let's actually take a listen on G2's comms and hear what Valorant had to say to his team in the big moments.
Today's game, I want us to just be high energy, okay? And always optimistic and focus forward, all right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2. Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay? We're gonna change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? But it starts with us believing in each other the most. Help your boy out. I want energy today, guys. If you guys want to get hyped, if you guys want to yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're going to take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's going to be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0 quick victory. If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay? All the pressure's on them.
Valen in an interview said when he was a younger IGL, when he was coming up from Tier 2, he used to watch a lot of Boaster's games on Fnatic, look up to him when he was winning very early on in this game's history. But now, Valen saying he wants to be his own IGL. He's not here to emulate any other leader, and he's shown how good of a leader he's become in such a short amount of time, having the year they did last year, pulling off that comeback against Gen G, and now going into another big match here. But he's not the only leader on this team. Leaf as well, behind the scenes, adds so much into this roster to help out with ideas and to help Valen with that leadership.
Yeah, and even behind the scenes, but also we can see it in the server, because clutch after clutch, Leaf will be on your screens. And today, he will be on Fnatic's screens, because the performance that we've been seeing from him all tournament long, but especially since they fell onto this lower bracket, which was pretty early on, he has been delivering. It doesn't matter the map, the agent that he's playing, you can always count on Leaf. And if you're on the other side, you must count your blessings, because if he's alive, you're not getting it.
For my money, this guy's top 3 in the world, right?
Yeah,
and really, the amount of confidence you have to to take 1v2s the way that this guy does in those clutch situations is really something that is astounding, Mimi.
But there's a player across the stage from him that is also very much up there, and that's Alphayear. You look back at Fnatic through all the tournaments they've had where things have gotten close. There's a common thread. Alpha, when they eliminated G2 like we were talking about, he was dominant, plus 21 in kills in that game, and he's having those kind of performances again. He is such a monster on the international stage, and it feels like every time he comes back, he only gets stronger, he only gets more comfortable in these big games.
The head-to-head between these two players is definitely the treat of the day, especially if we get to see that Ascent, if we get to see that Chamber. I think that for Alpha's confidence has been very important, because then in other maps, like for example Haven, where he on the ISO was sometimes the different, well, most of the times, the difference maker, he hasn't been showing up. And I feel like he needs this kind of push for him to perform the way that we know he can perform.
Hey, and what helps him is that he's going to have some vets in the back line helping him out there. You got Chronicle standing by with Yinsu to get his thoughts ahead of the matchup.
We have a pretty exciting rematch coming up. Now, the last time, Kron, you faced G2, roster was a little bit different. You didn't have Kayak or Crashies. Tell me, what kind of impact have they brought to this roster, and maybe to you individually as well?
I think the biggest difference in terms of our roster right now is that Kayak and Crashies brought very positive vibes in our team. Also, like, not talking about the skill and other stuff because it's quite different, but the positive impact on our vibes in the team really helped a lot. Right now I also have to focus on different stuff, not just like thinking about how to make my team control my team being much better in terms of positivity, mental, how they like feel before the matches. I trust them, like they trust me, and we are doing good.
Well, that's great news to hear. Good luck today, Kron.
Thank you.
A lot on the shoulders of that veteran Chronicle to keep this squad pretty much in line. One of those individuals in particular is Kayak, who's coming into this one, the fresh face with Fnatic. And well, we're seeing what this young man is capable of doing, Kakuga. It is unbelievable, and it seems like he ain't stopping.
Yeah, keeping them alive in many situations, doing exactly what is expected from him when he's in roles like the Neon and whatnot. I still feel that we have not seen his full potential, because in EMEA he's been treating us to a lot of operator rounds, and even though he's been showing it a little bit more in their last encounter, I feel like it could be a different beast if we get Kaya with the operator and just completely saturating their opponent.
Every other player on the stage today has a history at global events, it coming to big moments, being part of history in Valorant before. But Kayak, it hasn't even been a year since he won Ascension, made it into the EMEA League, then chose to leave his team, take this opportunity with Fnatic to replace one of the game's greatest duelist players, and somehow he has filled that role. He has filled those massive shoes perfectly and kept that up in these higher and higher pressure games. And now for him today, this is going to be the biggest game he has ever played, but he showed no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and really on the other side with G2 as well, right? They have also showed no signs of slowing down after that comeback win that they've had.
Absolutely.
Can they feed off of that momentum here? Because it's going to be really difficult to stop Kayak.
On his counterpart, with Jogemo being back in the Euro, being back also in the roles that he's been practicing the most throughout the year and shining the most, I think that we get the most evened out ground for both of the teams in the involvement that we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, there's history even there too. For Jojimo, having lost to this Fnatic team back in Masters Tokyo, having that rivalry with them when he was on Evil Geniuses, now on a new roster this year with this G2 team, trying to reach those heights again, but against this very familiar foe.
Let's actually take a look at the talent predictions one more time so we can get a read on the field, because there were only two that diverted from G2, and that of course is our lovely EMEA amigos. We got Kakuga as well as Yinsu.
Also, this has to be the first time that we all predict one team and they win.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
It's a rarity.
We did it, guys. We did it. Oh, man, but this is going to be awesome. I'm so excited for this one, Mimi.
Yeah, it's just two of the greatest teams in this game coming to a head again in an even deeper part of the tournament than they were before. Either of these teams could win a trophy, but only one gets to stay alive.
You can see the players getting ready in the back over there. So the question for everyone here in Toronto, are you ready? Let's try it again. I asked you, are you ready for the lower finals? Yeah, you love to hear it, folks. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out the #1 teams from Americas and EMEA.
G2 Esports.
For G2 Esports, it's an opportunity to lift a trophy one step closer. But for Fnatic, it's an opportunity to reclaim glory. Both squads know that there's so much on the line here. Both teams manufactured and created to win championships. But unfortunately, Mimi, one squad has to go home today.
Every #1 seed in this tournament lost in the first round of playoffs. They have been on a trajectory straight at each other through this lower bracket, but now only one gets to continue. We have the Omen map select up here, and these teams, they have a lot of crossover in their map pool, Bea.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because G2, as you can see, they banned Ascent, but throughout this entire tournament, the 3 times that they played, they banned the Sunset, but they identified that it's not a map that Fnatic has ever been comfortable in, and we have seen it throughout this tournament, how they've been struggling. So they have decided to go against something they do not want to see from Fnatic, and it's probably Alpha on Chamber.
Absolutely. Fnatic looked terrifying on that map. It's a very good choice from them, I think, in the bans. But despite being able to have that target ban, these are all maps where Fnatic is very comfortable. Yeah. Maybe they looked a little shaky on their Haven earlier in this tournament, but you look at their year as a whole, and these are 3 very strong maps for them. And there are also 3 maps where, unlike G2, they haven't had to change up a whole ton. They've been playing these same comps for so long.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to that last map, to that Haven, because both Paper Rex and Wolves ban it, so this could be the last Haven in the tournament. In fact, it's either that or we do not see it again. But as you were saying, Mimi, I agree. The first 2 maps, they've been good for Fnatic. In fact, this resembles of EMEA, Fnatic banning Pearl and pick and split. We've seen it 3,000 times. But that first map, that Lotus, I think that we have also seen showing from both of the teams. This is one of the maps where G2 has grown the most, going back to that Tejo. And I think we understood from the way the Fnatic was playing the other day that they are literally back the same composition, playing the same way. We saw that Odin control on A, the same things that we've been seeing for such a long time.
You could watch a Fnatic VOD from 3 years ago,
yeah,
and it would be the same time. Yeah, which Fnatic it is, because they've always just been
But that's
so
crazy, though, that you can do that, but they're still so damn good, even when you know what they're going to do.
A lot of teams chase
They should not do the same today.
The absolute peak in the current meta, right? I think G2's a great example with how much they optimize the tail meta. Fnatic, once they have a comp they know is good, it is all about just perfecting that down to every detail. And their Lotus is the ultimate example of doing so. The fact that they still win, that they're still strong after all this time playing the same composition.
It's a split crowd here in Toronto. There's G2 fans coming out in full force, Fnatic fans letting their voices heard. Look at them, they got the onesies out. You love to see that. That's cool, get me one of those.
Oh, we have some in EMEA, they're pretty cool.
I want to wear one of those.
I'd say.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll sweat my butt off in there. Okay. All right, I had to question a lot of things there for a brief moment, but all right. In any case, though, as we get ready for this one, Mimi, you can tell, man, the crowd, the energy is electric in this room.
Yeah, Fnatic, they have become crowd favorites. You see Boaster playing up to them. I think he's trying to do his jinx on them that you've seen in some of the little videos. Always trying to do something fun, make the pressure fade away for his teammates. Here's your agent select. We shouldn't expect any surprises. G2 locking that fade suggests that this is the same comp they pivoted into after they lost with that Neon. It's the comp they've been playing all of stage 1 back home in Los Angeles, but with that fade subbed in for the breach.
I'm really looking forward to the changes that Fnatic have to make to this defense. Again, controlling from tree with the Odin, very old stuff, but especially with this Tejo, I think that G2 is going to be one of the first things that they target. As I said, Kayak on the operator. If they start snowballing rounds, this could get too easy for Fnatic. But right now, they should be like, hold on. They picked Lotus. Are we this obvious? Because we've been having such good results in the map.
Yeah, could it be a trap, right? That one has to wonder. But at this point, right, both teams are going to go out there, play their game, and hey, you just got to see where the coin lands, right? That's all it is.
You absolutely do. You have to look at the battle between these leaders. Both Valen and Boaster as well have been so good strategically, so good at building up their teammates, bringing that energy to succeed on stage. But there's still such a gap in experience. When Boaster was winning trophies, Valen was bringing this team out of Tier 2, dragging them through Ascension to make it into the Americas League.
But now here they are, an opportunity for them to be able to march forward, send an EMEA team home, but alternatively, Fnatic can end America's hopes here and now.
Listen, we can have the best of both worlds. How about Fnatic wins? And since we have crashies, you're still making it onto the lower final.
I can't concede that, but I don't know. I'm a bit of a G2 stan, so you never know. You never know.
I wonder what they think, GB.
You know what? Great call there. How about this? Toronto, who you think's gonna win? Let me know right now. We got a little bit of all over the place. All right, is it Fnatic? Is Fnatic gonna win? What about G2? Oh, that is a reaction for G2 Esports as they get ready for this matchup. Players setting up on that stage, and now it is time. Toronto, let's make some noise as we get ready for this lower bracket matchup. Here are your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get back into this one here. We have two Titan teams, Josh, that are facing up on the stage in Toronto, both looking to carve out their own spot in the history books for VCT itself. Two teams that ended up in the lower bracket right at the beginning of our playoffs, and both of them trying to pull off the improbable, the impossible, but not for them. These are two teams with the most confidence to know that they can do it.
And two teams that you've seen make historic comebacks within maps. You only have to look to recent history for G2. You're thinking about comebacks on Icebox. Well, the team on the other side has pulled off legendary stuff themselves. This is NA versus EU. EMEA, they haven't won a trophy since Fnatic themselves won those back-to-back tournaments in 2023. And that's what the region is hunting for. These are two teams with similar styles as well, the lower bracket, with players such as Chronicle looking to continue being the winningest player of all time, Jorgamo looking to join the list, a tiny list of players who've won champs and masters, only Sassy there. There's so much rich history, but only one of these two teams is going to be able to make it through to battle Wolves in the lower bracket final.
Oh, we're going to be getting into it shortly here for our opening pistol round between these two juggernaut teams. Toronto, make some noise! Let's get loud!
And what a bold pick this is for G2 to be going into Lotus, which I would consider to be essentially home ground territory for Fnatic. It's home ground though for both squads. And G2 taking rebel control as Fnatic get ready for a trap play at front B. Slow is going to be the name of the game for both of these squads on their attack sides, feeling out what the defense has got going. Because they're both pretty happy to play retake trap styles, and Boaster is in fact the opening kill.
And blood's going to be drawn out as G2 bodies are dropping. Not relenting though, G2 looking eager to try and take site control, but they've got a crossfire center to try and contend with!
How did he get two?
How the hell are you doing that? Jonah P, drive by, swings by, and just like that in a blink of an eye, it's Fnatic now that are on the back foot.
What a plant as well. They're planting so that they can take heaven control. They know that at least one of these players is on the flank.
Alpha is going to try and deliver shoulder to shoulder. Him and the IGL, Boaster himself, what a shot to connect. Not anticipating it. Boaster delivering an Alpha from the side.
Boaster's on his feet already, round one. You'll be seeing a lot more of that. G2 almost there, turning around a 3v5 situation, but they just couldn't quite get it done. 6 shots towards the end. A bit of a freebie there as well. That's a rough one for Jorgamo. But these shots towards the end, Alpha hitting a beauty onto Jonah P, untradeable. And then cleans things up towards the end as well. He's cooking.
He's ever the show, man.
I think having the fans so close at this event has just spurred him on to greater and greater showmanship heights.
Absolutely.
He does love it. He's talked in interviews as well, Boaster, about trying to just get the best possible results before he thinks about retirement. Which is mad, but he has been in the scene for such a long time, and his teams have been astoundingly successful. He's talked in this tournament actually about becoming the greatest leader of all time. I think if you made the list right now, it would have to be Boaster at the top. But he'd like another tournament here, just to properly seal the deal.
Set it in stone. And we're expecting a slow and methodical game for both of these teams. Going to be taking their time with it.
Might feel like a bit of a whiplash after you've come off Paper X versus Wolves.
It definitely will.
But both of these teams, they do have similar styles. Fnatic, G2, they're going to be playing to allow their opponents to plant quite a lot. and make them bleed as they get into the sights.
Head not popped over towards the ledge as Chronicle holding close. Catches the contact, going for the re-swing. He's going to be traded, but Alpha towards the back. The ghost in hand, and he's going to be buying time for the rest of the team to start to get in and get active. Kayak tearing them apart. Leaf's just going to try and do whatever damage he possibly can from this spot. Has the spike in his back pocket, but no time really to work with. And Fnatic, ever the disciplined team, happy to wait it out.
Kayak would go down in one shot here. Leaf's seen if he can bait somebody out. Ends up falling to the Outlaw of Crash. He's posted up towards spawn. So fairly clean at the end of the day. Fnatic managing to keep 3 decent bits of weaponry heading into their bonus round. And I think a lot of it's about figuring out what these setups look like. You can see little bait and switch setups. On the pistol round, we saw that B trap play, where if a lurker starts walking towards B, they get hit with a paranoia and pounced upon. G2 are just going to be trying to feel this out. Figure out what kind of game Fnatic are playing. Where does Boaster want to give a little bit of space? Where does Boaster want to tell his team to fight? And this round, potential for a bit of a collapse onto Leaf if he does take that aggressive lurk timing.
Chilling for now, though. Pressure from G2 up towards B. Door's going to be opened up. That should be a bit of fear into the back of your minds. Jorgenman has a bullet to the back of the brain. Alpha. Swift dismissal. Leaf needs to be careful. He's getting tagged up. Bullet tagged. Still alive though, and now reinforcements arriving. G2 looking to clear this all the way out entirely. Crashy's been dropped. Jonah P, even a watchful eye. Exploration of Fnatic is getting punished here.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird push actually from Kayak. I think both players that died towards B there, Kayak and Jorgamo, probably could have played that situation better. But G2 end up slowing down the pace, hitting the brakes in a 4v3. And this allows Valen to just test out the map again. Trent still has both of these salvos to work with too. So they could play a really powerful post plan. They are set up though to split into B, and that's exactly where Boaster's waiting with the Stinger. They don't realize A is empty.
Boaster close quarters here with the Stinger in hand. He's got the util out. Unfortunate with the timing.
30 seconds.
Now we're going to run all over these players here. Fnatic.
It's a nice
in the hands of Chronicle is not exactly set up for success.
It's a nice use there from Trent of just a solo salvo into that B connector, the waterfall, in order to push back the players, and he's still got a salvo to play afterwards. G2 want to keep this clean.
Toxins going up.
All signs pointing towards it. Alpha is tepid, just tiptoeing in. Chronicle will be able to trade, but it's answered back in kind. So a round on the board now for G2.
Couple of players getting fairly close to some ultimates. Jonah P and Trent winding their way up to double initiator ults. It won't probably be online here, or if they are, it'll be in the post plant. But we've got a pretty important eco swing round coming up in round 4. Fnatic are going to go for an Odin purchase as well. Crashy's picking that one up to play it from tree. Aiming to do chip damage early on to these G2 players contesting rubble.
It's going to be a hail of bullets and lead. Sways him for a moment. Leaf is still propped up onto rubble.
I like it though. All of these sound cues are making it feel like Fnatic need to defend rubble, and instead G2 are creeping up towards B, and Kayak, he's got to defend.
Salvos pop up into the walls of door there. You blinds it as a back. Still G2. Oh my! You can't stand up to it. Chronicle obliterates 3.
Perfect timing, even though Fnatic weren't 100% sure how that B exec was coming through. Does Crashies get caught just jiggling the corner? If he did, it would open up the A site and make a 2v4 possible.
Missed the timing on it. Backs away anyway.
It's going to be very difficult for Valen and Leaf to dig themselves out of this spot. Fnatic are giving them room though, giving them respect, allowing them even to get a plant off. Assuming that they'll be able to win the retake with bodies, and with the paranoia, with the C's, with the horn, tools that they still have to be able to work with.
Should be a clean retake indeed. Discipline still there from Fnatic. Wing it out. Jump spot of Crashies has missed the potential timing here. Just swinging wide. Trying to take that fight towards it, but smoke into your face, Valen. Has to really just try and get a move on. Now he's onto the side. It's an off-angle play from him, but still player advantage. And the paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time. But no way! Valen
What a beast! What a play there! But what a fumble! Too cautious from Fnatic, I think. Talked about the fact that they love playing to give their opponents respect and play the advantage in the retake. But the paranoia pushed Valinoff onto an off angle and they just weren't there ready for the trade. It was only Chronicle that swung through off Alpha's contact and he only had about 6 health to work with. Fnatic lose a really important eco swing round here. And now the ult cycle is going to start to get online for G2. Assuming they can clean up an anti-eco, Fnatic might have just lost control of this defense half early on.
Mentor swinging. Just off the back of the heroics of the captain of G2. Two of our greatest minds in the game facing off against each other.
Feels like a battle of the generations when it comes to the IGLs as well. Valen, bit of a new kid on the block compared to the experience of Boaster, but he's been fantastic, and Boaster caught out in the open again. That's twice already in the very first quarter of this map.
It's not full steam ahead from G2. There's still a level of caution. Fnatic are stacking this with a multitude of bodies. It is the eco round.
Yeah, I think the read here from Valen is perfect.
Be careful here with a Marshall in the hands of Alpha. That's snappy. Quick scope straight to the head. He is taken care of, though. Chronicle's still trying to at least square up, take a fight, posturing ever so slightly. He's taking it with the off-angle play. Crashies is highlighted, lit up. There's no more. So G2 taking the lead early on here in Lotus.
That damage from Alpha, yeah, with the Marshall. It looks like Fnatic are going to need some more moments like that. What Alpha's been able to do recently in their games has been spectacular. And those are the danger moments that you need to be able to add in there. But otherwise, G2 dealt with that really quite cleanly, even though they went into the stack in the end. And here's the ults that we were talking about. But Fnatic, by saving, have managed to get Kayak an operator in his hands. Looking to try to get him posted up over towards A. That's where the Odin is as well. And only Alpha defending here on C. Pushed off immediately.
Salvo's meant to push off the early line. Doors opened up. Hello, Lee. Might get an early fight sooner than he potentially anticipates. He's going to play his life, try and back the hell out of there. Trent over the shoulder, that bait and switch.
Crashies, I think, made the call to fight with Boaster and didn't realize that Leaf also had backup. In came Trent. And down went the IGL again of Fnatic, who's having a rough go of things here. They still have the lockdown to try to play retake in one of these areas, and Chronicle could actually pit off some level of contact, but it's difficult to get value out of the pit here in the mid-round when Jorgamo still has his dimensional drift to clear everything. But here it goes.
Yeah, using it nice and early. Just trying to spot out the most of these players. Don't know if he spotted them off. Yes, Kayak. Time to strike. Choose it well. Chronicle. It's instinctual. The wall was up, just anticipating G2's positioning. It's G2 who are left with that player disadvantage.
And massive ultimates dropped on the side of G2. They can no longer set up a pit of their own in the post plan. So if G2 want to win this round, it's got to be proactive. I think Fnatic, they know it. Crashies and Kayak are waiting for this push.
Alice sees it. Jogmo's going to be backing away. Reclaiming the space now. There's an I4. Trying to lay claim to a lot of this towards it, but there's that up angle. A whiff from Kayak with how he's been playing. K damage kicking in. Gonna TP. Valen's barely out of there. Trying to play the crossfire setup. Chronicle wins this fight out, and that's going to be the lockdown to secure. Fnatic have all the advantages here. Everything in the world going their way.
And an investment of the ultimate just to make sure, just to absolutely guarantee that Fnatic are able to tie things up. It's a big recovery in this round from Fnatic. If they'd lost here in the 4v5, would have been a disaster. But Kayak gets good value out of his op, and honestly, the way that G2 were utilizing the Yoru ult, Fnatic read the timings, and they just knew that people were going to start pushing up off the back of it. Chronicle has got great reads on that kind of stuff. He's been around the block. One of our most experienced and one of the greatest players of all time. You look at accomplishments.
The accolades, man.
He's already got 3 trophies. If Fnatic can somehow pull off this lower bracket run, he will just be out miles ahead of everybody else with 4.
Making a serious case for one of the greatest of all time. G2 feeling pressured into the timeout here.
And I think there's been a pretty serious shift in Fnatic's defense now that they've got the operator online. They are still finding holes over towards A early on, but what G2 are struggling with is being able to take the site without getting caught by one of the Fnatic players who's just trying to get one and back up. It's not like Fnatic are trying to defend the sites to the death, but they're just trying to grab one G2 player and then back it up and always force G2 to be the ones that have to overextend and overfight to get the space and get the plant. Take a look and see what the adjustments are coming out of this TAC timeout. Kayak earned his showstopper in the previous, so he can take more aggressive positions with the op, because if you get caught, pull out the ult, and you can often stop yourself from getting punished. So he's actually going to go maybe for a solo peek over towards B, which is
looks like it.
Properly aggressive. Oh no, backs it up early on. Just listening for audio cues.
A lot of presence though from G2. Prowler and a flash through the front of B, and that's triggered at least the ult, and it's a bait and switch setup. Jogamo at the gate crash, could exit.
That's beautiful. Ult baited out immediately. Perfect value there coming from the Yoru. And now Valen's got an opportunity to reset the troops and figure out in which direction G2 would like to end. Another single salvo to try to push Alpha away. They know that Alpha loves to play this angle. We've seen people even pick up attack side ops to try to punish that.
Alpha feeling the heat, and he might be tested soon, but instead G2 go in a different direction. Doors opened up. B is called for. There's lots of ults to try and help supplement this one here. We'll see how to get used of the util. Sees is excellent. Crashes. He's locked G2 down.
Jorg teleported into it.
TP'd past. Boaster is here, laying in wait with the Odin up through the high ground. Attempt there made. Chronicle just the one before the trade is in sight. Now with that pit, he's going to be laid down towards it. Armageddon on top of it. Clearing out a lot of the extremities. G2 trying to hold on.
Alpha on the flank could be pivotal here. Trent, he knows that he's going to try to take the timing, calls for backup, and now realizes Alpha hasn't committed.
P just gone down there. I'm not sure if these are just stray shots coming through. Alpha.
Perfect trade.
Just the one traded instantly. Now the drone and a connection spots him out, highlighting across the board. Leaf is going to back away, trying to play his life. Sliders a corner, snaps towards it. Leaf. Ridiculous.
Perfect reads inside the pit there for a player who's well within the race for tournament MVP. Look at how tight the timing is on that one. Jorg just escaping with absolutely no damage done. Crazy kill onto Jonah P there too. But what I like from G2 is that they were hyper aware of the threat of Alpha here on the flank. Alpha is going to be playing C aggressively, and when he opens that door, Trent and Valen doubled up to deal with him. You've got to put two guys on Alpha at all times, and even then, Finesse will tell you it doesn't always work.
Yeah. Alpha perfectly capable of taking over. We've seen it, especially in their prior game. Risky setup here, but necessary. It's a half-buy round for them. That is sharp. Over towards the mound, though. This is about to be a bloodbath that's occurring, and it's all going away. Surely a Fnatic gets evened out into a 2v2.
Leaf, though, he caught the perfect kill on Boaster on the other side of things, and now it's all on Kayak with only a Bucky. I mean, he's just begging Valen to walk into him. If he doesn't, how is he going to take the kill?
Scurry of the footsteps. Valen is hyper aware.
And at that kind of range, Kayak, unfortunately, as good as he is, doesn't particularly have a chance. We were talking about how dangerous Alpha can be, and that setup over towards Mound almost found Fnatic a turn of the fates. The shots were good, but the weaponry, I don't think was quite up to scratch. And once again, actually, this kill, where Leaf is able to pick up Boaster, and Boaster's kind of, you know, inside his smoke again, getting caught.
Boaster's throwing a smoke in the middle.
Yeah, and I think that is actually a bit of a recurring problem that we're seeing here, is that Boaster's frequently getting caught out. He's 2-6 right now, but it's not necessarily about the scoreboard. He could be playing, you know, those kind of numbers and be playing a great game, frankly. But at the moment, he's trying to hold important positions on defense and getting caught out by unexpected timings. And I think that's going to have to tighten up if Fnatic want a chance of being able to win the rest of these rounds on their defense half at least.
A timeout taken for Fnatic to recoup. See if they can dig deep. It's Only a 2-round lead so far for G2.
It's well within the realms of being able to recover, but when you say it's a 2-round lead, Fnatic also won the pistol here.
Yeah.
So, you know, out of the other 6 rounds that we've seen, when rifles have started getting on board, G2 have been very consistent. And this time, no operator in the hands of Fnatic. They don't have the wealth to be able to put that into Kayak's hands. And once more set up to go for some kind of B split attempt. The spike headed up here and a potential for a wrap through Blue Room.
Potential for a brawl. This is Fnatic stacking 3 bodies. Trying to retake some of that rubble control away from where Leaf has just been lurking.
Leaf, he kind of needs to kill that Prowler to create the threat that he could still lurk.
And there's a pop in play. They want to try and get a move on here. This is G2. Trying to see if they can lay claim to that B site. Still rain down a hail of bullets. That's just from Boaster. He's going to be supplementing the fire. Just trying to make it nice and awkward for G2 while a flank occurs.
Do they have enough people to be able to deal with Chronicle? There is massive pressure on Leaf right now.
Tested. Only just a 1. This is Fnatic now. This is their time to shine. They've got a lot of control now towards B main. Flip at the site though. G2 looking to try and take this one up through heaven and a reflank of Valen, but time needs to be played. It's already ticking away, and it's up to Trent to see if he can delay, but smoke in your face, what really can you do from this spot? Timing is taken into a 2v2. They got to know where these players are. To smoke, obfuscate, hides the intent. And Kayak, he's there swinging through, seals it up nice and pretty for Fnatic.
Bit of a strange situation there towards the end. A couple of the G2 players left in the clutch, and it almost looked like they didn't know where the plant was. A B pop. Alpha swings through, but it's this flank play that made the difference. In previous rounds, Leaf has been escorted into rubble at the start of this round. He got pushed out immediately. He got caught by a Horn, Prowler, and that gave Fnatic the confidence to be able to double push fully out through A and get the rat play working. The more they can get the read on that, the more they can actually figure out exactly where Leaf is on the map, the better their defense half is going to look. And they've knocked G2 down onto a light buy, but this squad is diabolical with the Stingers.
And certainly are. Alpha.
He's so far up.
Oh, really far up. There's going to be a Paranoid blinded up, and there's already players just on your tail, just trying to hunt you down, Jorgamo. This goes Quadit. It is carnage of what's occurring. Alpha decayed. Caught up into the corner from the seas, and Valen was very quick, able to take up most of that space. The pit has to be vacated. It's a wasted ult from Chronicle.
Snakebite easily could have claimed a couple of lives there, though everybody on G2 was weak, but that was chaos. Alpha, with the wrong read of what was happening, they thought it was going to be an A-side default again, and G2 have found an opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons and slow things down a little. It's looking more even now.
Lurk smoke from G2. Praying that Fnatic would go for some form of re-exploration, clearing up the map.
And I think this is a really important situation where you've got to look at Boaster again. He's going to be doing this jump spot. He's been caught out in positions like this, throwing smokes a couple of times. He's got to make sure that he maintains this information.
30 seconds left.
He's gone forwards. Trust the advantage. He's got a read, and it is a good one. The solo player, Trent, just trying to condition with that drone. There's the punish Kayak towards the back. Alongside Chronicles, a stalwart defense. The lock and key here. There's only one left to stand against it. Jonah P. It's messy, it's scrappy, but Fnatic are up even.
And I think it deserved pop-off there from Boaster, because it's something that he struggled with a little bit so far in this defense half, but he played that situation beautifully, didn't he? Had the read that it was going to be a fake, stepped forwards rather than backwards, managed to get the timing on the drone, and catches Trent as well. So not only does he get the kill, he feeds full info to the rest of his team. Guys, this is going to be a C re-hit. 100% this A pressure is fake. And this is now an even half, 5-5. With arguably better ultimates here for Fnatic to close out on defense.
Door's going to be opened up. This is G2. Attempting a bit of that slow siege.
That is so much damage onto Jorgamo there as well.
Down to 61.
I think he would have been aiming to pick up an orb in this round, see if he could get the ultimate online. 4 players from Fnatic over here doing a re-clear, full re-clear of rubble.
A lot of utility. You see that Paranoid, you see the Haunt.
Could be the timing to try to activate somebody like Leaf on the other side of the map, but Alpha's waiting, and his...
Just as the turret gets broken, Kayak is looking for more. He's stunned up and misses it. Trent Just cleans him up.
That's amazing from Jorg and Trent.
All on Boaster now, though. Feeling the heat. It's a paranoia in your face, near-sighted. Plenty of bodies about to be coming towards you. Nightfall avoided. Chronicle. Again, the spam over the shoulder. Curtain raised up. Wall of his own, just trying to stunt it. G2, though, not to be dismayed, trying to get a bit of a move on, trying to claim that A site. Moving forwards, that game of time, it's Chronicle. It's the better of the adversary.
He's been really good so far, Chronicle, a pillar for his team to rely on. And G2, they feel like they have to be the ones making the play. Health disadvantage is so huge, but look at the wrap. Look at Alpha, yeah, already aware of the possibility.
Yeah, this lockdown, drop down should be sealing all of this one up, except Alpha oversteps himself, and the lockdown's going to be broke down regardless. Chronicle layers down that snake bite, and now there's a timing to be taken. Fnatic getting a run on, getting a scurry on. It's being stuck to half, heads are popped. Chronicle dismissed entirely.
Another round for Valen where he comes through in the clutch, and my God, what a call as well. Dismantling Kayak's ult. Oh, it landed on the pillar too. Tragic the way that splash worked, but it's the final call, this double wrap up through heaven and around behind onto Alpha. Alpha decides to swing aggro on a timing, thinking that it'll catch them off guard, and maybe doesn't account for the fact that they're both going for the flank. And the fact it was planted for heaven as well, it's a really nice way to play that situation.
One last chance in this half, though, for Fnatic to try and draw it level. Jorgamo sending it flying forwards here with a dimensional drift. I made this feel like a lot of A pressure, and there are bodies behind it. G2 are looking to at least take this space. Doors are open wide. Paranoia already expended. Most is going to be using it. This is Anarchy. Crashes to leave from behind. What a good work put in, though, and now it's up to Boaster to do the rest. Odin in hand, obliterating G2.
Incredibly aggressive swing there from Jorgamo.
Forwards, no committal. Boaster just looking for that information, and the timing potentially is here for Trent.
Alpha, yeah, worried that he's getting flanked from B main, even though the turret is actually watching it. So I think Alpha probably could have just stayed over here. But Chronicle is tightening the net at all times.
Toxins going up.
Putting a squeeze on him now. Already revealed to the side there. Chronicle, easy cleanup, 6-2-6 at the half.
A strong recovery in this half from Fnatic after it looked like G2 were running away with things. Big round from Crashies as well in round 12, as Jorg was hunting him down from behind. I think this implies we've got a great game on our hands with how even things have started here on Lotus.
Yeah, competitive between these two juggernaut teams. All the way through, 6-2-6. Could not ask for a better start to the series overall.
Pretty good. Give us 6 though.
Unreal stuff. We're going to send it down to the floor. Vansili is standing by with G2 Hammy.
Thank you so much, Brent. I'm joined back on the floor by G2's own Arabian Stallion, Hammy. Hammy, how has Toronto been treating you so far?
Honestly, Toronto's been amazing. The people here are amazing, and just like, yeah, overall great.
What about the event? You were telling me you were walking around the venue the whole time, checking out the activations and everything. How's the experience right here in Masters Toronto?
The experience is amazing. I mean, like I said, the people here in general, they're just like lovely to meet and all that, but yeah.
That's us, man. That's Canadian. That's good. We just love hugs.
Yeah, I do.
Let's get back into the game, though, and talk about G2, because you're basically the honorary sixth man for G2. Talk me through the Teho from Trent. Why is he bringing it back?
Okay, I mean, I feel like Trent gets too much disrespect. He doesn't need Teho. It doesn't matter who he's playing. He's the best initiator I've ever seen play the game. But yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to hear it from your words as well. And also tell me why G2's in the golden era and why are they going to win this series against Fnatic?
Yes, we'll be winning this series. Not only this series, but we'll be winning the entirety of Masters, I think.
Oh, the whole Masters.
We will be winning Masters, yes.
Okay, and so Wolves coming up next. You think they're going to have this easy against Sufat Baby and crew?
Yeah.
Okay, and last but not least, I want you to give encouraging words to the G2 players playing up there and also to your fans around the world.
Okay, honestly, G2 doesn't even need it. They're going to win. But I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, that's all. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, I love you guys.
You got it all. Hammy, thank you so much for your time. Let's toss it back to the game.
Two teams here that are just neck and neck, and honestly, even just looking at the map pool itself, we have our opener of Lotus. It's an interesting one. Listen, the desk was kind of talking about it when it came up as well, because it's a great map for Fnatic. It's one of the ones that they have been lights out on all year.
Yeah, it's at the top of both teams' map pools, and I think you really get the clash between both of the callers. Opposite sides of the spectrum, actually, in terms of results. You can see reflected in the Coinbase Econ report. Chronicle having an amazing half. Boaster struggling a little bit. Valorant's at the top of the scoreboard, actually, if you're just looking at kills as well. But I think more than productivity, it's going to be the game plans that are going to make the difference here in half number 2. I mean, when I've been looking at these teams, G2, they play for retake a ton. They're on their defense half. They've been winning almost 40% of them. Fnatic are winning post plants 83% of the time. One of those stats has got to give today. Is it going to be Fnatic closing out these rounds cleanly?
Clash of those styles. Leaping into the fray across for that info. Leaf break the Prowler, back himself out, and it is slow and steady for Fnatic.
They are the slowest team on the attack side that we have, but they're extremely diligent with it. They use the time to make sure that they dismantle trap plays. And yeah, it can get tense towards the end. The clock can sometimes be Boaster's worst enemy. But Alpha, yeah, Alpha might be his best friend.
What an opener for Fnatic.
I mean, that should be signed, sealed, and delivered on the pistol round. Fnatic with the potential here, a great opportunity to win both pistols on this map. And that can make all the difference in spots like this where both teams are good. Jorg might be going for a bit of a re-exploration over towards B as well. He's just trying to backfill this space, but it's all on Valorant to defend here with one Paranoia. Are they pivoting into B? Actually, maybe Jorg will get his chance.
They might do. They're going to try and go for the B here. There's only 25 seconds left, Fnatic. What is the call? Bit of a scramble, but they're going to land over towards A. No one really there to meet them. Valen might take a few risks of his own out towards the blue room, and this is all covered in time. Kayak is there. Cutting down his two players. It's a pistol round in the back pocket here for Fnatic, and like you said, it could make all the difference in a map like this.
Absolutely flawless. I mean, the damage from the first hit, collating through onto Jonah P. And then how clean Kayak looks with these shots coming out from his ghost afterwards. It's a beautiful round. It's clean, it's sharp.
Whoever it was.
I mean, it's Kayak. I think you should probably give credit to your newest player. It's going to be tough for G2 to recover from this kind of situation. You will sometimes see them force, even on defense, but this is not one of those times. G2 just playing for money in the bank. Another really important thing to pay attention to between these two teams is who has more of the utility once we get into post-plant scenarios. In the previous round, hello.
Yeah, they're going to be gearing up. It's a Paranoia in the back pocket. Yeah. Primed by Valen, looking for signs of life at the spam. Surely that's it, but they're actually waiting for a little bit further. There it is. Now the go button's going to be called for, but that Paranoia did not connect. Chronicle. Unbelievable form. And Alpha on clean-up duty.
Hyper confident, pushing through. Just allowing the players on Fnatic to build up more and more towards those ultimates. Players getting streaks, and Jorg trying to get cleaned up.
Nice with the class to give it a damage, surely, but the round nevertheless here to Fnatic. Chronicle is 19 and 10 right now.
He's been amazing. He's just been so calm. And like I said earlier, he's been a rock that the rest of the team can rely on in these difficult positions. He's not making the play to change the round necessarily, but when G2 force the aggression into him, he just collects it and absorbs it perfectly. You can't get past him. So Fnatic with a bonus round, but a bonus round that they've also forced an attacking operator into.
Just punish Leaf. He's been peeking this one often. The defensive setups differ, though. G2 making changes to it. Quick dink there through Mound. There needs to be some call for help. Shot wide and through. Leaf is on essentially single digits. Barely alive. Regen armor eventually going to be kicking in.
Both teams getting a read on what's going on here. Fnatic realizing they're fighting super heavy over Mound and trying to react into A and realize they got caught by the drone there. Decide to hold on for a moment. But G2 also got the read that there's an attacking op, so they'll have to be hyper aware of areas that Alpha's going to try to peek.
Door opened up here by Chronicle. Bit of fake pressure, trying to pull some of these G2 players. Done so successfully.
Yeah, it's really nice. It pulls all of the attention from the defenders towards the door and frees up this re-exploration towards Mount. This was the area, remember, that G2 were fighting over, so it's likely they would have left.
Second thoughts here for Fnatic, looking like they wanted to end over towards C, but despite now, making its way over towards A.
Maybe overthinking it just a tad here, overcooking.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
And Jorgamo not budging. Leaf even just lying in wait.
There's 4 players defending this area of the map.
Yeah.
Are they pivoting B and trying to connect with these guys through the door?
Maybe. Door's broken. No clearance onto the corner. Alpha has his back. Not on my watch is what he's saying. That attack side operator, but time is still becoming a bit of an issue. And shots are rattled. You can feel it. It's getting hectic. It's getting messy. Trent cleaning up onto Chronicle. Time is against them now. It's fully against this Fnatic squad. And G2, they make the call. Not sure who it was, but to stack the bodies in the final moment there over towards A.
They almost got punished for it as well, though, Brent. That round is on a nice edge. You see Chronicle come through from tree, and he's got players running away from him. I mean, the fact that Leaf also gets caught in this situation, the Guardian barrel just sticking out slightly, but it's this kill, Trent on Chronicle, that I think really changes the game, because G2 then can commit fully to the retake and the flood. And Josh is begging them to play time at the end there because there was no opportunity for a plant.
Very fast play to be made. That operator picked up into the hands of Leaf now. Punishes Kayak.
Yeah, I think it's a great call to go for the defensive op for Leaf because they know that Leaf is going to be on this line. They're trying to punish him with marshals, with attack ops. And if he's got a long-range weapon of his own, he can hold it down.
He's got to be careful here. Spots the body. How do you want to play this one? Backs himself into a corner.
He does have a little bit of support from Jonah P.
Poison's off.
And one of the things that this G2 comp is really good at is being able to passively regain information in the mid-round from the Taeho drone, from the Prowlers, from the Haunt. They have used all of those now, though, and only Jonah P's Haunt will be coming back later on.
Here.
Chronicle just sticking around to try to break that and make it feel like they could be going for a C re-hit. There's the Haunt, though. Chronicle breaks it. But the shot comes from so far back that G2 already have the read anyway.
Valorant's going to be seeing signs of life definitely occurring now.
Cover going out.
A long con here for Fnatic, just trying to earn up a few of those ults. Really working the map in the process, and they found themselves a slight gap in towards B.
Fnatic have been ending with these B splits a ton. I think G2 are fairly ready for this. Jonah and Jorg.
Jonah sat down onto the side here, spots it, catching the contact, a bit of spam as well. Comes through, this is Alpha and Chronicle. Laying claim over towards this side. Onto B in the plant now to go down, nothing to push this away.
Crash's managed to upgrade to a Vandal. Can he strike a dagger blow back to his own region?
Huge upgrades. Stun. Has to be sidestep Leaf. Just snaps at the Crash. He's an off angle by Chronicle, baiting out with the first shot. Now you're going to see that discipline coming through. G2 never without it, and it has brought it level 8-8.
Both teams playing that round pretty well, honestly. Just at the end of the day, a weapon difference. That's a sick kill, though, from Leaf. You can see that Kayak, he knows exactly how Leaf wants to play it, and Leaf is still just daring him to come and challenge. Fnatic have a lockdown to try to work with here. Difficult to counter. But G2 pretty happy playing the retakes as well. Stacking 3 bodies over towards Mound, expecting Fnatic to go for a punish of Leaf.
And Leaf is holding it. They want it to feel like it's just Leaf with a bit of solo pressure. Way ahead of this one. Still they're going to reveal their hands. So rifle shots ring out. Even trying to see if he can punish somebody going for that jump spot, but Haunt out into the open. Counter spam. It's Kayak trying to get the punish online, but
he was believing in the Haunt maybe a little bit too much, just stood into that Omen one way, got caught. Feels like G2 have been winning a lot of these opening duels.
Toxins going up.
Drone's going to be expended for the re-clearing, walls on walls.
And because Fnatic keep losing this fight over towards Mount, G2 can stack 2 bodies B, 2 bodies A and be pretty happy no matter where Boaster calls the team to end.
Tight to the corner, Jorgamo has the escape policy.
Alpha detected over here by the Haunt.
Just trying to spam where you might expect it to be, following the traces. Well, still going to be alive for now, 41 health.
And in a 3v5 like this, you don't really want to invest the ultimates from Alpha Air and Crashies unless they can find a pick beforehand.
30 seconds left.
But look at the time. This is one of the problems with how slow Fnatic play. You get into spots like this where you're down and you're not really in a position where you can even make a play to turn the round. This is just going to be a save that waiting out the clock, and it's not a high energy way to end a round.
No.
It feels, I've got to
10
imagine, a
seconds
bit
left.
brutal to have to give up in spots like this, especially because it allows G2 to then put pedal to the metal and try to punish. And that is such a punish. Looked like Leaf was just running the operator in to its doom.
To his demise, though. 2 rifles intact for Fnatic, and that was the goal of it. But you're right, it's a low energy way in the round to think about what's coming next.
Yeah, there's that moment one-way finding value. George just spots Kayak, who's trying to get value from the Haunt. Like, you can see what Kayak's going for,
Gun here.
but it's difficult amount. And Fnatic are going to take a tack timeout here. I think it's desperately needed. They've won both pistols in this map. G2 didn't respond with a force at all, and yet they're still behind 8-9. And they did do a good job of getting back into the map in their defense half. Here on the attack side, though, I think one of the largest problems is they're never actually pushing G2 away from Mount.
Yeah.
And if you don't have Mount control, if Leaf is always getting information over there, why would they ever want more than one person on C? And that makes it way harder for Boaster to call. Might be time to change the tempo around coming out of this tack timeout. Fnatic, they do have some fast rounds in the bank. They're not a team that do it very often. But running something a little quicker might just add that shift up that you need to be able to get back into the game.
Scrap together a buy. It's a bit rough. Boaster's going to be left with just a stinger, but you're right, a tempo increase could be what they ordered.
Doesn't look like it though, does it? I mean,
it's
looks like
pretty
they're going to
spread.
try to play for a little bit of rubble control. I mean, maybe the coach is telling them to take the shift into fighting for A control instead of Mount at the start of the round.
Trying to take this one, overwhelming with the bodies in the util. Setting Valen up onto rubble. He is revealed towards the tail end there by their own Haunt, so Fnatic get the information.
And I do like this smoke that Boaster goes for over towards rubble, but it's just been cleared immediately by the salvo, and G2 weren't really worried about it.
Exchange of the stray shots.
Leaf has actually been pushed back this time though.
Yeah.
Not too much contestation, and a nice smoke from Boaster just right on top of Leaf's face. And suddenly, G2 don't have the same level of information over towards C, but they're still playing C soft for retake and stacking bodies on A, expecting this re-clear, and they are so right.
Who's catching the play though? Strength, jump spotting, potentially sees it, Valen unaware. Trying to get a move on, trying to get a runaway. Kayak! Just obliterating the opposition. It's up to Jonah P to pick up those pieces. See if he can make a little bit more from it. Thoughts can be fainting. Getting a bit of a run on. It's not catch the timing. There's no way. There's no way at all! It's shut down by Alfia. Safe pair of hands. Jorgamo.
Spike planted.
In his hands, trying to go for it. Flick of the wrist does not connect. A way to exit other than having his ult, but committing it in this spot in a 2v4. Not wise.
No, he's still
even getting a wrap around.
He's still going to be able to afford an op in the next round anyway, so
Last player standing.
when Joel gets caught. Fnatic getting it up to 9 here, but I think really you've got to be looking at how G2 executed in some of those moments. They had the right read. They knew that it was going to be an A re-clear, but they didn't have somebody taking contact well enough for Valen to play off this. Kayak snuck all the way back in off the back of Chronicle's Viper Wall. And then I think you could argue the execution here wasn't great either. Jonah finds the timing, utilizing the fact they're on land. It's difficult to hear these kind of footsteps, but he can't land the shot. And Alpha shuts it down. Alpha once more is going to go for the attack side operator here. Taking a peek. Seeing if he can punish a jump spot on A.
Same explosion of util from G2 looking to take control towards A rubble. Post players up.
This smoke is a really nice adaptation. Coming out of the tactical timeout, it really has neutralized Leaf and allowed them to regain mount control. I mean, look what it's done. You got the pull from one of the rotates. You've also got this gate crashing spawn as well to try to support Leaf. And it's just softened up the A side of the defense. Really good macro adjustments from Fnatic's coaches.
All grouped up now from Fnatic though. Trying to push players off away from A rubble and just trying to take it slowly, steadily, but still that's bullets raining down. Jonah P is there. Nightfall preemptive, and that's going to be a tag onto absolutely everyone. It's the information they were looking for. You're seeing push out by G2 across the board.
Toxin screen down.
Leaf, he's tucked himself in.
It's a dangerous spot as well for Chronicle. He gets support from Alpha yeah now, but he's the one with the spike.
Now broken. Leaf will respect it. Off onto the corner. This is 25 seconds left. Where is this ending?
Boaster's trying to fake as if it's ended towards B. I think the spike should be headed to A. And that means Jonah has a chance for redemption after his failed play in Tree in the last round.
Spike's disjointed though. They've already got players in and through. G2 looking to try and flood defend this one all the way. Dimensional Drift spots it all out. No guessing game whatsoever. 9 seconds and it's all dropped down. It's all crumbled. Fnatic, Chronicle. It's cheeky with the kills, consolation prizes at the end of the day, but it's not a round win. That's what Fnatic were looking for.
Second time in this half that G2 have won based on the clock. And you won't see any other team in the tournament that loses as often as Fnatic. The EMEA teams do tend to be slower.
Spike down.
But Fnatic, honestly, they take it to a whole different level. And they're getting punished here. Trying to work the map as much as they possibly can, but not taking the right risks at the right time to try to push things forwards. And G2 have knocked the economy down on Fnatic. No, they decided to go for the force buy. They've got everything up here. Fnatic's eco is still doing all right. But 3 of the players are on light armor.
Investing into it. Salvage towards the back of rubble. Fnatic are grouped up though. Flash overhead. No signs of life from what G2 can see.
Yeah, passive kind of setup. Not looking to go for the reclear, the refight, G2.
Toxins going up.
But why would they need to? I mean, Leaf has still got pretty good information over towards Mound. Jonah P is getting them info on B as well. They're set up quite nicely right now for an A or B finish.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping through, dissecting this B site. Go either way though. Okay, lockdown. Drop down into the corner now. One salvo is going to be weakening it, but not enough damage to really do the job. They clear most of the way here for Fnatic.
This plant is almost destined to go down, and my eyes immediately go to this flank that's coming around the back. Leaf might have an opportunity, but it's going to be so difficult inside Chronicle's pit.
And look at a draw. G2 to try and play retake into this one, a bit of random spam perhaps. Fnatic should be set up to bring it level once more to the post plant. Util is even available. Again, bullets raining down. Not much cover, Fnatic will take it. Paranoia nade, ricocheting, rebounding, tons of util at their disposal here. They've completely shut G2 out of the picture. Straight kill from Leaf.
They're also going to do crazy economic damage to Fnatic because they're just essentially trapping them in the site. One escape path found though from Crashies and Kayak, so at least 3 guns are going to be maintained here. G2 never really committed to that one. Definitely felt like there was more opportunities for G2 to go for spam, to try to get inside the pit and make something of it. But when Jorg got shut down, kind of gave up the ghost. And Fnatic draw things level again at 10-10. It's actually a rough buy here for G2. Guardian for Jorgamo. Valen only with a stinger.
Might be
and a
seeing
big
signs
brawl.
of it. Yeah, big brawl. Signs of it. It's a season of nade. Jorg's TP just not in time to save him there. Kayak, a wonderful opener.
Seen that previously too. Jorg, he tried to go for the teleport in the moment, but was just a little too slow on it. That's a great start for Fnatic. I think they've really struggled with the opening kills.
Very proactive from G2, looking to try and push all the way out of Rubble. Using a paranoia, even expending it, but this is being held all the way further back. Crossfire setups. I think good for them, and G2 realized that would be an overextension.
I think all of that pressure, though, that was on the flank, as G2 pressured forwards, it actually pulled the defenders back, and it allowed Leaf to get set up on C properly.
Jonath's still staying around. There's going to be smokes on smokes. Hiding the intent of Fnatic. Has to be respected. Horn's not going to be broken.
Drop the spike.
He's still going to be sticking around here with 40 seconds left.
Trent has salvos, and he has the ult to be able to work with. Boaster needs to call for them to accelerate at some point here.
Tempo needs to be increased.
He's trying to bait out the salvo or the ult, but this spike is miles away still.
25 seconds left.
Surely this isn't going to be another round lost to the clock.
You're only just making a move over towards it. G2 still have bodies over towards you. Jonath's going to be hearing most of this, and that's the Armageddon. As soon as doors opened up, the slightest of pockets to play inside. And all the way forwards, Jonath has to be that line of defense. Moving now, 8 seconds remaining to G2. Reinforcing the site. Still time left. Alfie is going to try and defend this one. Defend it, he will. Plant is down. Wincon potentially there. And Alpha! All in his hands!
What a ridiculous round from Fnatic. I don't think they should have ever been able to get that one across the line, but it's individuals that power their way through with the clock all against them. Yes, they got the early kill and set themselves up in a decent spot, but they were just barreling towards the site, desperate to try to get something going. And again, the superstar, I think, is Alpha, defending crashes. Leaf a little too slow to be able to deny. And then Alpha, he wins that 1v1 towards the end, even with Leaf holding for it. Josh is not happy about that. G2 have taken attack timeout instantly afterwards. 3 situations where the clock has been bad for Boaster, and 1 recovered. Chronicle and Alpha, the players that have been by Boaster's side through thick and thin, winning multiple tournaments with him. 26-13 for Chronicle, 23-14 for Alpha, Everybody else on Fnatic, negative. I mean, Chron and Alpha are trying to deadlift Fnatic through this game.
The backbone. This entire map has been on a knife's edge all the way through. Fnatic go the ones finding it. Potentially the straw that breaks the camel's back if you are G2.
Yeah, I think that could be the round that you look back on that really made the difference. Josh is expending his timeout, maybe expecting not to get a chance for another one, frankly, because G2, it was a bold pick taking Fnatic to Lotus, but they may have been punished. Losing both pistols and not being able to stop them on the clock there. Valen steps up with a stinger to try to see if they can win a miracle round and draw things level again.
Gonna make this out, Leaf. Indeed, catches the Prowler. Leaves Valen inserted. Tiptoeing around the map though from Fnatic. They're gonna be looking to see if they can re-clear out towards C-Mount. Satchel across. With the rifles here, ooh, Valen barely able there to escape and exit. Drone used for a bit more information. G2 just trying to clear up most of the map. Fnatic, slow game of theirs. Definitely applies the pressure evenly here to G2.
And 2 players posted up towards Rubble. I'm not sure whether Alpha's calling for them to go back towards B. No, it looks like the spike's going to make its way towards this setup from Jorg and from Jonah. There's a seize.
All broken. Jorgama respects it. Okay, Gatecrash is probably running out.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, at this point, G2 are just trying to play the clock again. 30 seconds. You have C's, you have flashes.
Getting to delay.
30 seconds left.
It's up to Fnatic to try and get a move on here. There's a round you cannot afford to lose. Not against the weaker weaponry. G2. Sidestep, Nightfall, going to be avoided, at least for now. Util flying forward, sees, not quite a connection. Paranoia sweeps forwards, Boaster's there, ready to take the fight and lay claim to most of this site. He needs some help when he's at it. Kayak drifting into it, trying to take the fight straight to them. And it's a bloodbath up towards heaven. One away from the ult. Kayak is going to be happy with that. And the last one spotted out, rooted out.
Toxins going up.
If we just look to do some damage here, and Kayak's been set up perfectly. Showstopper for round 23.
That shows you that the composure is still there for Fnatic. Not getting rattled towards the end, still trying to optimize even the smallest bits. And that could be an ultimate that's a game changer and stops G2 from being able to pull off a comeback. Both of these teams have got good mentals. But G2 are going to need 2 really clean rounds here, even against the ult coming out from Kayak. Jorg and Trent have been really good at denying value from Kayak's ultimate when the sides were swapped. But I think a Showstopper is exactly the right kind of tool to complement Boaster's slower calling style, because it will allow you just to open up the sights towards the end of the rounds.
Toxins
Managing
going
to
up.
speed up entirely. G2, they don't want to be budged.
Toxin screen down.
Draining themselves here. Leaf and Valin out towards C Mount. Stray shots forwards, but now here's the pressure. Prowler broken. Stray shots, you know that Valin's sticking around. Leaf. Valin eventually going to concede that space and give it up. On either side is a deep drone and a deep push. G2 getting active over towards A.
Alpha, yeah, has a little bit of an opening on B. But this fight over towards A could define the round. Alpha's in on B.
Yep, Alpha is completely cracked open the B side, and now putting a squeeze, a pincer play over towards A. All that aggression of G2 was just dissipated. They're the ones left scrambling. Showstopper down. Just tagging into the clone. Jorgman will get it, but Crashies is there. Cleans it up. 3 players left to stand here. Boasted with the plan. It's going to be sticking this safety in the back of his mind, because Crashies is watching it all. Leaf slipped his way in. Found that timing and that gap. This is it, surely. Fnatic on the cusp, on the brink of taking map 1. G2's map pick, it's all on to Leaf. 6 bullets left, timing not there. It's a 13-10 to finish here for our opener between these 2 juggernauts.
And it's a deadly duo for Fnatic to finish things off. Alpha and Chronicle, the last left alive to pull Fnatic over the line. A brilliant opening map from both of those players. But it took everything, double pistols and some big moments against the clock to be able to push Fnatic over the line. But that's on G2's map pick of Lotus.
Now we look forward to the split. Fnatic's choice of territory. Already with a map under their belt, they can feel it. There's momentum behind this team. A chance to really carve out your spot in history. We're going to be stepping away. Up next, GB and the analyst desk will be breaking it all down.
Right, who are we hitting up first with a super five?
Jorgman with a super five is coming in 100% from Bray.
Super five. Right, who is Trent?
Where is he? There he is.
Right. I'm cranking it. Super five! Valin. Oh, I feel like I need to IGL diff super five. I'm hitting him with the foot. Super five!
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
defused.
Don't play with your karma. Don't do it with a kink in your armor. Don't do it. Don't fake like an actor. Don't do it. Tell a lie to your pastor. Don't do it. Focus like a laser. When you leave from the rafters. When you leave, better off going harder. You don't wanna be a martyr. You don't want when you flirt with disaster. When you flirt with this when you flirt with this don't steal from your brother. Don't do it. It might tear what you're after. It might tear. Prepare for the danger. Prepare when you call out your master. Call him out. Don't trust in a stranger. Don't do it. Get killed if you capture. Get killed. Sabotage in the parlor. You don't wanna be a martyr. When you flirt with disaster. 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 When you flirt with disaster.
What a start that was for Fnatic. I'm now joined by their coach, Milan. Now, both of you had to make a lot of adaptations on the fly. What, in your opinion, was the most effective adjustment that you made that gave you that win?
I think during the timeouts we told the boys to stay calm, focus on like what they're giving us and just processing information a little bit better, and I think it made all the difference after that.
Boy, it did indeed. Thank you very much for your time.
Welcome back, everyone. As we look to break everything down, we have a special guest here. Put your hands together for Coach Kaplan of Sentinels. Good to have you here, brother.
Thanks,
Good,
man.
as
Happy
always.
to be here.
So let's go ahead and dive right into it. Cap's going to be here to help us out and guide us through the game. And first things first, let's actually talk about what the coach of Fnatic was talking about in that interview there, Mimi, because he said, hey, I needed to keep the boys calm and ready to go, and we saw the results of that in that round 18.
Yeah, absolutely. The adaptations, Kaplan, from this team, they had such a great sequence of different attack side ideas of how they approached that.
Yeah, they had a hard time fighting G2's comp head-on, and after this timeout here, you can see they just make some light noise, a fake TP and a smoke, a classic Boaster smoke. Kind of keeps G2 occupied a little. Then they go back, re-clear the C side, come back A. Just started to take the game a little bit less head-on, and I really feel like the next few rounds built the story. They did it again. Then they kind of snuck out A together, and then they just took a head-on fight. And I think it really speaks to Boaster's IGLing, that he was able to take that timeout and just keep building on it.
Yeah, because we were talking about that a little bit, right? Like, a lot of people always are giving big credit to the coaches coming out of the timeout and what game plan they did, but there's always going to be different things. Your opponents do different ults that come online. It is really difficult for an IGL to kind of perfectly sequence those rounds together, even with input from a coach.
Yeah, exactly. It's just really, really impressive.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, Jonah P had an opportunity to get a nasty 2K in that situation, and unfortunately was shooting cotton candy at his opponent, and it was like, oh, get this off of me, and then they just shot him, and then that was it. Which, those heartbreaker rounds, man, those are the things you do not want to see happen. But that does take us to our HyperX Reflex moment here, because this one's on the other side of the field, Mimi, with G2's Valen. This is what you want to see from the team more consistently as we get ready for map 2.
On the attack side, G2 had to seemed to have a read about finishing B in a lot of these rounds. Almost every time it felt like on this attacking side, they were getting posted into post plants on this site. And this team, even without peak Teo, which is what a lot of people attributed their post-plant success to, they are still such an incredible team at setting up in these kind of rounds. Here, it's some incredible shots from Valen, but Trent on the nerf Teo, balancing his utility. The way guys like Valen and Leaf are repositioning means that G2 is one of those squads that is shutting down the retake so often. And Fnatic, one of the teams in this tournament who is trying to retake the most. So a challenge for them to get back in on this G2 team.
Yeah, just insane. I mean, just in a spot like that, Valen just has nothing to do but move his crosshair around. He's in the middle of nowhere, and he really knows how to close it out.
Yeah, truly finding ways to succeed, but it was not going to be enough there. Fnatic managed to squeak them out there. Now we're going to hear from the coach of G2 as we get ready for map 2.
We're moving on to map 2, and G2 have a chance to redeem themselves. Now, Leaf was such a nuisance, as he always is. On map 1, I think Fnatic really struggled to deal with him. What kind of role can we expect on map 2?
I think it's more of the same. I noticed that Fnatic likes to enable their best players to really shine and take their duels, like Alpha. Took a little inspiration of that. I'm like, hey, Leaf, you should go contest them. You know, like if they're gonna take the space, I want you to put them down. So, yeah, I mean, we're just greenlighting him a little bit more, and we'll see what happens.
I look forward to seeing it. Good luck on map 2.
I do love to hear what he's saying there, because Leaf to me felt so strong when he was taking those risks. When he was playing as a C anchor Kaplan, he was constantly walking back into space and finding a ton of success there.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the op up on Viper, like constantly had the info. Even after getting a pick, he would find a way to get back on that line and be able to say, hey guys, they're not coming to C. Don't worry about C. Just look out for that A hit.
But to that point that he was talking about Alfier, though, that's exactly what we were seeing from him, man. He was going for those plays, going for those fights, Mimi. And it did feel like Alfier, with that confidence, it's very hard if you're Fnatic to like be like, hey, you know what, guys, we got to play off of that. We got to feed this energy here, because Alfier is giving that to them in spades.
You absolutely do. Kaplan, I mean, Fnatic plays a bit of a weirder comp with this double duelist, the Yoru, the Raze. Talk the viewers through what should they expect out of this comp going into map 2.
Yeah, they have a lot of different looks here. They're able to move the Viper Lurk around to different spots. Sometimes they throw a really neat orb mid that makes some pressure. They can go fast, they can go slow, but they do have to respect the G2 Breach. They should have a little bit of a hard time fighting head on for any space against the Breach, kind of similar to Lotus actually.
Yeah, it's gonna be big. G2 lot staking on this game. They lost in Champions to this team 0-2, got sent home by them after the amazing tournament they had at Shanghai, and it would be a really similar story again, making it to the finals in Bangkok. If they were to go home here in top 4, it would definitely be a disappointment for those boys at G2.
Oh, without a doubt, and you can see Fnatic taking their time with this agent select, having the conversations that they need as they get ready for this map 2. Could very well be the end of G2's story here in Toronto. Toronto, do you think that's going to be the case here? Oh, a lot of no's. Who do you guys think we're going to map 3? I think people just want to watch more Valorant here at the Enercare Center. That's the most important thing now, Mimi. But G2 need to dig deep if they want to unseat this Fnatic team.
They absolutely do. They pulled off that incredible comeback the other day against Gen G. Had to dig deep to stay in this tournament. But Fnatic, a great team, going into another map where they are comfortable on. They are on a 5-map win streak here on Split. So it is going to be a challenge, even for a team with the tenacity that G2 has.
Coach Kaplan, Now, obviously, you're coach of the Sentinels in this situation, but let's say you're coach of G2 in this scenario. What are you telling the boys? What are you thinking about as you get ready for this game?
Yeah, hey guys, remember what we talked about? Remember what we planned? There's no doubt they know what they need to do here. They already played PaperX, playing a similar comp on Split. They've got the experience. They've had time to review. They just have to make sure they stay trusting their ideas, despite the fact that their tournament life is on the line.
Kaplan, you've played long series against G2 this year. You know this is a really hard team to put down, even when you win a map early like that.
Yeah, it is really tough. They know how to stay composed no matter what, and then you start making mistakes, and they just watch you make them.
But you know what I have to lean on, though, is the fact that on the other side of the field, you got Boaster, who's just been getting up and taunting his opponents nonstop. And that has to be so infuriating to play against, Coach.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I mean, I can only imagine for the players who are up there, but when you're constantly reminded of the opposing team's confidence, it just makes it really hard.
And bringing that energy for him. He's so comfortable in these positions, had to come back when they've won trophies in the past. Missed out on even going to Bangkok. Now an opportunity to make it top 3 here in Toronto as that final EMEA team. Everyone else from that region out in the group stage. Went home early in this tournament. But Fnatic staying in it despite the roster changes, despite bringing a rookie player into this tournament.
Do want to inform everyone, a little bit of a technical hiccup on the stage. We're going to get that sorted in just a little bit. So you'll stick with us for the time being, a little podcast. You know, you can't complain about that. Wait a minute, just got told I'm a liar. We're going into the game, everybody. Let's dive into the action. Toronto, make some noise for Brent and Sideshow.
We're going to need to see G2 dig deep, show that resilience that allowed them to come back versus Gen G. They're going to stand a chance against this Fnatic squad because both of these teams are aiming for greatness at this event. Both of them are looking to go that much further.
Jonah P, though, quoted as saying very recently, it's going to be a complete failure if we lose now, a disappointment. We're already thinking about the finals, and I think that just less pressure and more their own team's expectations. They want redemption for Bangkok. But Fnatic stands in the way.
It's apparent. Okay, fault line. Alpha has found a pocket to play in. Even on this angle. Nothing crazy, though, from Fnatic.
They're expecting the reclear.
And expected they will at least be rewarded. Alpha is lying in wait. Jumps on the chance. Now TP going to be laid in towards the back of that site.
I mean, it's a perfect read there. Really good control. They know exactly what G2 are going to go for. And now they've got themselves a 5v4. And Fnatic are never going to over-rush in these kind of situations. They can sit back, play the player advantage. Even allow Chronicle maybe to work a little bit of pressure over towards A and try to pull people off this hard anchor position.
Fnatic just trying to keep G2 guessing. Jonah P holding down that fault line. It's going to be have to contact a Leaf who's holding from the high ground.
Full Fade utility and being dumped right now over towards A to try to pull people. There's only 2 now ready to defend B.
There it is. It's going to be sailing up and over towards it. Exchanged even, leaving out of satchels in hand. Alpha.
That's a great shot.
Straight into the fray. Leaf is there to answer back with a flash is even better. Jonah P is going to do a lot from this spot. And Trent does supplement. There's still a player disadvantage for them. Time running short. How do you get yourself in through the back of this?
The heaven lurk.
Heaven lurk is what they're waiting for. That's on the timing. Crashies just laying around towards the side. And he's already dropped down, but he wasn't expecting it. Trent, if he stays alive, he's won the round. Trent! Absolutely ridiculous!
That's an unbelievable way of the pistol round to finish. Trent is completely surrounded. Got his opponent Fade lurking through heaven. Should have been an absolute wrap, but they lost track of where he was. They knew that he'd been over towards spawn. But I think Crashies was searching for him, didn't realize. He was just tucked right behind that box. Try! He didn't even need the final kill, but he gave us it anyway. Nice! That's pretty absurd, because I think Fnatic should have been able to wrap that one up and win 3 out of 3 pistols so far. But G2 rewrite the narrative.
Skipping past a lot of this util is going to be the Prowler. Kayak taking that space. Stray shots fired down at Bulldog. Not exactly the weapon of choice here, but with the horns followed up. Leaf is here. Fill in the gap to the defense.
Oh, and the C's into the snakebite combo to give Leaf a 3rd. Leaf now actually going to be approaching a Viper's Pit. He's able to clean up the rest of these players.
Looking for the last few. Spots it out. Chronicles, drop 2 of them. Spike accessible to a degree, but Valen is quick to recover.
That's what Leaf, a really big anti-eco round for him, gets very close to the Viper's Pit. Not going to have it online for this bonus, but could be a difference maker early on in a crucial rifle round, especially if G2 can do a little bit of damage in this next to the Fnatic economy. A rare, quick round as well. Fnatic taking a lot of ramp control very early on. But you're expecting, again, quite a lot of these rounds, even with the double duelist, to be slow paced from Fnatic on their attack side. I know Kaplan on the desk was talking about the fact that G2 got some experience playing against double duelist compositions, but PaperX and Fnatic are pretty much as far apart as you can play the same comp.
And the bait setup. Alpha just trying to swing off of that, catching onto the jump peak.
He did get an aim punch as well. That was a Phantom 140 headshot. But I'm really interested in this battle over towards B main. You see it here from Kayak and Jorg, just kind of feeling each other out. On the pistol round, Jorg got baited into walk re-clearing B main. But B main control is super important in the current meta.
Smokes propped up, recalled. We're going to be left guessing. There's haunts and action occurring onto every extremity right now. Pushing Chronicle out of the path. Jorgamo looking to potentially take a fight here. Knife out for Kayak. Oh my, that's unfortunate timing.
I mean, that's a weird decision as well, isn't it? Leaf versus Chronicle. And Chronicle gets the better end of it after Valen had already retreated. And now Valen's alone and isolated on the A side with the Paranoia as his best friend.
That's to anchor single-handedly. Reinforcements arriving in the form of Trent, but he doesn't really have a weapon to his name. It's the classic and a bit of Utah. They can hear it now. Smokes are going to start to be laid down, blossoming. Haunt reveals. And not even the exit for Valen. Just trying to TP out of it, but just opened his body up wide for it. So Fnatic, methodical approach towards it. Trying to hold back the onslaught now that G2 are trying to dish out. No one is ready for Alpha.
Yeah, that's a nice cleanup from Fnatic. Really good positioning too. Even if Alpha hadn't been able to close out with 3 kills, Boaster's waiting in vents as a backstab. They've set up that round really nicely here. Fnatic are so good at their attack side macro. I know we're watching a little bit of a mistake here from Kayak, but he has some B main information. Chronicle controls the other side of the map. And in the meantime, the rest of the pack is working their way up mid, getting a Heaven control, and just slowly pushing back G2. G2 at some point in these slow rounds are going to have to fight to re-clear. And that always comes with a bit of danger.
Straight back into it.
Once more, same 1-3-1 setup from the attackers, right? Kayak holding on.
Heavy premium, just spotting the cross-up. Jorgamo will have to respect that.
And that's great information from Kayak. He saw that teleport. He knows that Jorgamo's gone back into a more passive position.
Trying to square up towards it. What a shot!
Jorg has just decided to take the fight to Kayak. Might be a bit of an experience diff happening here.
Head clean off the shoulder. Kayak's got to be watching from the spectator seat, but Chronicle's been good for it so far. Pressure up towards B Heaven though. Alpha is ahead of it, finds the gap. Time to be taken. Seize though, avoided.
It is a nice seize though, because it gets Jonah P back onto the line.
So much pressure happening. Both. Oh no, no, no.
Spike down mid.
It's not ideal.
He's just gifted them the spike.
The spike dropped down.
I mean, that I don't think was even. I think that was just supposed to be fake pressure anyway. Kron might have done enough.
Has to be the savior for him. Leaf, judge in hand. Lets it loose and lets it rip. So putting a bit of fear into them, putting the squeeze now into Leaf, and a bit of spam chopping him down. Leaf
20 seconds.
At the knees, 20 seconds, scrambling, dashing.
Spike down mid.
And is leaving it just down to Crashies. A spike essentially unretrievable. 3-1 for G2.
Big fumble in that round from Fnatic, from Boaster. Like I said, I'm not sure if they thought the vent was completely clear and they were just trying to make a drop noise to fake a pivot into A and go back to B. Or whether Boaster really wanted to try to take vent and just didn't have a teammate with him. But either way, you can't make a mistake like that when you're already a slow-paced team. And clearly the Fnatic coaches are not happy about it either, because we're about to go into a tactical timeout. And so, coming off the back of this, I mean, there was a great tack timeout on Lotus. The Desk talked about it as well. That adjustment in the second half. The coaches took the timeout. Boaster adjusted some things, and Fnatic were able to close out on map 1. Here, this is very early on. It's probably more to do with adjusting the tempo, or maybe one of the coaches has got a read on what G2 specifically are doing on their defense side. But I think there's a couple of things to just calm down here for Fnatic. Kayak's kind of getting diffed and making a couple of mistakes in terms of anticipating the aggression of Jorgamo. Jorg's just caught him on a couple of timings. And obviously we've just witnessed that fumble from Boaster dropping the spike in vent, so not sure whether it's nerves. It looked like the confidence was high for Fnatic, to be honest, on map 1. But they've now given Leaf an opportunity to get this Viper's Pit online in what could be a crucial round, though it is going to be a half buy here. Fnatic have still got some big weapons.
Opting into it almost fully. Oh, second guessing themselves. Money's a bit all over the place here from Fnatic. TP in a fault line, sets up Valent. Horns timing.
Yeah, they've decided to use the pit in mid. Boaster's just spamming into it, but with how much Fnatic were doing 1-3-1 defaulting, okay, Alpha's just going to rip Trent apart. And these 3 players were looking to try to put pressure over towards A early on. They know that Valent teleported, so that's what Alpha's also worried about. They think that they think that Valent might be inside that smoke. He's miles away, he's all the way towards screens, but he is slowing Fnatic down and forcing them to use util.
Now getting a bit of a move on towards a ramp. Chronicle and Alpha, the 2 players with rifles in hand.
But Valent is just so isolated here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cut up on island from this point. Doesn't know if he's lost A heaven control. Doesn't really know where to lay it down the smoke either. Potentially trying to catch the cross. Fnatic are willing to play this one slowly. 45 seconds, that's a TP. Straight down to default. Taking a fight. Valent chopped down. Showstopper even expended. That's out the back pocket of Alpha. This is going to be a quick scurry away. G2 do not want any part of this.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
they don't want to get caught by some kind of splash rocket that gets fired into heaven. Their A-ramp fight is going to be crucial here. Chronicle's just been amazing today.
It's going to try and do it all with a judge! Chronicle!
He's perfect!
Hitting shots like that! Boaster just supplements beautifully. Recall of the smoke, Jorgamo. Really going to commit into this. The money is low.
I think G2 lost every part of this round. Lost Trent to that duel over towards A-ramp. Didn't really adjust. Valent thought that he could hold A, at least for retake, on his own. And Fnatic got into perfect positions. And then they just lost every important fight to Chronicle too.
Gone here.
The combo, once more, that 1-2 punch of Alpha and Chronicle. It's been immaculate today.
They haven't stopped.
And Alpha's going to open up a lot of these rounds. Kayak too. I mean, Kayak is certainly one of those players. He was lighting up the scoreboards, topping the rankings in EMEA for stage 1. But if you're looking for experience at global events, you can't go wrong with the duo of Alpha and Chronicle.
Tyrani's just walking like a bot.
That's what they are.
They're keeping that energy all the way up.
Yeah, the disrespect.
Confidence with it. Hard commit by Kayak, just jumps straight past, and this duel that's taking place.
Yeah, Jorg's had the better end of it most of the time. But at some point, with how aggressive and timing-based Jorg has been playing, he could easily get punished. They're expecting Fnatic to be trying to take some A-ramp control and holding the stun for it. A stun, potentially a paranoia and a re-clear of ramp. But nobody scaled off the back of the Prowler for Fnatic. Playing it slow, cautiously.
Valent takes a peek here. You could be in a world of hurt.
That's just
timings, contacting, walking up onto the line. Valent wants a little bit more. It's good with a trade though. Crashies shuts that down.
Maybe an overpeak from Valent there. I think it's difficult to take 1 kill and make it into 2 against Fnatic when they're so disciplined. But still a player advantage.
Before wait, just see the barrel.
Clumsy movement, arguably, from Boaster there, just as they were calling out G2 for walking around like bots. And G2 in a 4v2. These rounds You know, Fnatic don't get something started
30
early in
seconds
terms
left.
of map control or picks. You get some of these dull endings to the rounds, but G2 will be very happy to have the momentum paused for a moment.
It'll be another round added up to their tally. 4th-1 for G2.
And often when I do watch Fnatic play on Split,
10 seconds left.
I'm hit by how nice the game plan is. I think often with how precise Boaster can be and how good the coaching staff is on this team, they often come out with some kind of immaculate read. I'm not seeing that just yet today. Leaf caught towards the end, but it's not going to do too much damage to G2's economy. It does put a bit of pressure down, but there's players that can drop. These kind of unfortunate situations, though, are just a killer for Fnatic. When you're playing slowly and you're trying to be disciplined and you just kind of get spammed through a smoke, it can throw a wrench in the works massively. Like I said, though, I'm still kind of waiting for that glimmer of brilliance that you often see from Boaster's Calling on the attack side. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that G2 have been able to keep control of B main, and that's where the fight's going to happen again early on. Jorg getting posted.
Very early fault line. Jorg trying to take this one with a little bit more aggression. Off-angle play. It's going to be Util to try and clear him out. Aftershock to the corner. Kayak, his gate crash was set towards main. He's got no exit anymore. But Slusto towards the back of the side. Gives him access towards it. G2 themselves going to be backing out.
They chose not to try to combine that with the Fade ultimate. You know, you still got that in your back pocket over towards the retake.
Trying to take the fight forwards into their spawns. A flash and a play into it. Clone just eating a bunch of that damage. Jorgamo answers, drops down Kayak. Pit now into your face, and this dimensional drift needs to get value. Nightfall in through, into the back. Spam and a shorty. Jorgamo, he's got access now towards it, and Chronicle down. That means the Pit alongside with it. Jorgamo, there's no stopping him right now. Boaster is going to do it all from an uncomfortable spot indeed. To buy time for Alpha. To buy time for this guy to shine. 7 bullets left. Trent repositions.
6 bullets.
Leaves it into the 1v1, and time is ticking away from
Bad
Trent.
plan.
It's a bad plan. He's sticking this.
Alpha.
Have on it. Alpha wide. He's going to swing. He's going to swing
it.
now. Alpha.
Oh.
He claims it.
What an angle to be found from Alpha here. I thought he beefed it for sure there. Knew that Trent was only going to get half in that spot and still had an angle to be able to swing out wide in B main. It looked like a horrid plant. And a really good combo. But considering the pressure that Jorgamo put down, getting 3 in the round, everybody else couldn't quite get it done. Look how tight that one is. Fnatic with a weapon advantage heading into round 8. And a few really good tools to be able to work with too. Cosmic Divide, Crashies with an ultimate as well. Plenty of tools to be able to get in and run some kind of set play with the ultimates. I was also talking on Lotus about the fact that G2 win almost 40% of their retakes. Fnatic are also our best team in post plants. Like one of those stats has to give up today. And at the moment, it looks like Fnatic kind of coming away with the advantage.
Yeah. Attempt by Fnatic here. Double dive in, TP into the back, Satchel's in play. Kayak has that backside control. Jorgamo forced to give it up. Late claim to the side. Fnatic not content with it though. Looking like they almost wanted to step past. Through the spawn, just the deep seas.
And once more, the best post-plant team is playing against the best retake team.
And to see what comes out on top. Fight forwards, out towards Pillar. The guns and the weaponry, not ideal for G2. Starting to at least drop down into the sides, and the feed is filled up. One shade of teal. Alpha standing alone. Chronicle is going to pick up these pieces with a double face like that. G2 disrupt the hold completely.
With a Spectre, Bren, as well. From that range. I mean, G2 are masters of being able to get the best out of the light weaponry. But kind of incredible that they make that retake work and not the one before. That has flipped the eco situation on its head entirely.
Flash out.
Around where it looked like Fnatic should have been able to come out on top and equalize the game at 4-4. Suddenly, G2 are running away with things.
How he didn't headshot on me while running? What is this luck, bro?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. How is he hitting that with a Spectre from that range? Now Fnatic themselves have got to try to make something happen with a really bad vibe.
And the money has taken a tumble. Flipped 180.
And they're going to try to use this orb in mid. It's a really nice orb lineup from Chronicle, and it allows them to close the gap with lighter weaponry. So Kayak and Crashies.
Leaf, under pressure, just spots the shoulder, gives up most of the space. G2, heavy emphasis being placed over towards A. No one B heaven.
These players could get pinched if G2 don't keep a ramp control. So that's why you see Trent maybe even overextending slightly to fight for this.
That's in the open.
I mean, throughout this all, Kayak inserted in vents with the Vandal. They're hoping that Leaf goes for re-exploration here, you know, with something, a stun, a paranoia, and Kayak can just grab one.
Ramp take here from Fnatic, and this does put the squeeze now onto Leaf. Trying to lay in wait, and they're already putting a drop on him! Bucky in hand! And Alpha obtains the upgrade.
That's beautiful.
Slowly but surely, Fnatic are dissecting this site. Taking the map control away, it's going to be ult expended just to try and get themselves back in, but it's wasted. Caesar's perfect. Trent just trying to stay tucked in, but the horn reveals all. There will be no escape. Not this time. Not from what Fnatic are putting on show.
They cross every T and dot every I. When things work for Fnatic in this slow-paced style, it looks so perfect.
Last player standing.
And it's desperation by G2, just wandering into that sight line. A thrifty win from Fnatic. Back and forth we go.
The economy apparently means nothing between these two teams. G2 cast down into the depths again as Fnatic keep it. But, I mean, look, they knew that Leaf was just pinned in that corner the entire time. There had not been a re-clear. Kayak's just controlling that space, keeping him corralled. And once they have that pick, pushing into the site, the perfect seize onto Valen, the perfect haunt onto Trent. I mean, it's all gorgeous. Every piece of util with purpose. And G2 take a tactical timeout for the last 3 rounds and a half. We had a dead even 6-6 on Lotus to open things up. And that, I think, is the absolute peak of both teams' map pool. But Split, it's more of an uphill battle, I would argue, for G2. Like, Fnatic sealing up map 1 should set Fnatic up pretty here to be able to move on and face Wolves. I think G2 have got to really dig deep. At the moment, they're in the lead, but their eco is shot, and this could easily be anyone's half.
Yeah.
And once more, by the way, Brent, it's that duo of Alpha and Chronicle. 13 kills for Alpha, 11 kills for Chronicle. I mean, nowhere near double digits for anybody else. They are putting on an insane performance, this deadly duo for Fnatic. And this is why they win trophies.
Pure domination. As you said, pressure is on G2, I think.
There.
Try and slow them down despite being around ahead. Money's not good here for G2. Scrap together a bit of a buy, TP disengage, just to try and get some information. That's Jorgamo. Seeing if they're posted.
There. Alpha is so happy taking this duel. I mean, he knows he's on fire. And while Chronicle's the anchor, the rock, Alpha's the tip of the spear. He's the guy that can open things up, make the magic happen. And I think he's playing more confidently than Kayak is right now too, so he is actually taking more of those opening fights.
A lot asked of him, but always ready to deliver.
Leaf again has gotten stuck a little bit in vent here. Jorg gets destroyed on site.
Yeah, just trying to anchor over towards A. Slide off angle, I think, trying to catch the cross. The gap, a small window that Leaf wants to try and play himself in and towards. The Sheriff does sing into his hands. Will be forced to try and back himself out and away. There are anchor players, though. Onto the side. Trent doesn't have a lot to work with here, and he needs some help, and he needs it now after shot. Trying to land it close to the corner alongside the Seas. This is Fnatic that are getting stunted.
30 seconds.
Well, lines
30
out.
seconds left.
The spike heading up towards ramp. Surely not a pivot to B.
Back into Leaf. No shotgun into his hands, just a Sheriff, but...
The time!
So much danger, 20 seconds left. Where do you want to end it at this point, Fnatic? Anchor smokes are laid down. G2 trying to play that time. Kayak cracks it open. And cracks heads while he's at it. Moving forward, Trent has not been dislodged. Not been dislodged at all.
The time!
It's denied find the plant. And the time is the worst enemy of this Fnatic squad.
Trent has done it again!
He stays alive in the final moments.
Almost exactly the same as what we saw from Trent on the pistol. He's the anchor, he is in a crazy position, and yet he is the last one left alive.
Screen down.
The clock has been a nightmare for the Fnatic on their attack side. And this time it just happens again. The reason they're planning for Heaven in this spot, by the way, is so that the side player, Trent, can't deny. And yet, whilst trying to get the plant down, they get picked off from Heaven. Gaps everywhere.
Look at that timeline. Back and forth, back and forth. It's a pendulum swinging.
And always the Thrifties.
Over these teams. So deadly, so dangerous. Jorgamo, operator in his hands. He's been revealed. Get crashed to safety. It's Alpha here like a rocket in through the site, trying to please roll out the red carpet for the rest of his team. I want to go one step further. Instant plant down for Fnatic. This is pacey.
Yeah, much faster round from them.
Completely overwhelming here, but at the 9-4, Alpha trying to evacuate, trying to back himself out. Crashes is immaculate across their placement, yet G2 not to be outdone. Already in, through, onto the site. Crossfire setup is set up indeed. Alpha trying to back away, trying to play the timing well to pull.
Chronicle in Heaven as well.
Leaf, he's already taken out Alpha. Chronicle the Heaven player, late flank round. He's been taken out, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. The pull was used earlier. Nothing else to delay. It comes down to random spams. He comes down to the clutch. And Boaster might have just done it all. No way!
Insane!
That's ridiculous!
It's Trent again! Boaster did everything he possibly could. He played it the best anyone could in that situation. And yet, flashbacks, deja vu to Forsaken spinning in circles earlier on to cast Sentinels out. He's just wiggling around and doesn't have the ammunition.
That's a heartbreaker now. G2 leading by 3 rounds. Final round here for the first half of Split. Fnatic would love to make it a 7-5.
I mean, there have been so many moments where Fnatic arguably should have won. We're thinking Pistol, Trent Thrifty on the site, maybe even Boaster winning the clutch there. But they're all should-haves, could-haves. And G2, with that grit, are managing to find their way into the lead. Kayak's been really absent from this attack half. He's once more over towards B, 5 and 9. It'd be a great thing for Fnatic to get him activated, especially before he has to be one of their big players on defense with the op, etc.
Shift up here from the defensive setup of G2. Valen is the one anchoring, and he's going to be feeling that heat. It's turned up, under scrutiny. Paranoia, still prime, still ready. Jonah P will have to let loose some util of his own, and then looking for that refight up towards Heaven. It's an important one. Valen has to reposition, using control out towards it. Jonah P with a flash, and backing himself out. TP to try and escape. The Dimensional Drift is going to be pointing all of this out. Kayak is getting the info for his team. Boaster trying to take that peek and that fight towards it. That's wild. It's disjointed. Valen's doing this one with just a Spectre in hand, but not for much longer time. Still playing against them. Tapping away. Jorgmo's now there. Ult of his own. He's straight into the fight.
Spike planted.
The peak from Trent dropped down to just 50 health. This damage done to a variety of them. And Crashies will deliver the round to them.
Stands tall and finishes the half strong. That was a difficult one. Crashies wiping sweat off his brow. There were so many moments where it felt like Fnatic should have been able to close. Even in this round, they're slow, they're methodical, but they should have had the advantages. They put the squeeze onto those site anchors, and G2 was still able to get 7.
Still anyone's game, of course. Just a 2-round difference that can change. Just one simple pistol round. Before all that, we're going to send it down to Van Silly, who's waiting and standing by with a special guest.
Thank you once again, Bren, and this time I'm joined on the floor by Team Liquid's latest content creator, sorry, it's Shazam! Dude, I felt like I wasn't able to do that since like 2021 when I was casting your games. How you been?
I've been good. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Let's actually roll back the years because 2021 was, you were the first to ever do it. Hoist the Masters Trophy in Reykjavik in 2021. So talk me through what it means for these players and for these teams to compete for this trophy right here in Toronto.
I mean, yeah, it means everything. It's like all you work towards, you know, like these guys scrim a lot and it's the only goal. It's your life. Your life revolves around it. So.
And your life is now around content creation. The last team that you represented before joining Team Liquid was G2. So do you still have a little bit of ounce for cheering into G2 in this series against Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, my time with G2, they were an incredible organization, and the guys on this team right now, I consider them good friends, and I'm like rooting for them to make it to the finals.
But Team Liquid right now is also fire as an organization, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. That goes without saying.
So another quick question here. So 2021 again with Reykjavik, you had a chance to IGL against Bolster as well on that stage. What's it like to play against Bolster, and how can he carry the team over to the victory?
Yeah, Boaster is someone I have tremendous amount of respect for. He is a talented player. He works on his own game. He works on his team, and I think he's like a natural leader. Like you know, the antics on stage and stuff. It's like it's a good thing for a team. Like I'm sure they like laugh about it. It makes them happy. It makes people comfortable. It's like a really big thing. So
we definitely see them happy out there. And Shazam, I want to thank you so much for your time. It's always awesome to see you, brother. One more time for Shazam, everybody. And let's toss it back to the game.
Chaz was just mentioning, you know, the tenure, the history. Played against Boaster himself many a time.
Yeah, including Boaster's first Grand Finals appearance all the way back at the very first LAN event. It's incredible, the tenure, the amount of time that Boaster and Chronicle, for example, have been around. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here too. And I think one of the players to really take a look at is Kayak. Struggled a little bit on that attack side. We're going to expect him to be trying to invest into the operator as well. I would imagine that Fnatic are probably going to need a big performance out of him to recover. But they've been great in the pistol rounds, and that's where we're about to go back in. I think you could argue Fnatic should be 3-3 right now on pistols if they had somehow managed to allow Trent to pull off a miracle in round one here on Split.
Let's take a look now. All grouped up here from G2. 4 players ready to pounce. Flash on the fault line. Chronicle's going to be stunned up, and it's a bit late, but it's a bit disjointed from G2. Still gets the one from that freebie. Alpha from behind, but be about to be backstabbed in the blink of an eye, dropping down silently. G2 are very aware of the fact. Surely hearing it, surely not. Might be able to claim this kill. Alpha is out wide, and there it is from behind. Leaf, let's get it. Boaster's there, instantly there with a trade-off, but a bit flustered in his approach. He can't take the clean fight.
They've done a lot of damage over here to Jorgamo, but the entirety of this site opened up. And Jonah P in a very safe position where he might be able to provide some information for them. He's at least going to be able to clear the flank and let them know that not too much is coming from that direction. Tough one for Kayak and Crashies. Both players not really had those opportunities to get online yet on this map, so this would be a huge one for them to convert for Fnatic.
Jonah P is going to be keeping his eye at least a watchful. Just takes a pot shot there, straight to the shoulder. Backs himself out. Gets a bit of info for the team though. The fault line is good. Jorgamo takes the peak off of it. Crashies gone. Kayak, it's all on his shoulders. Heavy weight to burden to try and win this one with time ticking in the way that it is. G2 get their second pistol round.
So 2 pistol rounds for Fnatic on Lotus, and now 2 pistol rounds back the other direction for G2 here on Split. And this second one, pretty clean to be honest. Alpha was really trying to find that timing to be able to put pressure on the vent players and still avoid getting backstabbed. And he did a great job. I mean, hitting a 180 to be able to deal with, or at least put pressure and damage onto Leaf is great, but overall the positioning and the setup worked better for G2. And now Alpha's going to go for a Bucky. The rest of the team on Fnatic not really with too much to work around.
All eyes on mid. Alpha straight through into sewers, just in case there was one player lurking, holding.
And do they have the information about this? It does feel like G2 are accelerating slightly, speeding things up to try to react into B.
Smoke's propped up, horns in your face, and Leaf is looking for a timing. Just seeing it. So Crashies, good C's, wall up.
This is going to help Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha's all the way behind. There's no timing to be caught here, so that's a beautiful kill.
Thing is, doesn't actually give any weaponry away. Leaves the one player allowed to be aggro on his lurk to give information.
Bit of pace behind this one. Could be gaps for Fnatic to play in. Could be mistakes that they could absolutely capitalize on. Just the pistols in their hands, and they're making it work regardless. Jorgamo, just like that. Shoes on the other foot. He's the last one left to stand against this, and the damage being done. Indeed, already the net tightening. B main control as Fnatic. They have almost the whole of the site. Jorgamo in a spot like this will have to do a lot. No free kills going to be given up whatsoever, and off of Boaster. Here comes the swing.
That's
shot
a lot
through
of
the
damage.
wall. Crashes. One more to the chest will do him. But still the guessing game for Jorgamo. Does not know where this last player is.
And with time ticking down, surely it's not possible. A
Big on
1v4?
TV. Surely not. Alpha, quite an upgrade in the midst of all of this one. Spectre in his hands. 10 seconds left. It's getting dire. Out towards the top. Just can't land the shot. Fnatic! It's Rifty them right back.
We've seen so many of these rounds here on Split, where the team with lighter weaponry is able to put on a big performance. And it is another MasterCard Thrifty. I think a little bit of a scramble, a little bit rushed.
One enemy remains.
The G2 players were talking about this previously in one of the other games. They said we were playing scared and fast. I think that was in the game against Paper X, actually, that they were talking about that.
What are you doing, bruv? Hey! What is going on? You're getting classic!
And Valin, I think he made the wrong judgment call there to accelerate towards the end. Fnatic already had the read that they were going to collapse into B. If he'd taken a slightly faster timing on the reaction, it might well have worked. But that is going to get Fnatic straight back into this game. And anytime you have a Thrifty like that, round 2, you're also allowing Fnatic to build up to these big ultimates.
Yeah, they're going to start farming. Orbs attempted to be picked up here, but just a random spam and spray. Fnatic got this one locked down.
It's Boaster who's 2 away from getting a Cosmic Divide. Could be big for a retake setup. Kayak potentially looking like he might be able to work towards his as well.
Toxin screen down.
Though, to be honest, the ones you're scared of for the defenders to get online are Chronicles and Alphas. Not like they've had any trouble getting up to ults quickly, though, because they've been fragging like demons in this game so far.
And they've been ridiculous. The backbone for the team, Trent.
Where are you? 30 seconds left.
Just going to decapitate Chronicle in the midst of all of this one, but with 25 seconds left, a hard ask ahead of G2.
An upgrade, though, to a rifle.
Slight perch off angle. That's a paranoid. It's a decent connection. Kayak forced to be dropping off that one now, but with 14 seconds left, time is against them. It's kills that are being needed right now for G2, and Fnatic not in the mood to be offering them. Clone taking the bullets. Time getting against them once more. Kayak has going to be falling there, but Boaster in through behind. Easy with the cleanup. 8-7.
Fnatic should be able to grab upgrades, at least on one of the weapons. Little bit of economic damage done there, but shouldn't harm Fnatic too much. Ended up being an all-right eco round, but compared to the standards we've seen so far on Split, where people are winning with nothing. Our attention then onto the next, and Kayak has now gone for the operator. So here's an opportunity for the player filling Durka's shoes in this Fnatic core.
Looking for the setup over towards B. He's found himself his place.
Early flash, and Kayak was still tucking Knife out into this deep angle. He's found the timing, but would have to deal against a stun potentially. A Prowler to try to push him off the line.
See what G2 have got.
He's got a great chance of landing the opening pick here, though.
Time being bled down. Gate crash. Expiring soon. Kayak. Locks it down. Yeah. Oh, wow. The timing on that one, right as the gate crash does expire. Forced to back away. A lot of damage done to Kayak in the process. 16 health.
Face your fear!
Gets away alive, though. Still can play his life into this one with the Nightfall. It's going to be colliding. Pulls going to be used out early. Jorgamo already dipping his way in through the back of the site. And a wonderful peek at that. Fnatic trying to make a go of this one here. Kayak! With the operator in his hands, on through the high ground. Kills are collected and claimed across the board. It's 8-8.
Really solid defensive setup there. Love the timing on Boaster's peak. Kayak uses his clone. That gets popped. Boaster's in immediately behind to try to clear up Jorgamo. Here you see it on the replay again. Almost catches two as well. Huge amount of damage onto Valen, who was trying to teleport in. A great read as well from Fnatic in this round. They knew that this was going to be a B-pop. Of course, G2 had to give away quite a lot of what they were doing around the map just to deal with Kayak. So Kayak's up, finding a lot of passive value there, and he's going to keep it into the next. Fnatic may well have turned the tides in this one. Felt like they were on the back end of split, every miracle moment going against them. And yet now, they're in the driving seat, looking to try to close things out 2-0.
Ridiculous between these two teams. G2 themselves not even comprehending that they could be knocked out. They think of themselves as the main character, but the same could be said for Fnatic. Both of these squads looking to make history.
Got the spike.
I do like the positioning of G2 though. I think you could argue that Fnatic are playing things a little too passive on their anti-ecos. Giving G2 full mid control just allows them to slice up the defenders.
Double drop down, Alpha, he's up onto the ropes. And now to the head of Jorgamo, but he is cleaned up.
Look how isolated Crashies is now, because these defenders can't rotate through mid.
We'll do it all from this spot. We'll see what the call is from G2 though. Steady as they go.
And this is how you see these thrifty rounds crumble. Perfect pause as well to make Crashies wonder about whether or not they're actually hitting, whether he should call Boaster over as support.
Reveals his position, bit of spam. Drop down, he hears it. Footsteps colliding with the floor. This is G2 with open access now towards the site and looking for potentially a refight. It's a plan for Heaven and for main. Dimensional drift from Kayak. He's going to be getting a lot of information. A lot of ults expended, even that. It's a cosmic divide, and they're trying to take this fight forwards. G2 with a lesser weaponry, not to be denied that space. In through spawn already, Jonah P picking up that upgrade. And it's a complete collapse once more.
Way too much space given to G2. You have to fight them at least a little and not just to allow them to completely control the tempo. You saw there that G2, Valen calls that fight over towards screens. And it's set up secondarily with the stun from Jonah P. So they're already fighting, getting information, and then commit the utility. And Kayak, he's got no hope of winning that 1v3. Another MasterCard Thrifty to prop up. And G2 up straight back into things.
Bit of a mid-take here. Fnatic trying to hold against this one, but a Dimensional Drift's going to be used nice and early. A TP even into spawn, but cancelled out. G2 throwing some fakes into the mix. Trying to spot out some of these players. Kayak inserted, but reveals it! Just missed timing onto it. Jorgamo had to exit out through D for Kayak. Puts it down. Alpha forced out now with the ult in his hands. It's a showstopper. And a scurry away from G2.
It's a good cancel call from G2, but really that execute is not what they were looking for. They were hoping that Fnatic were going to be looking in spawn for Valen.
The jiggle Crashies gets the info he's looking for. Flash and a repeat.
So now you've just got to try to call a pretty standard round, but 4v5. Difficult for Valen.
Gap here, there's pressure happening over towards A Heaven. Spike landing up over towards that area. G2 are layering down a bit of util, trying to keep players here. The barrel poking out. Chronicle has Leaf in his sights.
But it's not informing any defensive rotates from B to
30
A.
seconds left.
Look how isolated these A and B players are. And Leaf, he gets away with it.
It's a bullet to the dome, but through the wall, as you said, he gets away with it. He survives. G2 doing up now, trying to set themselves up for a complete attempt and all the way through. This is Boaster back against the wall. A lot to do from this spot. Chronicle trying to dodge and juke and avoid most of it. The ire that's coming his way. G2 with that side control. Trent has to be that playmaker. What a swing and what a play. Chronicle single-handedly saving the day.
So nice from Chronicle. After he missed that kill up towards Heaven that he was eager for, salivating, he just rips a wide swing against Trent. This early play at the start of the round may be a result of the Yoru nerfs. You know, a couple of extra seconds there on an ultimate, and maybe Kayak's position is scouted out, but as you say, it's all Chronicle at the end of the day there. A G2 are now going to be forced to do it again with weaker weaponry. At some point, surely Fnatic start to get a comfortable lead. G2 cannot keep doing this with bad buys.
It's been miracle rounds after miracle rounds. G2, as you said, they can't keep getting away with it. They do have the stingers.
Poison orb emitting.
Good adjustment there from the spray down, Chronicle. Doesn't reveal much. Fault line into the corner. That's a clone to be tanking some of the bullets. Alpha just trying to evacuate.
Poison's off.
A lot of bodies though trying to make their way in through, and Chronicle has been overwhelmed. Boaster
Spike down mid.
reciprocates.
And this time Fnatic are actually trying to fight G2,
Hold
but
up.
they are losing. A 3v3, and G2 have managed to gain mid control. It was contested.
I got the spike.
And at least it's given them information for somebody like Crashies to be able to wrap fully round on this flank.
Jonah does not have a gun to try and stop this. It's a classic in hand, and Crashies is going for it. It's a slight off angle, takes a dink to the head. They're trying to run him down, Trent. No denial of the kill. Upgrades across the board now. It's 2 from Fnatic, Kayak and Boaster to do it all.
I think this read is really nice as well. When Crashies gets caught here, pretty confident there's not going to be as many players over towards
30
B.
seconds left.
All still being used though. In the back pocket, Kayak's ahead of it. He's found that timing, he's straight ahead of it. Kayak needs some kills to be claimed though. Catches the first! We're not expecting that. Jonah P was down from behind!
How have they done it again?
Again!
It doesn't matter what Fnatic's game plan is. If they play passive to try to avoid the stingers, then G2 just take the site and play post-plan. If they try to contest them for space, they're losing the fights to the death ball, the brawl of G2.
Spike down B.
It is a nightmare right now, and you can see it writ all over the body language of these coaches.
No, we're winning every round, even though it's chaotic through mid. Just keep it up until they...
They're winning every round, but they're winning primarily when they don't have weapons.
Yeah, and the odds are stacked against them as G2. They proved that they have grit from that last series, the run back against Gen G. Fnatic are feeling it now.
Big investment of a Viper's Pit in a round where you have bad economy. Fnatic do not want G2 to be able to get comfortably up to 11. Frankly, the weaponry hasn't made a huge difference here on split, so entirely winnable for Fnatic.
Portal closed.
But this death ball style has been the best thing for G2. Just having so many bodies there to be able to trade out individual stars like Alpha, who is positioned right now to try to catch people on the cross into A. So I think it's Crashy's job to try to draw attention, and Alpha, the dagger in the back.
Crashy's jiggling. Like you said, we're going to pounce onto this one here to seize a nade. Only catching onto the clone. No casualties.
By going for that Seize nade, though, Alpha's given up his position. So he has to relocate up to heaven.
Paranoia swoops forward to gate crash in. Alpha is
30
on
seconds left.
the high ground. Guardian in hand.
And the time has not been a problem for G2 this series just yet.
25 seconds left, and you can hear it rumble of the footsteps, and there it is! Trying to make your way forwards. A bit of spam coming through, but still evens out G2 and spending everything. But can they remove Crashies finally? Yes. Time. 11 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Utilizing the pit, though, against 2 players with light weaponry could be a disaster for Leaf.
Out forwards, trying to take that timing. Leaf. Seeing if they've crossed past it already. Boaster can get in close and personal. Bucky in hand. All the way through, that's a bullet to the back. Pellets raining down and the pit falls because of it. Nothing to hide. Trent away. He's got to do it all from this spot here. The jiggle, the shots. It's immaculate from Boaster. The 2v1. Smoke up, full committal. And Chronicle sticking counter spam from Boaster. It's 10 to 10.
And another thrifty, of course it is. No team right now can win when they have rifles. And I think the big reason why is because the teams are willing to take more risks when they have bad weaponry. Fnatic is willing to gamble stack and go really fast just based on noise cues, willing to take timings and moments of aggression. G2's economy once more is going to be on the ropes. Why do I even bother talking about it, though? It was another MasterCard thrifty, so who cares? It's a scrap out here.
It has not mattered. The energy is just oscillating between these two teams, but Fnatic are the ones now in the driving seat once more. A map ahead. Looking for the round is going to make all the difference. G2 are forwards, the horn not broken, dropping down, no mistakes are being made. Alpha sends it flying forwards with the boombot in hand, wants to try and take it! It's a gun uploaded, Jonah. Happy to shut him down.
And even throws the weapon away to a teammate with slightly better health. Leaf, a monster,
Can't be
and
happening again.
another opportunity for another Thrifty. I mean, the player post-plan positions are even quite nice from Jorg and from Trent.
Tucked in, rooted to the spot. Through heaven, that's going to be a horn that has to be dealt with. Jordan was the one with a rifle. Fault line, Cosmic Divide even being committed. TP now into the back in the space. Right there, they have no idea. They are none the wiser. Kayak, it's your time to shine. And shine he does! Absolutely ridiculous!
What a sick play from a player that was struggling a little bit in the first half. He has come online and more in the second. He's making his way firmly up and up the scoreboard. And with plays like that, I mean, it's a gorgeous play. Leaf's even watching for it, but it gets hit fully by the flash. An accidental kill even onto Jonah P. And Kayak's positive again after that one.
Nice! You can see how much it means to him.
Finally, stability. Because this match, it's been like a double pendulum. It's literally impossible. Chaotic forces all over the place. But G2, they're going to take a tactical timeout as both teams finally reset with equal economy. A wild situation, and one in which I think the mental of G2 again is really going to get tested here.
Yeah. You thought it was tested before. This is a completely different scenario. Fnatic have that edge, that lead, and they want to take it all the way home. They want to be the team that carves out that path, that lower bracket run that is so damn legendary, and deny G2 their own chance of redemption.
Yeah, both of these squads dropped into the lower bracket right at the beginning. Both #1 seeds from their regions, the last representatives of Americas and EMEA, and both with players that are searching for records to be broken. Jorg looking to be the second ever player to win a Masters and a Champs. People on Fnatic, I mean, Chronicle, top of the scoreboard. If he's able to win this tournament, it'd be his 4th trophy, utterly ridiculous. And then on the other side of things, people looking for redemption like Crashies, playing against his region, trying to eliminate them, and 2 rounds away from doing so.
Jam-packed is the matchup. Alongside that history, Kayak. They crash away, won't be punished. With the fault line expended there from G2, Chronicle. He's got to try and hold this one down. He's been good for it. It's a seize. Dodged alongside that aftershock. Another flash into his face with the power on top of it, Jorgamo.
That's a monster entry.
Lights out.
Double reclear potentially into Leaf over towards A ramp, but Boaster, he's backed up to cover vents, so it's actually just Alpha isolated here, trying to force the fight into Leaf.
This fight's happening on both sides of things here with the boombot instantly broken. Deep push from Crashies. Hyperextended. Now Valin, he heard the flash, he saw it. He's got to feel like there could be the possibility of a deep push up, but risks to be taken when you're a player down. Crashies is getting so much information for them, and Kayak, it's a cherry on top.
Yeah, he's expending this ult just for information. It would have been amazing for the retake, honestly, to combine with Crashies, but Crashies pushed up.
No way, Valin expects it and he doesn't. Dropped.
It's a wild off angle, that one.
30 seconds left. B main control still there for Fnatic. They have a beautiful hold on this one. Even a Nightfall going to be expended. Flash up into the faces here. G2 a weakened, decayed down. Lee finds it. Clears up that one question mark. Kayak answers again. 14 seconds. Layers them all down. Lines them all up and Leaf knife out. He's going to do it all now, but there's no chance in hell. Swarmed in his position. Attack to force it out. It's 12 rounds for Fnatic.
And we have been talking so much about the storied players in this. The IGL battle, Chronicle Alpha, yeah, the core, and yet it's Kayak in the final moments who is making the difference. Filling some gigantic shoes, was dominant in stage 1. And has now put together 2 huge rounds.
What is happening?
And he's really getting into this. Fnatic 1 round away from sending G2 home.
Bring them down.
1 round away from claiming that spot in the lower finals. Taking a quick peek. TP even committed there. Pokemon did not want to be caught into that corner. Deep mid control. Kayak not pushed back.
Where are you?
Finally will concede that space, but this is Fnatic on a tear. Looking to go further.
Valen under a lot of pressure, calling
active,
for help.
Hyperactive as a seize and a nade. TP to disengage. Valen still has his life, but that timing is caught. It's a bullet to the side of the head from Leaf. And now he has to watch in dismay from the spectator seat. As your team's chances are dwindling, it's Fnatic entirely here. Kayak looking to drop, and Valen is gone. The captain removed. Death from 1,000 cuts here. Fnatic are happy to deliver it.
Teleport in onto the A side, but didn't have the spike. Every player from G2 trying to pull off a 3v5 from inside the site. Nobody with Heaven control, nobody on the flank. Should be a slam dunk retake for Fnatic with players up.
Dink through the wall, Crash is still alive. Ulta here, rolling thunder, it's G2. They realize it, they have to try and fight tooth and nail for every inch of space, but Kayak is already wrapping. The discipline is here from Fnatic. You need a miracle if you're G2. Fnatic are not in the business of giving them out. Already to swing in the face. Alpha claims the space and more. Jonah P to last-ditch effort. That's all it's looking to be. Beautiful from Fnatic. And they sent G2 packing.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core. With new pieces stepping up towards the end as well. And a masterful performance from Alpha and Chronicle today. Boaster too, both in the calling and the fragging department, actually recovering really nicely after a slow start on Lotus. And these legends keep on rolling. EMEA overall with a bit of a rough tournament, but the last team to have hoisted a trophy for the region keeps on trucking. What a match that's going to be as Fnatic move on to a lower bracket final to fight against Wolves. You couldn't get two teams on a different story, a different arc. But G2 today denied an opportunity for redemption from Bangkok. Their run ends here.
4th place exit, the showmanship. It's always there with Fnatic.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of respect going back and forth across the stage, but Fnatic also, they live for these kind of moments. The success on stage, the play into the crowd.
They are certainly doing it. There's only one more stop between them and a grand finals appearance. They look eager to take it, dishing it out.
They destroyed Cuba and a hand in the L's to G2. They've slain the best prospects from Americas. And now, the best Chinese team could be next.
And they do not want to be denied. A legendary lower bracket run that we are witnessing from this Fnatic squad.
And in the end,
near the beginning,
that tight, disciplined play eventually pushed them over the line. We saw some crazy stuff though in this game. The light weapon buys were difficult to put down, but I think overall, individual performances again just coming through from a star-studded roster.
Leaning hard on Alpha here, Chronicle, to be that backbone for the team to pick up moments, rounds where time was getting away from Fnatic, whereas looking a bit dismal. They persevered.
And Chronicle, what a game.
Let's send it down to the stage. Yinsu is standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Now, if you didn't know his name before, you better remember this guy right here, Kayak from Fnatic. Kayak, I have to pull you over real quick and ask you, how are you showing up in the biggest moment on this stage? You've never even been here before. I can't even count the amount of rounds you won for your team. How does that feel?
Yeah, to be honest, I had 2 Thanoses today, Alpha and Chron. So thanks them for carrying through the Lotus and split attack side, because I think they were amazing today. And you know, so I decided that I want to do something also. So I just had some insane runs. And not the best game, but had some insane rounds. So
I don't think anyone's going to forget some of those insane rounds you spoke about. Now, like I said, you've never been to a global event before. What's it been like? How's the stage? Are you enjoying yourself?
I think the stage is amazing. I think the fans are the best part of this, because like you can hear them through the headphones and stuff. So thank you guys, because you are all amazing and we can hear you. And so far the tournament is amazing also.
We got any kayak fans? Yeah? Oh, they love you guys. How does that feel? This is new, right? This is a new feeling.
Yeah, of course, compared to the EMEA stage, this is definitely like bigger feeling and better feeling. So.
All right, well, I hope we see you continue to pop up. I'm going to return you to your fans. They seem very excited here. Come with me. First of all, Boaster, very cute sign. Very cute sign. Can you just turn around for 2 seconds? What do you think about that over there?
That might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, come over. I think you need to sign this. You need to sign this. Yeah, most beautiful thing he's ever seen in his life. I'm going to quickly ask you to tell us and explain to us, and also give your fans an apology for those thrifty rounds.
Oh, yeah, don't get me started. And the 1v3 as well. What am I doing? Spraying him, man. Yeah, sorry for the thrifties. I swear we didn't want it to go that way either. It just happened. It just happened.
It did indeed. Now, Kayak, we just had a chat with him over there. He was very humble, talking about how he got carried by the boys a little bit, so he wanted to show his skills. What's it like to have a player that steps up the way that he did in those moments?
Oh, especially in the later half of that round, the amount of saves that he did for us. When I did the Astro, he comes through it, gets a 3K. In that B round there, flashing through it, it's just really nice. Like I said, if you want to win an event, everyone needs to have moments where they can step up, and it seems like the boys are really putting in the work and showing that they can win an event.
Yeah, can you help me out a little bit and try and help me hype the crowd up for Kayak? It's his first time here. We want him to get a big cheer, don't we?
All right, let's say... on 3, Haremski. 1, 2, 3, Haremski!
Not bad. And final question, as you know, for the next round, you're going to be playing against Wolves. Now, Sufat BB has spoken extensively about how much he looks up to you. Would you like to send him a message ahead of tomorrow's match?
Sufat BB, 大比老师, 会来, you better be 准备好了吗?
All right. Thank you very much, Boaster. You're going to see them again tomorrow. One more time for Fnatic Toronto.
And there you have it. Fnatic are walking away the winner of that game. Unbelievable series from Fnatic, without a doubt. But that unfortunately means we have to say goodbye to the America's #1 seed. G2 Esports played a great tournament, had some ups, had some downs. This is a phenomenal squad. Without a doubt, Kukuka, I really do believe this is a team that's so consistently good. We should be seeing them on the champion stage.
Absolutely.
And if anything, they're going to come back with a lot of fury.
Yeah, do not forget, this is a team that had that crazy comeback against G2. All of the seed ones had a hard time on their opening matchups, but today they have proven that G2 have what it takes. You know who else has what it takes? Alphayer!
Alphayer! My man, congratulations. Guys, give it up for Fnatic. Give it up for Alphayer. What an incredible game.
Hello, boys.
Unreal. My man,
you
don't miss. So how do I learn from you? Can I learn some lessons? You know, some aim training? Because you're just the god out there, man.
It's just about talent.
It's just about, and I just don't have that. I know. You know what it is? It's the hair. I'm telling you, it's always the hair. But seriously, man, congratulations on the win. How does it feel to win with this team up there? The struggles that you guys have gone through, and also how so many people favor G2 coming into this game, and you guys managed to shut them down.
That's a lie. We were all with you. Well, they were.
They were.
I mean, on this tournament, somehow we were underdog, because everyone was like cheering for Genji when we play against them. Everyone says like Fnatic 07 because they think we're gonna eliminate it and stuff.
So is this going to be the same as Lock-in? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, probably. Like no one trusts us in like commons, but we are the team right now. We eliminate 2 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. every team from Americas was eliminated by an EMEA team.
Yes.
We're winning.
Right.
We're winning. In
No.
my books, we are winning.
I mean, what a great showing for EMEA, without a doubt, because, you know, it has been an up and down journey for the EMEA region in these global events. But this one, Fnatic feels like you guys are coming out with a lot of firepower. What do you attribute that to?
I think about the firepower, our team is the strongest on other teams. I think our aims is better than all the teams, I believe.
Yeah.
It's just in the moment, if you have good communication and if you have like good atmosphere in the team, no one can stop us.
Awesome.
So what do you think? Because we've seen you struggle a little bit when it comes to the ice, so most likely we're not going to see Haven again. But then we see you on the race, we see you on the kill. You're like, that Lotus was insane. What do you think is been the key to like finding your comfort and just moving away from having a bad map?
It's just like on Haven ISO, I have a bit struggling right now because I think it's like a snowball effect. If I start good, I will like drop 40, and if I start bad, I'm gonna drop like 10, and that's what's happening right now. And if you play Haven again tomorrow, and if you like,
you won't, most likely. I'm just telling you because they will spam the map. So just letting you know that
I like how
you
she's
can.
giving you the coaching
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
don't
you know
worry.
what I mean?
I'll walk you through everything. I got you.
Okay, let's say we play Haven tomorrow, and if you win Haven, I think we're gonna fix Haven as well. We just need 1 win on Haven on official, then we will be fine.
Do you feel like
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is the best version of Fnatic? Because you've been in this team for such a long time, and obviously recency bias, I'm sure, but you've seen the ups and the downs, and you guys talk about team culture a lot. Do you feel like that is it? That's the whole reason why? Obviously the aim is crazy, but you get the vibe that you guys are just having fun out there, brother.
I think between difference 2023 and 25 Fnatic is just like on 23, I'm not gonna lie, but everyone was in the peak form, so players was better. But with 25 Fnatic, I think the atmosphere, like, it's so good.
What do you prefer?
It's just, I prefer atmosphere. We can find good players.
Yeah.
We can't find good atmosphere.
That's true. That's
You already have good players. What do you think? What has been like your biggest learning throughout this event? Because you know every first seed started off with a loss, things not working out. So I assume you had some expectations when you came into the tournament, and you've been preparing some things. But I assume there's been also some changes from that moment on to today. So what has been the biggest change, or the thing that you've learned the most from?
To be honest, as a team, we didn't have any expectation about this tournament. We just came to here to play and have fun.
Is that different from other tournaments in the past where you guys do kind of put expectations on yourself?
Normally we put expectation on ourselves, but this tournament especially, I don't know why, we just didn't put expectation because we just wanted to came here, play. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. And it's going good, so.
I gotta say, man, look, a lot of people will look at that and be like, oh, you always want to win, you always want to do that. But I do genuinely believe that that is a healthy mindset to have, because then at that point, whatever comes, you know, the atmosphere is very important. You guys continue to build that rapport with one another, and it's really shining on the stage. It also helps too when Boaster's doing like a million Fortnite dances. My guy's out there looking like Jonesy. In any case, though, let's actually take a look at the bracket because we're now down to our final 3. Paper X are moving on to the grand finals, but you guys are going to be playing up against the Wolves coming up next. This has been a journey for the Wolves, a journey for you guys. Have you had a chance to look at the Wolves and thoughts on the team in general?
Yeah, it's just we always say it in a team, Wolves are hungry. they came in here to win. But I'm pretty confident with our team because on BO5, I think historically, we always been good on BO5. And that's why, to be honest, I trust my team and I trust our BO5, to be honest.
You speak about the BO5, but of course you're coming in through the lower, so if you get to that grand final, you're going to have to play maps that you do not want to play. How are you feeling about your chances? What do you want to say to Paper X in case you win tomorrow? Are you scared for those bans?
I'm not scared of any bans, but if you guys pick at the map we ban normally, you will get surprised because the agent I'm playing, he's so good.
Okay, thanks. Can we clip that? Thank you.
You know what, man? I've had the pleasure of following your career since the beginning, since my first event in Copenhagen up until now, and to see you have grown up, the confidence, I'm so proud of you, man. So congratulations, and congratulations to the boys in Fnatic. You guys played some incredible Valorant today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys could do tomorrow. Holding it down now, because Crashies is the last America's player left.
I told you we would both win today.
Crashies, my brother, you gotta pull through for the boys, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, though, folks, we'll be back tomorrow.
I'm not coach. but all good.
You know,
You could
it's
be.
all you could
One
be
day,
the
one
coach,
day.
player, captain, IGL, emotional support dog. You could do everything.
And out-fragging everyone.
And out-fragging everyone. Well, there you have it, folks. It's going to be a best-of-5 lower bracket final. Wolves going up against Fnatic, and the winner will be moving on to Sunday's grand finals to face off against Paper Rex. But what a show. Thank you so much to the entire team. Thank you to Kaplan and Saucy for joining us here on the stage. Of course, Alfier for joining us here as well, and to the entire crew. We will catch you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, for more Valorant action. See you then. It's one of the greatest underdog stories ever told on a global stage versus the uncrowned kings of Valorant. It's time for the upper bracket final and to decide who is one step closer to a Masters trophy.
They don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a guess. See if that BB does well at one. This would be everything for him, trying to play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock, and play him like a fiddle. Oh, see that BB! Beautiful for the right ball clutch. Divine now, going to have to do work here. See if that BB does well. Divine though. Oh! Divine! This man is a big player in big games, and he just had a hell of a lot of impact. Jing this time is fast. Oh, and he does get it, but YU swings in. Oh, he gets a second. You're gonna need someone to over-deliver, and they do. Paper X digging deep, and Spring can't stand. Paper X holding strong on map 1. Spring barely alive on 2, but he's still breathing until then. Down to a 3v2, but they're losing out on the site. Couldn't quite get the follow-up, and Paper X striding closer now. Know about Jing, and now you do. Like a knife to the heart, but Spring answers back. Trying to... What? Oh, Spring! You are a madman! Divine strikes first. YU holds on again. Can he take down Divine? He absolutely can! Out of nowhere! Wolves digging deeper!
Side, but actually now, why are you going to have his hands full?
Oh, outdone. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good. Vi could be timed in this, though. It's all going a little topsy-turvy. Round by round. Kill by kill. And track by track. That final stop bike, that final destination is now locked in for Paper X.
For G2 Esports, it's an opportunity to lift a trophy one step closer. But for Fnatic, it's an opportunity to reclaim glory.
Off-angle play from him, but still player advantage. And the paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time. But no way! Valen! What a beast! 8 seconds remaining, but G2 reinforcing the site. Alfie is going to try and defend this one. Defend it, he will. Plant is down. WinCon potentially there. And Alpha all in his hands. He needs some help when he's at it. Kayak drifting into it, trying to take the fight straight to them. It's a 13-10 to finish here for our opener between these two juggernauts. Jogamo is no stopping him right now. Boaster gonna do it all to buy time for Alpha, to buy time for this guy to shine. Have on it, Alpha wide. He's gonna swing, he's gonna swing now. Alpha! He claims it! It's a cosmic divide, and they're trying to take this fight forward. G2 with the lesser weaponry, not to be denied that space. In through spawn already, Jonah P picking up that upgrade. And it's a complete collapse once more.
Way too much space given to G2.
P now into the back in the space. They are none the wiser. Kayak, it's your time to shine, and shine he does! Absolutely ridiculous! Beautiful from Fnatic. And they sent G2 packing.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Old school. Old school.